Welcome back to Blunt Politics. I'm Boston Brian. Thank you, everybody, for watching here on the Blunt Politics channel and everybody over there on this space, as usual, on the Wednesday afternoon show. And thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt for having me and including me in the coalition. Very honored and proud to be a part of that. I hope everybody's subscribing over there to this space. But I do hope everybody's having a better day than Pam Bondi is, because holy shit, is she not having it didn't go as well as she thought it was going to go. It's probably still going on. I was able to catch a good amount of her debacle inside of, I believe, testifying in front of the House Judiciary Committee, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I think it was the Judiciary Committee. But Jesus Christ, did she look like an absolute moron? There's some great parts that we'll be diving into. We also have to get into, obviously, the Zorro Ranch, like craziness that people are talking about. Cash Patel's lies obviously exposed here in the last several hours, if they haven't been evidently exposed already. And then obviously we'll be talking about, if we have time, because there's so much to dive into just from this whole Pam Bondi nonsense. If we have time, we'll be diving into Russia's communications nightmare that are starting to already have an effect. Ukraine already starting to utilize and, take advantage of the fact that Russia is no longer able to utilize Starlink. Not only that, but they're now actively trying to strip their citizens and the military of using Telegram, which, again, once you hear the numbers of the people in Russia that actively use Telegram, it's going to be a drastic change. Not only that, but 4 years on into this full-scale invasion for them to, and it's, again, because they've rolled out their own sort of platform, this own government-sponsored Chinese AI, cameras always on, microphones always listening type of app over there in Russia that they want to push their citizens to use. So that's why they're cracking down on Telegram. But you'd think they would have done this a long time ago, considering the amount of information and the amount of intel being gathered just from video releases, just from cell phone footage, being released over Telegram by different Russian citizens, by different military personnel in Russia. So, I mean, it was only a matter of time before this is going to happen. So, again, if we have time, we'll be diving into that. But let's dive into a few of these Pam Bondi clips, because boy, oh boy, did she get her ass reamed out. People like Jamie Raskin with the opening was very, very good. Premier Jai Paul had a great moment, all the way down to Thomas Massey had a great moment. I think Jamie Raskin had a couple great moments in this. And again, like I said, I didn't get to watch the entirety of it. I only got to watch a few moments, a few speakers of it. But from what I saw, she didn't handle herself too well. So what do you say we dive into just a couple of these clips that were happening today? Actually, not that long ago. I think this first one here is Jamie Raskin in his opening statements, which were pretty impactful right off the bat. And then I think we'll get into some of, like I said, I want to kind of go back and forth. So I wanted to show some of Thomas Massey, obviously Republican, obviously been working with Ro Khanna as far as the legislation on this, working very, deeply with Ro Khanna and other people, obviously, to make sure that these victims get to see accountability and justice. So I think it's very important that we show both sides of the aisle, because the Republicans that I saw wanted to talk about anything and everything other than the Epstein files, anything other than the abuse and the murders on the streets of the United States by ICE. They wanted to talk about fraud in Minnesota. They wanted to talk about fraud in fucking California. They wanted to talk about an Indian reservation that somehow got $600,000 6 years ago or something like that from a town in Wisconsin nobody's ever fucking heard of. Right. So these were all things that Republicans wanted to talk about instead of what the entire country and world is now pretty much focused on, as far as, again, seeking accountability and justice to anybody named as a perpetrator, as a criminal, somebody that helped influence the crimes that we're now seeing being released in the Epstein files. Whatever your involvement may be, we've seen country after country outside of the United States either, again, start investigations, actively seek resignations, or whatever it may be from these high-profile clientele, whether it's prime ministers, whether they're part of the royal family, whatever it may be. We've seen accountability and justice, at least on the surface so far, being sought in other countries. Not so much here in the United States. But Pam Bondi thought she could come at this with, the usual and typical nonsense of just, oh, Democrats suck, you lie, you hate Donald Trump, you keep all our dear Lord and Savior Donald Trump, how can you speak of him like this? It's that blasphemy. So, she didn't, again, handle herself too well. But let's dive into a couple of these clips. First one here, like I said, is Jamie Raskin in his opening. And then I think we'll take a look at Premier Jayapal, and then we'll go into Thomas Massey. So again, here's kind of how it opened. Let me throw this on your screens, and we'll start getting into this. Sorry, my apologies about Jim Jordan. He's only on the screen for a second. My apologies. Hit that like button again. I'm Boston Brian. This is the Blunt Politics Podcast. I really do appreciate you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity and the time, because that's the most important thing in your life here, spent in trying to get the information and trying to get the insights and what's taking place. So again, hit that like button and make it worth it for me and you, and subscribe to the channel if you find yourself coming back. So let's go. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America, because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told, and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family.
And remember this moment when it comes to Premier Jayapal and what she asked Pam Bondi to do and what Pam Bondi refuses to do. Recognize and remember this moment.
Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators.
And I'm glad he continued to make this point, and I'm sure a lot of the Democrats went on to make this point of just how much time and care and attention was taken in redacting the people engaged in the crimes, like the perpetrators of the crimes, those that either facilitated or went out to find the girls or whatever, whichever way you were involved. Like those people was taking a lot of time and care to redact their names to save them, the accountability, the embarrassment, the prosecutions to come from this, as opposed to, again, the victims who, as is spoken about in this testimony, in this hearing, risked pretty much their lives to come out again and share their stories. And a lot of them didn't ever want their identities out there. And then it was written into law by the United States government that their identities was to remain secret, was not to be out there for anybody to find out so they could be harassed or threatened. But that's exactly what happened and again, whether that's through ignorance or incompetence, either one falls under the jurisdiction of the head of that department. So either way, you got to answer for it. And again, she does nothing but obfuscate. She does nothing but try to turn the tables and talk about anything and everything other than the questions being posed to her. But I'm glad people continue to bring this up, especially while the victims, or at least some of the victims, are sitting right behind Pam Bondi.
Apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is.
And look at her. Look at how uncomfortable she is too. Look at how uncomfortable she's pretending to read like she can actually fucking read, right? Let me get a sip of water. Oh, let me adjust my chest. She's doing everything she possibly can other than to look Jamie Raskin in the face or turn around and face the victims in which she hasn't met with yet. And can you imagine that? The Department of Justice hasn't met with the victims of this yet? And we're supposed to be giving them praise and rewarding them for doing all this great work they say they're doing. Like, excuse you? Not once. And again, there's a moment in time. I don't want to jump the gun too much, but I believe in the Premier Jayapal testimony, and where she's questioned, she asked the people, hey, Can you please just stand up and raise your hand if you haven't yet been able to meet with Pam Bondi? And you'll be surprised, you won't be surprised actually, at how many of them actually stand up and raise their hands. We'll get into it.
Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names.
And again, made a great point made by a few people that I saw here, like the problematic nature and how difficult it must be for a woman to come up, and come forward for, allegations or accuse somebody or tell about a situation in which they have been sexually abused, especially about somebody as high profile as the people mentioned in this fucking, in these files, as, a politician, a high profile, whatever it may be, law enforcement, a DOJ, whatever it may be, right? Just think of how difficult it may be and what they have to go through. And then again, they make it a very apparent how important it is for that information, for those fucking victims to remain, protected, right? Because of the difficult nature, because of how difficult it already is for people to come forward in that circumstance. We don't want to make it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult and more unlikely for people to come forward, because they can't trust that the federal government, they can't trust that law enforcement will keep their identity secret, will keep their information a secret, so that they can remain, free and without the fear of again, threats, pressure, violence, whatever it may be, intimidation, all of it. So it just makes it that much more unlikely that people in the future will come forward when this shit is happening, when the reputation of the DOJ is tarnished to this extent, when we have Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General of this fucking country, going on national television saying, oh, don't worry, it's not a crime to party with a sex offender, with underage girls at the party, with a known person, with known people engaged in a sex trafficking ring. Right, saying that, oh no, we've done everything that we needed to do. We've done everything we're required to do. We've fucking reviewed and redacted, like they're again the Department of Review and Redact. I always thought it was the Department of Justice, right? To seek justice, to demand justice, to follow justice and the roads of justice wherever they may lead. Right, the investigation should continue at the whatever cost to this country. Believe me, we have the fucking money to do so. And if there's ever been a situation important enough to expend those fucking funds, it's been this one, especially with the people that are involved and named and the control they have around the fucking globe right now. We haven't even heard the half of it, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I mean, we're continuing to find out things by the second, whether it's, CoffeeZilla, whether it's, the Zorro Ranch, whatever it may be. There are people still to this second going through different files, going through different emails, finding out different little tidbits. We don't know the half of it. And that's the biggest fucking understatement of the show that I could possibly make.
Their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked.
And again, he goes on there and he does a fantastic job at what he does. But again, for the sake of time, I know we don't have a ton in the early show today. I want to make sure that we get through, as many of these clips as we possibly can. There's one here from Ted Lieu as well. What do you say we go through the Ted Lieu one? Because this was a fantastic moment in this as well, where she really gets caught with her tail between her legs and doesn't know how to get out of this situation. So let's throw this one on, and then we'll go to Premier Jayapal, and then we'll go to Thomas Massey and just kind of go. We'll run through the gamut here between Democrat and Republican and see, how she was pressed and how she responded to these things. But here's Ted Lieu in another good moment from this interaction. Let's go.
I love this. I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video.
Sorry, I don't want to get copyright. My apologies. I'll let it stop. But we've all seen the video. I'll let it play. I think we get enough information from seeing what's on the screen anyway.
Like
there we go.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties, with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that.
Okay, well, first off, with this fucking feigned and fake outrage, you can just fucking leave that at the doorstep, bitch, okay? Because we ain't fucking buying it. We don't give a shit about it. It ain't fucking fooling anybody. You and your little acting classes, whatever you guys taught, you know, were taught down there in Florida. God knows what the fuck happens down there in Florida, right? No offense to anybody in the chat in Florida, but if you know, you know, I'm sure. But, you know, leave that at the fucking doorstep there, okay? How about you fucking save us the fucking fake outrage? Don't give us that bullshit. She even goes in, like, imagine as the fucking head of the Department of Justice, right? The victims are behind you. You're being questioned to this extent. The whole country, the whole world is talking about the cover-up that's going on right now in the United States and the people involved and the lack of accountability, the lack of ongoing investigations, and how the rest of the world seems to be taking it much more seriously, right? But she's going to go on and she's going to fucking fake this outrage. And you know what she talks about? I don't know if it's in this instance right here, because I wanted to watch this one with you, but she goes on to talk about the stock market. I shit you not. The Epstein, the victims behind her, well, some of the victims behind her, right? And she's going to go on and have the audacity, the gall, the fucking balls, right? Yeah, this, right. I think I should have these set up more clearly so I can have, she's got the balls.
Here's a thought. Grow a sack, fill it with some balls.
She just did it in the wrong way because she has the balls to sit up there and be like, you know what? We should talk about the stock market. We shouldn't be focused on this. And the victims are sitting right behind her as, again, the fucking head of the Department of Justice. And that's where we are right now as a country and in this government.
This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please
Trump
stop the clock.
to
Please stop
sign
the clock.
the legislation. This is
Time.
this is
Time
ridiculous.
Time
belongs to the gentleman from California.
I'm going to put up.
It's almost like he struck a chord, right? It's almost like you can tell exactly what questions Democrats can ask in order to fucking stir her up, right? In order to get that fucking blood pumping, in order to get that stupidity to flow from the fucking whatever's left going through in the brainwaves up here, out through her skull, coming out of her dumbass lips and into the fucking zeitgeist for the people to hear. They know exactly what to say, and she falls for it every single time. Every single time she goes into like personal attacks from 6 years ago, or defending again the Fuhrer, the Lord and Savior Donald Trump. I was like, oh my God, how could you possibly say things like that? It's not like you're actually recalling like fucking millions, if not, more than that, of documents that he's listed in, pictures, photographs, flight logs, again, not to match up with the things that he said in his past, not even relating to the Epstein files, but just the egregious bullshit and the attacks on women, the disregard and disrespect towards women that he's actively and shown continuously in his life. Like all of these things can be matched up to this. You can all this is all related. This isn't like somehow detached from one another. No, the way that he treated women growing up, the way that he's spoken about women, the way that he spoke about his daughter, the way that he spoke about that little girl going up the escalator that he said he'd be dating in a few years, the way that he wants to have sex with fucking Ivanka, the way that he treated his ex-wife, the way that he continuously treats the reporters that he's dealing with, that all shows you the character of the man. And all of it goes to point to a man that I have no doubt would engage in fucking any number of the sexual and financial crimes that have come out of the fucking Epstein files just from what we've seen. And until I'm proven wrong, until Donald Trump, until the MAGA fucking morons can prove me wrong and prove without a shadow of a doubt through documentation, through fucking video evidence, through fucking, geography, through fucking Google Maps and Google Earth, whatever you fucking want to use, that Donald Trump wasn't at these places, that he didn't engage in these sex crimes, that he didn't engage financially in the help or the benefit from this fucking sex trafficking ring. We're going to sit here and we're going to call him a pedophile. We're going to call him involved in this fucking ring because that's exactly what he's shown us so far in his character from the time he's been a con man and a fraudster in New York City till this fucking day right here where Pam Bondi's lying on his behalf in front of the judiciary. So fuck him, okay? Prove me wrong, motherfucker. I think you had a couple people on the Republican side that used to say that with a fucking lawn chair on some fucking college campuses. So I'm stealing it. Fucking prove me wrong.
another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a
I
crime.
believe you.
Don't you ever let me clutch my pearls. Oh, I do declare. Did you just accuse me? Oh, did you just accuse me of lying under oath? I sure fucking did, because he says it again, too. And you know what else? You and Cash Patel, you motherfuckers. I think Cash Patel even lied under oath about lying under oath. That's like the double whammy. You want to go for the hat trick? Again, I got tons of hats we could throw on the ice if Cash Patel wants to lie under oath about lying under oath about lying under oath. But Pam Bondi, your fucking ugly ass face hasn't been in front of the cameras, hasn't been in front of Congress enough to even get that far. But I'm sure we're going to get there. I'm sure it's fucking just a matter of time. But go on, Ted. Hit her. Hit her.
There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's threat operations.
And again, just to show you that you're doing the right thing and you've chosen your time wisely by watching Blunt Politics here. This is, again, the email that we dove deeply into. This is, I believe, the one regarding Dan Ferry, right? And I think he actually responded to one of my videos about him. I think I'm saying his last name wrong, so my apologies. But I've actively reached out to anywhere I possibly could. I'd love to engage in what would probably be for like the first journalistic interview that I've conducted here, as far as trying to get to the bottom of things. So again, if he's willing to come on and answer questions and, you know, maybe give some evidence to corroborate some of the things that he said instead of just a video. Again, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm not saying it's true or untrue, but I'm saying that, you know, if Ted Lieu, if Jamie Raskin and other people are showing this document in the Judiciary Committee, then maybe it's it would be prudent upon us to take it in our own hands to get this guy maybe another platform or answer some questions, or we could fucking deny some of the things that he said. You know, maybe we could fucking put that to the side and say, okay, let's focus on some other things that may be worth our time. Or we could bust this fucking whole thing wide open with some evidence that hasn't been talked about yet. But I mean, I'm up for it. If he's watching, if he sees this, shout out, fucking hit me with an email, hit me with the DM on any social media platform. And again, I'll be more than happy to do my best at conducting a journalistic interview to get to the bottom of this. So again, if you're watching, but this is the email about the limo driver that overheard Donald Trump allegedly talking to or about Jeffrey Epstein, threatened him with a pistol, pulled over the limo. I'm sure if you watch Blunt Politics, you remember the story, but this just to kind of, put into context what they're talking about and, just what we've been discussing here on this podcast in how it relates and how it's now coming back up. I appreciate you guys watching, and I feel like, it's a little confirmation of you doing the right thing.
Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt.
And again, he's not saying it like this is confirmed at all. But it's a blatant motherfucking lie to say that there's no evidence in the files to suggest this, that, or the other thing about Donald Trump or his innocence, right? It's a blatant fucking lie. This is clearly evidence coming out of the Epstein files to suggest Donald Trump's criminality, involvement in this specific fucking, instance. So again, whether it's corroborated, confirmed, denied, whether it's been investigated to the ends of the earth, that's evidence coming out of the Epstein files, which means if she knew about it, and I don't see how, if she hasn't fucking laid her eyes on these photos, if she hasn't laid her eyes on these fucking documents, or she hasn't been directly reported to by people that have, she could in any way, shape, or form say she hadn't seen this, or doesn't know about it, or didn't know it existed. So I think that would be clear-cut evidence that she just perjured herself because she did know about this. She did know that there was evidence, whether she believes it or not, to suggest that Donald Trump had involvement in this. And again, I'm no lawyer. Maybe there's a lawyer in the chat can correct me. Let me know if I'm right or wrong on that. But again, I know you have to kind of prove that she knew she was lying in this aspect. But wouldn't that proof directly come from the fact that she had eyes on these files? Right? She's the head. She's the top dog. She's the fucking person everybody reports to. So even if she physically didn't see these files, or this file in particular, the one that we're talking about, she was definitely reported to by somebody that did see these files, right? It was in some sort of report. It was in some sort of fucking recap of what people saw or had to redact or whatever the fuck, right? So wouldn't that be active that active information and evidence to suggest that she knew about it and then just lied about it in front of Congress? Or am I crazy? Again, I'm not claiming to be a lawyer. I'm not claiming to be a law student. I'm just trying to do, the real world thinking here, common sense thinking, and seeing what we can come up with. But all right, a lot to get into here.
Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been.
Thanos is? DC? Thanos is a practicing lawyer? That's cool. I did not know that about Thanos. That's awesome. Thanos is in here. Is he in here? Thanos, if you're in here, I thought I saw you in here earlier. Let me know if I'm making sense or if I'm talking out of my arse. Let me know. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, DC.
Suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness.
And that's what I'm talking about. That is all we are talking about here at Blunt Politics. Again, the fact that nobody has done the fucking due diligence, the fact that nobody has tracked this guy down to confirm or deny some of the reporting, some of the allegations, some of the story, some of the emails, some of the information that we're seeing here in the memo, whatever. The fact that that hasn't been done, that next step hasn't even been taken, is a blatant slap in the face to the victims. There's a blatant slap in the face to this entire fucking what they're calling an investigation, but is anything but, right? This is an investigation like there's a ceasefire in fucking Gaza. This is an investigation like, Donald Trump was going to end the fucking brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia in the first 24 hours of him being elected. That's what this is acting like an investigation as. It's posing as an investigation like the investigations going on into the murder of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. It's horse shit. It's hogwash. It's fucking smoke and mirrors, and it's anything but. But if it were, an active and ongoing pursuance of fucking justice, pursuance of accountability for the victims, this guy would have been brought in a long fucking time ago and say, hey, do you have any files? Do you have any paperwork to suggest, that this plane flew into this airport, which I believe is another one of the allegations here, right? He couldn't fly into this airport, so he flew into one closer to Dallas, Fort Worth. And I'm paraphrasing. I'm trying to recall, the memo here, the details off of memory. But I think it's very close to something like that. Donald Trump threatened him with a pistol. He pulled over the limo. He thought about using his own weapon, but he then thought again and continued driving. Like it should be at least a few points of this easily confirmed or denied. Did the guy work for the limo fucking company that he says he worked for right off the bat? Can you prove that? Yes, he does. Okay. Did this, reservation take place at the time and the date that he said it took place in? Was he in a limo at the time and the date that he said he was in a limo with this person? Okay. Yes, he was. Okay. We've confirmed that much. Okay. Was the plane, did a plane matching any one of the descriptions, matching any one of Donald Trump's airplanes or ones that he uses or anything, fly into, an airport near here? Do we have the tail number? Do we have the fucking, the flight path, the flight logs? Okay, yes, we do. Okay, there's another step. If not, then you can you can deny the steps. You can deny the story. And then again, stop wasting time and resources on it and head towards down a road that would lead you to some active information, active prosecution.
Immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronize his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
And good on fucking Ted Lieu, not only for showing the emotion there, for showing the anger of the American people, but for actively and specifically calling on her to resign from her position because of the embarrassment, because of the degradation of the fucking agency that she's now in charge of, that we've seen under her leadership. So good on Ted Lieu there. And again, just one of many different situations, different Democrats that had some great moments in here. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm showing you all of them. There are definitely other moments in this in which that are worth watching. But let's dive into the Premier Jayapal clip here. Let me throw this on the screen for you because she also had a great moment where, I'll let it play, but just recall the moment at the beginning when Jamie Raskin was asking and naming the victims that was sitting behind Pam Bondi. So check this out.
To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
And that is just wholly disgusting and wholly fucking just representative of what the, this administration is doing as far as work and seeking accountability and justice for these victims. Can't even get a meeting. Again, Marjorie Taylor Greene, as sick and depraved and as cruel as that woman is, knew better than to say, okay, Donald, said he was going to take meetings with the victims, but never has met with them, never has fucking actually scheduled time to sit down with them, the same way that Pam Bondi hasn't. Like, even she could recognize the depravity in promising them time and not giving it to them, and what that actually represented as far as his involvement and not wanting to have this information released. But all the hands raised, all the victims behind Pam Bondi right now, when asked, hey, please raise your hand if you still to this day have failed to get a meeting with Pam Bondi. A face-to-face to give her information, whatever reason, for Pam Bondi to promise you something face-to-face. Every single one of them got their hand raised because they have not yet been able to meet with anybody, as far as I've seen, in this administration that is able to enact any fucking change in this situation.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
So again, the Donald Trump approach to this, instead of recognizing the victims, instead of recognizing the fucking incompetence and the ignorance, or again, the total fucking willful act of releasing these the information of the victims, instead of turning around and doing what she knows is the right thing to do, what she's going to do is bring up something that, Merrick Garland, Joe Biden, 6 years ago, 12 years ago, 14 years ago. Like, that's, again, just think of how sick and depraved you have to be not even a politician, but the Attorney General of the United States of America, the fucking top law enforcement officer in the country, and to act like the asshole, the orange fucking baboon that we now have fucking residing in the White House. Unreal.
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a
General,
specific question
Attorney General
that I
can
would
respond to your
like
question.
you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is
Second
about
choice.
you
Second
taking
chance, I mean.
responsibility
Second
for
opportunity.
Your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get
Even the camera pans out. Even the camera pans out because they're expecting her to do something, right? Just anything. Turn around, look at them, acknowledge them in any way, shape, or form, apologize, whatever. Does that come?
to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she
It
doesn't
is
like
my
the answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't
a
she ask
question.
Merrick Garland this?
I am
twice
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in my
time, and when
chair?
I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it
Mr.
is
Chairman,
my
the gentleman
time.
is
I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the time belongs.
The gutter. She's not going to get in the gutter. And by the gutter, she's referring to, again, the Epstein survivors. The victims now stood behind her. That, again, all Premier Jai Paul was asking for is a simple fucking acknowledgement of accountability, an apology for, again, the sloppy, incompetent nature in which their information was fucking not redacted, was let out to the public for everybody to see. And she couldn't even fucking tilt her neck. Not only that, but she didn't even acknowledge the question. She had to go on to this fucking ridiculous propaganda, Merrick Garland, Joe Biden, fucking 2020 election bullshit. Let's talk about the stock market. I mean, just think of how much of a slap in the face that would be. Again, and I'm not asking or expecting anybody to be able to put yourself in the shoes, but again, just try to relate in this moment to the best of your ability how much of a slap in the face that would be to the victims now stood behind the Attorney General of the United States. They couldn't even get a fucking look. Not a look. Not even an acknowledgement of their existence. I know it's not unreal. It's very real. So I'll stop myself from saying unreal. As egregious and as infuriating as it is to see, even as a privileged white man who again has never had to experience anything like this. It's like it's so fucking infuriating, and I just, maybe it's my ability to put myself in other people's shoes and to be like, okay, what are you feeling in this moment? And again, never could possibly to the extent of which, and I don't claim to. I hope I'm choosing my words carefully and wisely here, but you know what I mean. It just I can just it fucking bugs the shit out of me. It really does. It's infuriating, and I know you guys feel it too. I know it's palpable throughout the country, and not only throughout the country but throughout the world right now, as far as the fury, right? Just the fucking blind rage that everybody feels about what we're learning, and then to turn around and see the lack of fucking motion, the lack of action, the lack of fucking accountability coming from our government, and I just want to make that plain and clear. But all right, so let's go on here, because let's show the Thomas Massie one as well here, because I think that's going to be, where was he? He's in one of these ones. Yeah, here he is, this one right here. Because Thomas Massie, all right, Republican, known to stand with Ro Khanna as far as the penning of the legislation that we're now talking about. Somebody that's been prominently speaking up against this. So again, I want to make sure that we play at least a comment from both sides of the aisle in this regard, because Thomas Massie really gives it to Pam Bondi as well. He doesn't hold back, nor should he. But let's see if we can get into a clip of this, and then we'll move on to, we'll see if we can get into a little bit of the Zorro Ranch, which again, just is even more, just will piss you off even more when you start hearing about this and what's going on with this, as to what the answers and the lack of answers coming from Pam Bondi were in this fucking hearing. So, all right, let's dive into, again, this is Thomas Massie grilling Pam Bondi in the hearing this morning. Let's get into it. What I probably should do, and what's always smart, is to turn up the volume. In case you're ever wanting to start a podcast yourself, anybody, rule number one, make sure people can hear you. It's probably a good piece of advice.
DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over redacting, because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that.
Can I
This is
fin-
where he's listed as a
Can I
co-conspirator.
finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name. He
Reclaiming
was
reclaiming
listed
my
over- I'm
time.
going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He
It's-
was,
Mr.
this
Chairman,
isn't how this works.
can I have my time
He
back?
was,
Mr. Chairman.
Well, unfortunately, Pam Bondi, that's exactly how it works. They get the time, they can reclaim their time. Once they reclaim their time, you're supposed to shut your mouth because it's their time. It's not your time. That's the whole point of it. You're there to answer the questions that they ask of you. You don't get to determine how their time is used. So you might want to learn the rules and regulations and the procedures, the parliamentary procedures of Congress before you waltz in there looking like a moron.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from
All right,
Kentucky.
I'm reclaiming my
Can I give
time.
my answer?
So
Yes.
I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
because I
may I
have
give my
another
answer
question.
on that?
Shut up and listen.
Here's
It's a political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer
Yeah,
on that.
we'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his
Chairman,
next
it's
question.
my time.
Within 40
Chairman.
minutes, you asked me a question.
You can
Within
give me-
40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes
You
of me catching you red-handed.
Red hand, there was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700.
co-conspirator.
And
Okay.
I'm
we
glad she finds this amusing, right? And I'm glad she found it, hypocritical enough for her to point out another instance in which she brings up the stock market. And it actually is so ridiculous of her to do so that people actually broke out into laughter. And she decided to say basically the same thing. Oh, I'm glad you find it, time to smile. I'm glad you find this funny. Well, guess what we're speaking about in this moment in time, and not just a ridiculous kind of obfuscation and turnaround and whataboutism that you're saying. We're actually talking about your fucking ignorance, your incompetence, and the people that work under you, or the direct fucking, instructions they got on to specifically redact these names. And only when you were called out and only when you were caught did you have to reverse course.
invited
what?
you
Show
in.
the
Gentlemen.
video.
This
Show
guy
the-
has Trump
Gentlemen.
derangement syndrome. He needs
Show
to
the
get, you're a
There
failed.
you go. There you go. She had to get that one in there, right? She had to get that one in. I'm glad she got that one on record. I'm glad, because when it's really studied in the future and it's fucking determined by the medicines and doctrines people in this country that like TDS and Trump derangement syndrome was actually the people that were propagandized and bought into the bullshit and defended anything and everything, no matter if it went against something they've just said in the same sentence or not. Like, that's the actual derangement syndrome that people have. So I can't wait till it comes out in like a medical journal, right, or something like that, where it's like official, and you can point back to it. Like, no, see what you have. Like, this is the problem. We need some medication for you.
Politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
time
get
I
on
want you to
these
watch the video.
matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules
Himself, there
here.
is
Time.
no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
I don't know who are they piping that in? I didn't see this part. Are they piping that Cash Patel audio in?
You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
time
get
I
on
want you to
these
watch the video.
matters.
Mr. Chairman, please
Oh,
restore
all right. He's playing a video. Okay.
his time and remind the witness of the rules
Himself, there
here.
is
Time.
no
And
credible.
And this is again Cash Patel under oath, lying about lying under oath. Again, yes, this government, these people are actually capable of doing that shit. They are. And much more, just to let you know. But this is actually Cash Patel lying under oath about any evidence suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein actually trafficked any of these victims. Because remember when he said that there was absolutely no evidence to suggest that there was any trafficking of any victims other than, Ghislaine and Jeffrey and themselves. Kind of like how Pam Bondi said that she had the Epstein client list on her desk ready to be released, and that fucking changed really quick too. But at least she didn't say that under oath. Cash Patel doesn't have that fucking pillow to fall back on, unfortunately.
Information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800.
I'm sorry, because you have a whole group of them sitting behind you that, again, just not that long ago, stood up and raised their hands because they would have loved to and have been able to meet with the DOJ, would have loved to have been able to meet with the president of the United States to demand accountability and justice, right? To demand action in this. But they all raised their hands because they have yet been able to have that meeting. So for you to be like, oh, we would love to hear about any of the victims and what they got to say is just utter and complete horseshit. Again, already been fucking, debunked in this hearing earlier. It's not even like this is from another day, another week, another month, another year. This is something clearly pointed out in this very hearing already, that you don't give a fuck about the victims. You have absolutely no fucking compulsion to sit there and listen to what they have to say, or listen to their demands, or apologize for the incompetency or the ignorance of you and your fucking people. None of that's happened. So you're talking out of your arse again there, Lathy.
Call FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4
Again with the fucking Merrick Garland. We'd all fucking love to have, but that's not who we're dealing with right now, is it? That's not who's in charge. That's not who you fucking represent right now in this ongoing cover-up. Right? We'll get there. But how about you answer for your own responsibilities right now? How about you answer for your own fucking criminalities and things that you've been engaged in? Because I do believe that, as Thomas Massey says here, I saw a clip of him, I think it's Thomas Massey, that says, listen, this may have been going on for quite some time and under many fucking presidents and under a lot of leadership, right? But you're just the latest in the line of those fucking disgraceful people that you say and continue to bring up because they hid or didn't do the right thing as it came time for the Epstein files. Right. And I think that's a great point to make, because they always love to point out, well, why didn't this administration do this? Why did the Biden? Well, they always forget that guess who was president before Joe Biden? Right. So again, that's how that conversation continues to roll on. You can pull up this. All right, we'll pull up this. But if you want to play that game, then guess what? You're just the latest in the line of those fucking sick, depraved individuals, as you call them, that didn't do the right thing. You're sitting in the same fucking hot seat and doing the same thing that you are now accusing them of doing. So it doesn't exonerate you. It doesn't absolve you of the fucking criminalities or wrongdoings or incompetencies that we've seen so far in your leadership at all. And if anything, it makes you look even fucking more foolish that you'd come out here and blame these people, that people, this, that, and the other thing. And you're actively engaged in a worse cover-up because people know more now and it's being hidden more. I don't remember Merrick Garland, regardless of what you have to say about him or what he did or didn't do, which we have a lot to say, believe the fuck out of me here at Blunt Politics. But regardless of that, I don't recall him ever fucking setting 1,000 agents down to sit there and redact the names of not only Donald Trump, but the criminals and the people involved in the perpetration of this fucking crime and sex ring. That I don't recall happening. So if you want to take it to the fucking nth degree, we can go there. But I don't think it's going to go how you think it's going to go, or how you thought it was going to go with, again, a Republican questioning you. Because this goes on.
Years, did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my
the
time.
last
I'm glad
4
you're
years?
asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you
Watergate.
can't- when I don't answer
This-
a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go
Sure.
back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama.
go.
Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up.
You're forgetting somebody in there. You're forgetting somebody, Mr. Massey, in there. There's another fat, orange, orangutan-looking president that you forgot to mention as far as his first term. So let's not fucking let him off the hook. Let's not let the people that he used to work for him off the hook for his first administration. And again, not doing the right thing as far as this is concerned. But again, I do agree with, and I like how he's pointing out here, as far as, his stance, the people that he has to fucking not plagiarize to, but the people that he has to kind of speak to as far as his base, and bringing up the fact that, again, if you want to fucking, talk about the Obamas, you want to talk about the, this, that administration, the Biden administration, the Trump administration, and not doing it. Well, guess what? You're bringing it up, but you're just the fucking latest in the line of those people. That's all. And again, you're actively engaged in a more widespread and bigger cover-up than any of those administrations were ever in a million years even thought of or accused of engaging in. Right? Maybe people were demanding more action, which they were. Maybe people demanded more fucking accountability and more investigations, and that fucking was absolutely the right thing to be doing. But again, in no way was there a report out there that Joe Biden was telling Merrick Garland to go out there and redact the files and the names of the fucking people talking about, hey, yeah, I loved your little child. It was the best little child. And hey, how about we kill this person? And hey, how about we fucking, yeah, I loved being here in Afghanistan with the little boys and the toys. Like all the fucking sick things that we've heard, right? All of the fucking nasty and egregious and just fucking despicable things just to come out of the fraction, the minute amount of information that we already know. And she's going to be sitting here like, oh, let's blame Merrick Garland for this. Let's not talk about my role and responsibility in what's been released thus far under my fucking, under this second Trump term.
And decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen.
And again, we're running out of time here. I know this is I knew this was going to happen. I had a whole show planned and then this happened this morning and I kind of figured it was going to take over, but we're probably going to have to get into, and we're definitely going to have to get into the Ukraine information and, the Ukraine updates tonight on the evening show, the evening edition of the Blunt Politics podcast, which is tonight at 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 5:30 p.m. on the West Coast. But I do believe that we could dive into, with the last kind of 8 or so minutes, this Midas Touch report on the Zorro ranch, the Zorro compound here now being discussed as far as a place that was kind of left untouched as far as investigatory work is concerned. This is a Midas Touch video. It's about a half hour long, so obviously we're not going to be able to get into all of it, but I'll let the kind of beginning play, and then we'll see if we can dive into a few of the documents that he brings up. We'll probably dive back into this again later tonight so we can do, give it the justice and the attention it deserves and not try to fly through it. But just for, the sake of what I named the show and not being a total hypocrite, I want to make sure that, we make everybody aware of this, just in case you're not around for the evening show. So again, this is Midas Touch. Ben Meiselas is talking about the Zorro compound in New Mexico finally being exposed for what it is. And it's everything you could possibly think of with these fucking monsters and more. Okay, just to put it that way. Here we go.
What I'm about to share with you are the dark secrets of Jeffrey Epstein's ranch in Stanley, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. Some really dreadful things happen there. The cover-ups, the abuse. Why wasn't that address subject to any federal subpoenas? What went down there? We're going to cover it all on this episode right here. This is going to blow your mind. So Jeffrey Epstein had a ranch that occupied about 7,500 to 10,000 acres in a small city called Stanley, a county called Santa Fe in New Mexico. Okay. And in 2019, when the local district attorney wanted to do an investigation into child sex trafficking and abuse of that ranch, they were specifically told by the feds, do not go into that ranch. We've got it. We will be handling the investigation. But the feds did nothing. We now have the emails of what was going on with the federal prosecutors in the Trump regime, and they said, we are not issuing subpoenas. We're staying away from that Santa Fe ranch. The ranch was called the Zorro Ranch. It was owned by a trust that Jeffrey Epstein owned called the Zorro Trust. Epstein acquired this ranch in 1993. Obviously, you now know that Epstein died in 2019. The ranch was eventually sold to some other entity in 2023. And in 2019, after Epstein was arrested for the second time by the feds, there was lots of questions about that ranch. Because there was a lot more, if you could even wrap your head around this, sexual abuse, sexual torture, and other things going on in that ranch than even the island, than even Palm Beach, than even his house in New York City. The ranch, especially based on its proximity to Mexico, because it was in New Mexico, its proximity to Mexico was a site of sex trafficking. We now know from hearing Jane Doe's stories, torture was taking place in there. So why the hell?
Again, just for the sake of time, because this is a longer video, there's a couple obvious aspects of this that he brings up. Here where the trust is claiming to have an $85 million lottery win. I mean, there's a lot. This goes really deep. There's a whole lot of layers to this. I mean, the whole thing is just layer upon layer upon layer of depravity and just, things that you would expect, things that were like, doesn't blow your mind, things that were fucking thought about for a long time, whether it's Russian involvement, whether it's Mossad's involvement, whether it's the egregious crimes against children, the different, entities and fucking backdoor dealings and businesses that have to be involved in order to get, make this stuff stay behind the scenes, the compounds that we used. I mean, again, by the second, more information is being released and learned and trying to be fucking uncovered, but it's just, it's striking everybody the same way. I feel like, you know what I mean? Unless, again, you're one of the idiots, morons, and depraved psychopaths defending any of this, then, I think we're all kind of in the same boat as for the larger extent.
In 2008, the Zorro Trust won a lottery in Oklahoma, and it's possible that's the same Zorro Trust. And then there are emails with Epstein talking about having girls use the lottery ticket and the lottery numbers that he wanted to give them. Was that?
So again, it begs the question, and the implication is, did Jeffrey Epstein have such fucking deep and detailed connections that he had a way to manipulate the fucking lottery in order to, again, give a large payout to a certain group or people or entity or business? Again, it's just questions that need to be raised, and I think nothing is kind of out of the realm of possibility at this point, considering how deep the ties go, how well connected the fucking men and individuals listed in these files are, the businesses and the corporations and the conglomerates that they're responsible for and ownership, have ownership of. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Again, the involvement of politicians, the involvement of government officials. Who knows? Barack, the Israeli involvement as far as that goes. Who knows? Again, at this point, nobody seems to have quite a grasp on it yet because we don't have the entirety of the information. So it's damn near impossible to have that.
One of the ways he made this money. Look.
And again, there's more. We only have a couple minutes left, and I know we're kind of flying through this. And I'll see if I can dive back into this evening to kind of give it the coverage it deserves. But here's more emails.
Here's what it says. This is 2019. On July 19, 2019, at 7:48 p.m., retired New Mexico State police officer, and it's redacted. The telephone number is redacted. Other personal identifiers refused, called the FBI National Threat Operations Center regarding information related to Epstein. This person provided the following information. This person lives in a neighborhood of a property owned by Jeffrey Epstein. The property, which is on Zorro Ranch Road, Stanley, New Mexico, has recently had a large barn constructed. The barn is suspicious as there is a garage door that appears to be a sally port, and there is a chimney. This person who's making this tip is
now a sally port. Now, from my knowledge, and not saying it's vast knowledge by any means, but a sally port is kind of like a barricaded position, not a barricaded, but a defended position separating kind of, your property and the outside world, if I'm not mistaken. Is that kind of what a sally port is? Let me know in the chat if I'm getting that wrong. I believe that's what a sally port is. Some sort of, defensive structure, some sort of, separation between kind of your, a stronghold or your house or whatever it may be in the outside world. Let me know if I'm getting that wrong. I think I'm getting that correct. But again, a lot of, emails, a lot of documents to substantiate and corroborate, not only that, but several allegations like he was just speaking of from Jane Doe as to what was taking place in this ranch, why it was never investigated, why it was never searched, why it was never part of this kind of whole bigger ordeal. But again, like I said, there's more coming out every second, and we're going to do our best to kind of sift through it and dive through the details and make sure that everybody knows as much as humanly possible. But I do appreciate everybody for watching Blunt Politics. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your passion. I'm going to kick it over to Jeff Waldorf over there on this space. Thanks again to the mods over there. You guys rock. Thanks again to Matt. Very much appreciate you including me in this coalition. I couldn't be more proud to be involved and to continue to speaking up on these issues. So again, very much appreciate it. And I hope everybody, if you're not subscribed over there, to hit the old subscribe button, not only here at Blunt Politics, but also over there on this space. It would be greatly appreciated. So thank you to everybody over there. I'll send everybody from here to there. shout out to Jeff Waldorf. Thank you for doing what you do, my man. Take it away. Keep kicking ass. Make sure if you're here on Blunt Politics and you gave a shout out or a contribution to the channel, you stick around so I can make sure to give you your shout out and show of appreciation. So I'll leave it to you guys over on this space. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. See you later.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Hey everybody, Jeff here, the Logical Leftist. Thanks for joining the stream this afternoon. Today, we're going to dig into the stories the mainstream media generally either won't touch and the establishment hopes you'll ignore. Now, if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, do it now. New videos every single day breaking down Trump, MAGA, oligarchy, and why the system is rigged and who's rigging it. We keep it real here. So let's get into it. All right. Now, before I do, of course, also, please make sure to subscribe to this space as well. With that said, I'm just going to dive right into the stories today. We're going to start out with election fuckery. All right. Donald Trump and his allies have stopped pretending. They're putting in writing a plan to control elections in 15 key cities. And they're already testing how far federal power can go to make it happen. Now, this isn't just about the 2026 midterms. It's about whether any future president can use the federal government to lock in power even after the voters are sick of them. So this is what Trump and his allies are proposing for the 2026 midterms and beyond. You might hear this framed in media as election security concerns or standard political maneuvering, right? But it's neither. What we are witnessing is a coordinated strategy to nationalize elections in at least 15 targeted states and cities. The plan involves everything from the weaponization of the Department of Justice to the literal seizure of physical ballots. Now, we saw the prototype already, the dry run in Fulton County, Georgia. Yeah, but that just recently happened. The narrative being spun is that the federal government has to intervene in order to stop migrant voter fraud. But let's be clear about what's going on here. This is a pretext to bypass local certification of elections and centralize control of the vote count in the hands of the executive branch. That's Project 2025, All right. This is a fundamental shift from a decentralized democratic republic to a centralized authoritarian state. And the terrifying part about all this is that it's not being hidden. They're telling us exactly what they intend to do. So now let me introduce the mechanism of how this actually would work. According to research into current GOP strategy documents, little strategery, right, and public rhetoric, we see a distinct 4-step strategy to make this happen. Step 1 is the accusation. This is where we're at right now. The constant, unsubstantiated drumbeat claiming that undocumented immigrants, the illegals, they're voting in massive numbers. There's zero evidence for that. But the accuracy isn't the goal here. The goal is to create a reason for federal government intervention. You have to convince people that the crime is so severe that it justifies suspending normal state sovereignty. Step 2, acclamation. You have to get the public used to the idea of federal agents touching your ballots. Again, we saw this with the seizure of 700 boxes of ballots and records in Georgia regarding the 2020 election. This wasn't just an investigation. It was a stress test. They needed to see if the public would revolt if the federal apparatus physically took control of election materials. Step 3 is the seizure of control in targeted areas. We're talking about 15 specific jurisdictions, places like Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, Phoenix. Gee, what do those all have in common? Oh, right. They're cities with high Democratic populations in swing states. The plan isn't actually to nationalize all elections, just the ones that threaten their power. Now, that brings me to step 4. The full nationalization if resistance occurs. If a governor or secretary of state refuses to hand over the keys, the executive order is signed and federal supremacy is invoked. Well, now, wait a minute, you might ask. Doesn't the Constitution leave the elections to the states? Yes, it does. However, legal theories are only as good as the judges willing to enforce them. And when you have a blueprint like Project 2025 that continues to be enacted, then the interpretation of the law becomes somewhat flexible. It can be broken. Now, what's funny is that we assume that this would be a handshake deal between the Trump White House and Republican governors. We assume figures like Greg Abbott would happily hand over the keys to the kingdom. But here's a plot twist, all right? Abbott has actually publicly broken with Trump's plan to federally intervene in Harris County. Now, don't mistake this for a sudden pivot towards believing in democracy. No. This isn't about Abbott protecting your vote. This is about Abbott protecting his power. What we're seeing right now in Texas is a turf war between state-level authoritarianism and federal-level authoritarianism. It's a battle over who gets to hold the boot on the neck of Houston's voters, the governor in Austin or the president in D.C. And understanding this fracture is critical to understanding how the 2026 midterms will actually play out. Now, this development actually makes sense, okay, when you think about it, because Abbott has spent the last 4 years carefully engineering his own takeover of Harris County. Remember, he signed SB 1. He passed laws specifically designed to allow the Secretary of State, his appointee, to take over elections in Houston if they run out of paper. If the lines get a little too long, I can take right over. Abbott built a state-level machine to control the outcome. He considers Harris County his territory. So when Trump's allies announced that they intend to send federal agents into Houston to secure the vote, Abbott, he didn't roll out the red carpet, man. He slammed the door. He publicly stated that Texas elections are the purview of Texas law and that federal intervention in Harris County would be a violation of state sovereignty. He's basically saying, hands off Harris County. I'm the only one who gets to rig it. Now, what's funny, the question that I have is, why is Abbott's break with Trump happening right now? Because the legal architects behind Project 2025 have actually stopped using code. They're explicitly linking the Department of Justice to local election administration in a way that bypasses state capitals entirely. The plan calls for aggressive prosecution of election officials who, quote unquote, violate election integrity. But here's the catch. Under this new federal vision, a violation could be something as simple as following state law instead of a federal directive. Now, imagine if you're Greg Abbott, which I'm sorry. You've spent a decade gerrymandering your state to ensure that your party stays in power. Suddenly, a federal bureaucrat under a Democratic administration arrives and says, you know, we're redrawing the lines, right? For national security, or, oh, you know, we're going to seize these machines because it's a federal emergency. We found Starlink, okay? We're not interested in that. Or, you know, you're discriminating against Hispanic voters, and we just can't have that, okay? This entire thing destroys the state's political autonomy to run their own elections, okay? Abbott has realized that the authoritarianism he supported is not designed to share power. It's designed to consolidate it. And that's why we're seeing this fracture. This isn't about ethics. It's about survival. Abbott knows that in a fully nationalized election system, a Republican governor can be purged just as easily as a Democratic one if they fall out of favor with the king, whoever that is. So what does this mean for you, the voters in one of these 15 cities? It means that you are now the rope in a tug of war. On one side, you got the state government, led by Greg Abbott, trying to purge the voter rolls and intimidate election administrators to maintain local GOP control. And on the other side, you have the threat of a federal takeover designed to sow chaos and delay certification to throw the election to the House. Okay? This conflict creates a chaotic environment where the rules of the election might change 3 or 4 times before you even cast a ballot. And then you got to ask, will your vote even be counted by the county? By the state? By a federal agent? This confusion isn't a byproduct of the conflict. For the anti-democratic movement, it's the goal. If they can't agree on who gets to control the election, well, they will make sure that the election itself is so broken that the result is illegitimate regardless of who wins. And so where does that leave us? Well, we're watching the coalition of the right fracture under the weight of its own ambitions. Abbott's resistance to the Harris County takeover proves that even they know their plan goes too far. But here's the thing. We can't rely on the infighting of different authoritarians to save our democracy. Whether it's Abbott's state police or Trump's federal agents seizing the ballot box, the result for the citizen is the same: disenfranchisement. The plan for nationalizing elections is moving forward, with or without Texas. And unless we recognize that our rights are being traded like currency in a backroom deal between a governor and a president, we will find ourselves looking at that ballot box as a relic of a time where we actually had a say. I mean, this story itself, absolutely insane, just crazy. That I never thought that I would actually be losing the power that we have in our democracy to fascism, but yet here we are. We're right in the middle of it. Okay. Now, let's move on to an ice fail. We are constantly told that the security of this country relies on having a ruthless, impenetrable filter, a wall, perhaps. And we are told that the people guarding the walls and the agents with the guns and the badges, they're the best of the best, They're vetted, they're screened, and monitored to ensure that they are the thin blue line protecting civilization from chaos. You have no control over who gets those badges. You're simply expected to trust the system. But what happens when the person holding the keys to that system, one of the people whose sole job is to ensure that federal agents aren't criminals, is himself a criminal, a repeat criminal? What happens when the gatekeeper himself is the security risk? That brings me to Rashad Johnson. Until last week, Johnson was a Department of Defense contractor. His specific role was that of a background investigator. He was the man responsible for conducting high-level security checks for ICE, Homeland Security, the FBI, and other very important federal agencies. This guy was the filter. He was the one ensuring that the federal agents we empower with immense authority were clean. And on February 11th, this arbiter of federal integrity was arrested in a massive sex trafficking sting that happened in Minnesota. Oops. Or at least it was reported on February 11th. The operation was called Operation Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places. I mean, that right there, it's a bit on the nose, perhaps, but effective. Investigators sifted through over 300 online contacts, resulting in a department record of 30 arrests. Among those caught in the net was Rashad Johnson. Now, Johnson wasn't just charged with a misdemeanor like the majority of the others who were swept up in this sting. No. Johnson is facing felony charges. Why? Because he's a repeat offender. Think about that for a second, right? Repeat offender. This is an individual the Department of Defense contracted to investigate the backgrounds of federal agents. You literally can't make this shit up. The Bloomington police chief expressed some genuine alarm, okay, calling Johnson's arrest the, quote, most disturbing of the entire operation. And he should. When you got a man with a high-level security clearance, somebody who holds the keys to the vetting process for FBI and ICE, soliciting illicit services, you've got a massive counterintelligence nightmare. Look, this isn't about morality. I actually think that if you see prostitute or whatever, sex worker, that's totally fine to me. But it's not about morality. This is about leverage. You see, in the world of intelligence, a background investigator engaging in felony criminal behavior is what we call a walking, talking national security risk. He is blackmail bait. If a foreign actor, a cartel, or a criminal enterprise wanted to compromise the already terrible vetting process for ICE agents, finding a man like Johnson is like winning the lottery. Now, you might hear this and think, oh, okay, look, I get it, Jeff, but surely this is only one bad apple. This is a contractor who slipped through the cracks. Is it? Is it really? Or is this the inevitable result of a system built on bloat, privatization, and a complete lack of accountability? This incident with Johnson comes less than 3 months after another arrest in the exact same city. In November 2025, Alexander Stephen Back, an actual ICE agent, not a contractor, an agent, was arrested in Bloomington for allegedly soliciting a minor. 2 incidents, same city, the same federal apparatus. It's almost like the real criminals are actually in law enforcement. Look, what we've seen is a pattern of degradation within the very agencies that claim to be protecting us. Now, the political right, the MAGA ecosystem, built its identity around the concept of being for law and order. They told us that we need a ruthless deportation force, in order to stay safe. They told us that we need to expand the powers of ICE and the FBI to hunt down the criminals who Trump claimed are poisoning the blood of this country. And yet, who do we got vetting the vetters? Look, the president handed immense unchecked power to an agency that apparently can't even stop its own background investigators from being repeat felony offenders. Why isn't this front page news on every conservative outlet that claims to care about security? Well, because it destroys their narrative. It reveals that the security that they've been selling us is nothing more than a mirage. But let's be clear about the projection here. Donald Trump has spent billions of our tax dollars militarizing our border. And it's not just Trump, by the way. Biden also empowered ICE, and Democrats in Congress, along with Republicans, passed lots of funding bills for ICE. That said, Trump definitely has militarized our border far beyond what we saw in the Biden administration. He is demonizing the most vulnerable populations, locking them up in cages, separating families, all under the guise of keeping the criminals out. We're told that we need to do extreme vetting for refugees who just want to, breathe air that isn't filled with like gunpowder. But for the people we pay to wield the power of the state, for the people we pay to carry the guns and the badges, apparently that extreme vetting is optional. If a background investigator for the FBI and DHS is a repeat offender susceptible to blackmail, what's it say about the agents that he already cleared? I mean, how many files did Rashad Johnson sign off on? How many ICE agents are currently patrolling our streets carrying service weapons who were vetted by a man who was busy dodging his own felony charges? Does that make you feel less safe? It should. But here's the thing. This is a cognitive defense mechanism of the authoritarian mindset, all right? They focus your fear on the other, the immigrant, the refugee, the poor. So you don't notice that the institutions supposedly protecting you are actually rotting from the inside out. I mean, the smell, you can smell it a mile away. But they want you terrified of the family seeking asylum. But they demand that you have blind faith in the contractor with a badge who is actively breaking the law. Now, we also have to look at the DOD contractor element of all this. Johnson wasn't just a government employee. He was actually part of the massive privatized surveillance industry. Hey, it turns out when you turn national security into a for-profit enterprise, the incentive isn't safety. The incentive is billing hours. The incentive is filling seats. You get background investigators who aren't investigated. You get a system where speed and profit margins matter far more than integrity. It is a system designed to fail upward. The firm that hired Johnson likely got paid. Johnson got paid. The politicians who approved the contracts got their campaign donations. And you? What do you get? You get a compromised security state and a lecture about how you need to surrender more of your civil liberties for the promise of safety. This is what happens when you treat security not as a solemn public duty, but as a commodity. You end up with Operation Looking for Love, exposing the fact that the people watching you ain't even watching themselves. The danger here isn't just one man in a hotel room in Minnesota. The danger here is the illusion of competence. Donald Trump has been constructing a massive police state apparatus, giving it more money and more power every single year. But let's not forget, so did Joe Biden. For different reasons, of course. Trump wants his private army. While Joe Biden made the assumption that, oh, no, we need it because it functions, it works, and everything will work itself out. But if the vetting process is this broken, if the background checks are this superficial, then the entire foundation of that authority crumbles to dust. If the gatekeeper is this corrupt, then the gate is open. Doesn't matter how high the walls are if the guy holding the keys is selling access or is vulnerable to those who would. They claim they're protecting the rule of law. But what they're actually protecting is a system of impunity where the rules simply don't apply to the enforcers. So the next time you hear a politician fear-mongering about the lawlessness at the border or demanding more funding for ICE and Homeland Security to protect our communities, I want you to remember Brashad Johnson. Remember that the background checks are a farce. Remember that the thin blue line in this case was soliciting felonies in a hotel room in Minnesota. They aren't protecting you. They're extracting wealth from you to build a security apparatus that is fundamentally broken, manned by people they can't vouch for to enforce laws they don't believe apply to them. All they do is lie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Holy crap. Now we go from an ICE fail to conservatives mad that immigration is deporting people. What? What the hell is going on here? So for that, let's go to Alabama. First coffee. God damn, do I love coffee. Oh, they loved him on Friday nights under the lights, man. In this deep red Alabama town, there was a conservative football rep who was part of the community for years. But then I showed up. And now he's been deported to Mexico under the very policies that this town voted for. This is what conservative law and order actually looks like when it comes home. Now, for years, the rhetoric coming out of the MAGA movement has been absolute. Mass deportations, zero tolerance, no exceptions. They painted a picture of illegals, right, as a faceless, menacing horde destroying the fabric of the nation. I'm talking about what they would, that movie, World War Z, you know, that's what they literally think of when they think of undocumented immigrants. Oh my God, they're pouring over the border. Not true at all. Now, what happens when the policy you voted for, the policy you screamed for at the rallies, holding up signs, mass deportation now, comes for the guy who calls the holding penalties on your kid's varsity football team? What happens when this faceless horde turns out to be a neighbor that you actually like? You know, one of the good ones, right? Well, the cognitive dissonance starts to shatter the illusion. And boy, does it hurt. So I'm talking about the deportation of a beloved football referee in a staunchly conservative town, and the absolute shock of the residents who suddenly realize that the leopards they voted for are, in fact, eating their faces. So let me give you the details about what happened in this rural Alabama town, a place where Trump flags are as common as church steeples. I mean, this is very, very conservative town. All right. ICE agents, okay, detained. They detained a man who, I mean, all he had was a misdemeanor. That was it. That's it. It was just a misdemeanor. Okay. I mean, this was not a violent criminal. This wasn't a cartel member. All right. This is a man who spent his Friday nights ensuring the integrity of high school sports. That's it. So why was he deported? Well, back in July, he was going to meet a court referral officer over some marijuana charges from years ago. And when he showed up, ICE was waiting for him, of course. And we've seen this before. Now, under the stricter letter of the law this community had vocally supported, enforcing with draconian severity. This would be an open and shut case. Ah, man, look, he broke the law. Yeah, he's got to get deported, man. That's what happens. That's the law and order mantra, isn't it? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But the reaction from the town wasn't applause for the rule of law. It was actually outrage. You see, on the local forums and social media, the narrative here shifted instantly. Suddenly, illegal is illegal, got to deport him out, became, but he's a good guy. They started questioning the consistency of border enforcement. They started asking why resources were being used on this guy instead of the scary caricatures they constantly see on Fox News. This reaction ain't an accident. What it reveals is a fundamental misunderstanding of the systems that they support. They believe that the cruelty of mass deportation is more like a smart bomb, right? That it only targets the people they fear or despise, while sparing the ones that they find useful or endearing. But I got news for them. The machinery of state-sanctioned removal isn't a scalpel. It's a sledgehammer. And when you invite a sledgehammer into your community to crush the others, you don't get to be surprised when it smashes the things that you value, that you care about. So now I want to talk about the contradiction at the heart of all of this. The discourse around his deportation has actually spilled over into conservative spaces like AR15.com. And watching the mental gymnastics is genuinely dizzying, okay? You've got residents debating whether their own kids could face similar consequences for having minor infractions, suddenly realizing the precarious nature of living in a police state. They're struggling to reconcile their ideology with their reality. Again, for years, they've been told that undocumented immigrants are an existential demographic threat, a drain on our resources, a danger to our way of life. Well, that's the propaganda. Their reality was this guy, this referee, a man who contributed to the community, who participated in their cultural rituals, who was, by all accounts, one of the good ones, and a man who actually admitted that he would have voted for Trump had he been allowed to. So when these two realities collide, you end up seeing some massive cognitive dissonance. They can't admit that the policy is wrong. So they try to frame this specific instance as, well, it's a mistake, it's an anomaly, or an overreach. Why not go after the real criminals? They ask. But here's a hard truth they don't want to hear. This is the policy you wanted. This system was designed to remove people regardless of their community standing. The fact that he had a marijuana charge is one of the levers ICE uses to initiate these kinds of removals. They go after misdemeanors all the time. And it's because they go after the low-hanging fruit. Now, this is fascinating, okay? It's very fascinating to watch these folks grapple with the entire concept of FAFO, okay? These people fucked around with authoritarian rhetoric, demanded the most extreme version of immigration enforcement, and now they're finding out that the dragnet is indiscriminate. Doesn't care if you're the good one. Doesn't care if you're the referee. No, all he cares about is paperwork and meeting quotas. Now, here's the thing to remember about this. The outrage in this Alabama town ain't rooted in a sudden discovery of empathy for immigrants. If this had happened to a migrant worker in a poultry plant 2 towns over, someone they never met, someone who didn't officiate their games, do you think there would have been an outcry? Of course not. They would likely cheer. It's because conservatives, they don't empathize with anything until it happens to them. The outrage exists only because the dehumanization in this case failed. They couldn't dehumanize this specific man because they knew him. He had a face. He had a role. He was part of the us, not the them. And that right there exposes the fragility of the entire MAGA immigration framework. It relies on the assumption that the people being targeted are fundamentally different from us, that they're the alien, dangerous, and expendable. But the moment you realize that these folks are woven into the very fabric of your daily life, that they are the referees, the cooks, your caregivers, your neighbors, the moral justification for mass deportation, poof, evaporates. At the end of the day, a lot of these people want the benefits of having a caste system where immigrant labor keeps their economy and their Friday night lights running. But they also want the political dopamine hit of demanding that that caste be expelled. You can't have both, man. You can't have a society built on the labor of people you insist on treating as criminals. Eventually, the state calls your bluff, and when they do, you lose your referee, your barista, your cook, your hotel worker or caregiver. So, to the residents of that deep red town in Alabama who are currently shocked and angry that their government did exactly what they hired it to do, welcome to the reality that you ordered. You wanted a force capable of ripping people out of their lives based on old bullshit charges. Congratulations. You got it. You just never thought you'd be the one standing on the sidelines, wondering how something like this could happen. I guess we'll never know. Okay. Frustration, man. The frustration is real. It's incredible. Oh, okay. Moving on. Let's talk about the Epstein files. Ooh. And what happened yesterday? Oh, boy. The FBI didn't just miss billionaire Les Wexner in the Epstein files. No, they lied about him. They told the public that there were no other traffickers or co-conspirators named, while the 2019 document in their own files actually labeled Wexner a co-conspirator in child sex trafficking, in Epstein's ring. Now, we find out this because of Ro Khanna, who, on Tuesday, read those names into the congressional record. And now we can see exactly how deep this cover-up actually goes. So for years, we've been told about a conspiracy regarding Jeffrey Epstein, okay? And specifically that there was a pedophile cabal that was trafficking children and that the government was covering it up. And that if we elected Donald Trump, he would expose everyone who helped Epstein. Fast forward to now, where we're being told by the Department of Justice and the FBI that while many powerful people flew on his planes or attended his parties, there's no evidence sufficient to charge anyone else as a trafficker. Now, on Tuesday, progressive Congressman Ro Khanna ended up shattering that illusion, utilizing the speech and debate clause of the Constitution, which protects members of Congress from any legal retribution for what they say on the floor. Khanna actually read out 6 names from the unredacted Epstein files into the congressional record. 6 names that the FBI had actually previously redacted. Now, there's one name that stands out above the rest, not just as a participant, but a man labeled in a 2019 FBI document as a co-conspirator. That man is Les Wexner, the billionaire founder of L Brands and the former owner of Victoria's Secret. Now, the document Khanna cited was from an FBI interview conducted in 2019. In it, the FBI explicitly identifies 6 men, Wexner included. Now, let's be clear about what was revealed. This wasn't a list of people who just attended a dinner party. No, this wasn't the people who, flew on the Lolita Express once by mistake. I mean, that's a hell of a mistake. No, this was a document regarding the trafficking operation itself. When the FBI released its files previously, they redacted these names. They told the public that the investigation had concluded and that justice had been served. But if you have a document from 2019 labeling Les Wexner as a co-conspirator, and you do not charge him, and you do not name him, and you tell the public, nothing to see here, man, that's not a mistake. Why withhold that information? Why protect this specific individual? This suggests that the FBI viewed its role not as the dismantling of a trafficking ring, but as the containment of a scandal involving billionaire Republican donors. And yes, the current president of the United States. So let me give you some information about who Wexner is. Okay. Man was a titan of retail. He built an empire. But his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just a casual friendship. It was actually part of the financial bedrock upon which Epstein's operation was built. We know from the disclosures that Wexner gave Epstein power of attorney. We know Epstein had full control over vast portions of Wexner's fortune. We know Epstein used a property owned by Wexner to facilitate his abuse. And he, by the way, he got all this stuff at a discount. We also know that Wexner was a prolific Republican donor. Even after he publicly split from the GOP, he kept funding them. Oh, no, I'm not going to fund the Republican Party. I don't like what Donald Trump's doing. Here's money, here's money, here's money, here's money, here's money. Now, here's the smoking gun that Ro Khanna put into the record. Again, the FBI document didn't just call him a friend, it called him a co-conspirator. Now, do you understand the legal weight of that word? In the eyes of the FBI's own agents at that time, Les Wexner was conspiring to commit crimes along with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, compare this to how the justice system treats literally anyone else. If you're a low-income individual and you drive a getaway car for a robbery, you're a co-conspirator. You go to prison. If you hold the money for a drug dealer, you're a co-conspirator. You go to prison. But if you're a billionaire who funds a sex trafficking ring, gives the ringleader a house, a plane, and millions of dollars, and the FBI explicitly writes down that you're a co-conspirator, you get to go retire to your state in Ohio. I mean, this is the sociology of oligarchy. The law is a spider web. It catches the small flies, man. But the hornets, they rip right through it. Khanna noted that the FBI claimed publicly that no other traffickers were named in the files. That was the official line. No other traffickers. That they're sitting on a document using the word co-conspirator for Les Wexner. How do you square those two things up? No, you can't. Unless you accept that the FBI's public statements are marketing, not truth. They're designed to manage public perception, not to inform the citizenry. Now, let's strip away this idea that, man, this is incompetence, That's it. You might hear apologists say, well, look, okay, maybe they just didn't have enough evidence, man, to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, okay, perhaps. But that doesn't explain the lie. Why did the FBI lie about it? Doesn't explain telling the public that no one else was named. That doesn't explain the aggressive redaction of names that were critical to the public interest. The intelligence community and the federal law enforcement apparatus have a long history of protecting assets and powerful figures. Epstein, may have been useful. He may have been connected to intelligence agencies. I keep hearing about the possibility he was working for Mossad, Israeli intelligence. Now, Wexner, he was a pillar of the American economy. To take him down would be to destabilize a massive amount of capital and political influence. So perhaps they made a choice. A calculated, cold, institutional choice. They sacrificed the truth. And they sacrificed the victims to try to protect the structural integrity of the elite class. This is exactly what happens when you have a two-tier justice system. We're not looking at a failure of policing here. We're looking at the successful execution of state-sanctioned protection for the rich. Think about what's required for an FBI agent to write co-conspirator next to a billionaire's name. And then later on, watch their new boss go on TV and say, don't worry, we got everybody. Let's be clear about the hypocrisy here. From an administration that campaigned on releasing these files and holding the people therein accountable. We constantly heard about the need for law and order, right? But it turns out when the crime is happening in a mansion and the victims are young girls and the perpetrator is a billionaire, suddenly the law and order crowd gets real quiet. Suddenly it's complicated. Suddenly the files need to be redacted for privacy. Privacy for who? For the co-conspirator? Look, Representative Khanna, as well as Thomas Massie, by the way, I don't give Republicans a lot of credit here, but for Thomas Massie, I don't agree with him on a lot, but boy, it is credit where credit is due, okay? Both of them together have done a service to the American public by forcing this into the light. By reading off these names, Les Wexner, along with the others, Salvatore Nuara, Zurab Mikaladze, Leonik Leonov, Nikola Caputo, and Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayam, and of course Wexner, he has bypassed the gatekeepers at the Department of Justice. They've proven that the Trump administration really doesn't give a damn about punishing the people involved in trafficking children. That the entire QAnon narrative has been garbage all along. And I've talked about this before. It was really just a smokescreen created by Epstein to distract everyone while his class, the Epstein class, preyed upon little girls. Jesus. That story. Okay. Let's go from that to Fox News being absolutely obsessed with transgender folks. Yeah. Because that's one hell of a story. It turns out that Fox News ran more stories about transgender people last year than any other outlet in the country. More than the New York Times, more than CNN, and even more than LGBTQ outlets that are actually run by queer people. That's not news. That's a propaganda project. So let's talk about the data coming out regarding right-wing media consumption. Because if you don't understand the volume, then you can't really understand the radicalization. There's new research out released this week by Jessica Kant that highlights a statistic that frankly should be the headline of every major paper in the country. You see, in 2025, Fox News published nearly 1,000 articles containing the word transgender. That's nearly 3 articles a day, every day, including weekends and holidays. That's right. Fox News published more articles on trans people than outlets like The Advocate, the nation's oldest and largest LGBTQ plus publication. Think about that. Fox News, more obsessed with trans folks than the actual trans community is. I mean, this is what people like myself have been saying all along. And here are the numbers, right? The data shows that The Advocate published just under 500 articles on this topic. The New York Times published just over 500. Fox News, boom, blew them out of the water, doubled them. When we look at the top 6 conservative outlets, Fox News' articles constituted over half of all anti-trans coverage, while most of the articles on outlets like The Advocate were actually pushing back on Fox News' lies and obsession with trans folks. Now, you might be wondering, why does this matter that they're such a tiny community? Because we often hear the argument coming from bad faith folks that the left is somehow, we're obsessed with identity politics. I mean, you hear it from the pundits, you hear it from your racist uncle at Thanksgiving. Why they gotta shove it down our throats, man? Well, let's look at the math, huh? Who's shoving what where? Who is actually doing the obsessing here? If you are consuming conservative media, you are being bombarded with a specific, targeted narrative at a rate that is statistically abnormal. You are being trained to see a demographic threat where none exists. You know, the trans folks are less than 1% of the population, right? I mean, Kant even wrote in her analysis that the right had manufactured the illusion of a dangerous, all-powerful enemy out of a tiny demographic with no political influence, financial resources, nor social capital. And yet, this has been effective, extremely effective, because it creates a cognitive distortion. If you sit there and you hear about something multiple times a day, then your brain assumes, man, this must be a pervasive existential crisis. But it's not. This is a cognitive defense mechanism utilized by a network to keep you angry. Now, you might think maybe they're just covering what's relevant, what's popular. No, not at all. This is not market demand. This is market creation. This flood of coverage, this deluge of 1,000 articles in a single year is nothing more than a strategic choice. It is a culture war strategy, okay? This culture war strategy is designed to obfuscate the fact that the Republican Party has absolutely no policy platform to help the working class. When you can't talk about the economy because your policies are nothing but a redistribution scheme to get money, more money to the rich, when you can't talk about healthcare policy because you stripped it away, and when you can't talk about infrastructure because you voted against it, what do you have left? You have the other. Conservative media has decided that the existence of trans folks is a smoke bomb they need to hide the looting of the American middle class. It's a distraction. And unfortunately, it works. It allows them to look at a viewer who is struggling to pay the rent, struggling to buy groceries, and say, oh, don't look at the corporate tax cuts we just passed. No, look at the person who's using a bathroom in Ohio. Look, it's cynical, it's cruel, and it is a feature, not a bug, of modern conservatism. But specifically regarding the impact on the audience, we do have to address the moral rot this entire thing creates. When you consume this level of vitriol nearly 1,000 times a year, you know what it does? It acts as a permission structure for cruelty. It dehumanizes a minority group to the point where violence and legislative erasure feel like a defense to the viewer. They are creating a reality tunnel. If you live inside the Fox News ecosystem, You're not living in 2026 America. You're living in a terrifying fantasy world where a marginalized group that makes up less than 1% of the population is somehow the architect of your misery. And the tragedy is the people consuming this propaganda are being exploited just as much as the people being targeted. They are being used as foot soldiers in a war that doesn't exist, fighting against their own neighbors, while the people writing the scripts at Fox News cash their checks and laugh all the way to the bank. And what's funny is that for years, folks have been told that LGBTQ plus people are narcissistic or self-obsessed. Really? The data proves definitively that the obsession actually lies entirely on the right. To write 1,000 articles about a group you claim to want to ignore, that's the definition of fixation. They can't look away. They're fascinated by it. And they project that fascination on everyone else, the viewer, telling you that you're under attack, when in reality, they're just sitting here monetizing your fear. Now, we have to call this what it is. State-sanctioned bullying, laundered through a corporate press release. This is a system designed to keep you afraid of the powerless so you never question the powerful. Don't let them set the narrative. Look at the data, look at the obsession, and ask yourself, why do they need you to hate these people so bad? Why do they have to keep lying about them? And a great example is the sports. Just recently, another study came out showing that trans women have no physical advantage over cis athletes after undergoing a year of hormone therapy. This is from a new meta-analysis published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. The team that did this research found that trans women's physical performance generally tended to match that of cis women after a year or more of hormone therapy. And although trans women showed higher levels of absolute lean mass than cis women, you know, they're getting them gains, right? The two groups were roughly equivalent in key metrics of physical fitness, such as upper and lower body strength and maximal oxygen consumption. So that entire lie about, males in women's sports, they have an unfair advantage, that was used to justify banning them from playing sports has once again been proven to be nothing more than rank transphobia, pushed to distract us from those who are really, actually harming women. The members of the Epstein class who are destroying all of us. Oh, absolutely amazing. So there you go. All right. With that, that's all I've got time for you today. Now, if any of these stories resonated, then please hit like and subscribe this space, which helps the algorithm push this to people who might actually need to hear it. Also, consider going to my channel, The Logical Leftist, and head to Patreon if you want to support my work directly. Every dollar goes back into research and production. And you can find me on YouTube at The Logical Leftist, Instagram at The Logical Leftist, and Blue Sky at jeffwaldorf.bsky.social. Check all those for daily updates and video clips. I want to thank you all for being here. I also want to thank the folks here at this space. Up next, we've got Andrea Rovenski. The sign is up ahead, and it says, "Welcome to Fuckville." Population? Us.
I've been telling people about this space. We have a rock solid lineup of diverse content: politics, pop culture, discussion, collaboration, news coverage, election coverage, breaking news coverage, commentary, analysis, interviews, guest appearances.
Subscribe to This Space TV.
We were 3 days a week, Tuesdays through Thursdays. Now we are 4 days a week.
because this space TV is the future.
Watch this space.
Hello. You are currently watching a This Space produced programmatic installation of Welcome to Fuckville, and I will be bringing you some information, some knowledge that will hopefully make your stay a little bit less taxing on your soul. This Space is live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Why should you be watching this space? Because I'm on it, obviously. Next question. Let's hope Letterhack puts that in the next promo. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about how, we're going to be talking about a man, if you can call him that, by the name of Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to be talking about his accomplices, and we're going to be talking about the end of the world on today's program. And of course, just to be clear, when I say we, I'm talking strictly about myself. I have multiple personalities. You are not involved in this discussion, so just note when I say we, I don't mean you. So, has anyone ever thought about the last few years, the last couple years of our lives? We've all been alive here. Maybe you haven't, but I have. I've been alive for a while. And now that we've got the Epstein files, the Epstein files, I don't know how you pronounce it. But now that we have the Epstein files, that we don't have all of them, but we got like 5%, and it has shown the world. I don't know if you're keeping up with this stuff, but I'll give you a couple highlights in a moment. But it has shown the world to be just a little chessboard for these rich pedophile rapists. Jeffrey Epstein was doing secret diplomacy between major countries. He was meeting up world leaders and organizing meetings for them so that they could hash out some historical deals. A lot of the wars and invasions that happened over the last 30 years, Epstein was aware of ahead of time, this kind of stuff. I mentioned this, I think, on one of my shows not too long ago, but Epstein may or may not have been involved or know the creators of Bitcoin. If you don't know, Bitcoin was created by a pseudonymous, that one always gets me, like the words change pronunciation, the stress syllable changes when you add that extra fucking I don't know, pseudonymous. But according to the Epstein emails, Jeffrey knew who the creator of Bitcoin was. So that's interesting. It almost puts a lot of stuff back in hindsight, puts a lot of that stuff back into the main view. What did Bitcoin get created in response to was the 2008 financial crisis. Who was involved with the 2008 financial crisis? A bunch of rich pedophile rapists connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Is it possible that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in the destruction of the economy in 2008? And then also was involved in the creation of Bitcoin as a way to funnel money into an untraceable network. Is that possible? Yes. Is that what happened? I don't know. But we need to be open to that kind of stuff, I think. We're in the age of conspiracy, whether or not you want to appreciate that or not. And the mainstream narratives are collapsing and or collapsed. And we need to create an alternative that we can utilize to convince the masses, to follow our wonderful ideological purity. In that, the masses should have healthcare, they should have food, they should have clean air, they should have clean water, and they should be able to live in a happy and healthy way with the people that they love. That's the ideology I promote. But most people, they're afraid of that. They're afraid of having food to eat. They're afraid of having air to breathe. They're afraid of having water to drink. They would rather have, a bunch of shitty cell phone games and terrible Netflix shows and watch garbage like the Super Bowl if it means that they don't get clean air and water to drink and breathe. That's the thing. Most people would willingly and gladly trade away everything that makes life worth living if that means they can watch some garbage on the TV, right? And we need to convince them why that's not a good thing to do. In the same way that farmers need to convince the sheeps to stay in the pen, we need to convince people to stay, or maybe not stay. They can do whatever they want, I guess. But we need to convince people to care about themselves. Is my point here. Most human beings do not care about themselves. They are actively or passively suicidal. How do I know that? Well, look at our planet. Look at how we live. Look at how most people live and behave. They eat and sleep. Like fucking gremlins. They drink fucking soda. They fucking, they breathe in pathogens on a daily basis. They fucking drive metal death machines, like 80 miles an hour. Like, this is a suicidal species of people in our civilization, right? So, but again, people, I think, have the capacity to be much greater than they are. I think, the thing about Homo sapiens, and I don't much agree with the term sapien. I think, I actually recently looked into the origin of the term Homo sapien, and it originates, of course, sapiens is a Latin word, one of my favorite languages, and it originates from the 18th century. Europeans in the 18th century were trying to classify humans as animals in that kind of fashion, and they were like, well, what separates humans from the rest of the homos? Well, the Homo sapiens, they have wisdom. That's what sapiens means. It means wisdom. And this is also during the age of phrenology. So, the white man, we're sapient. But all those other races, well, there's something else. We'll classify them somewhere else. So again, that's where the origin of the phrase Homo sapien comes from. It's a bunch of phrenologists and white Europeans basically saying, we're wiser than our fellow animals. I'm sure that supremacist mode of thought has not blossomed in anything terrible over time. But either way, my point being is that we're animals. We're uncivilized. Most people are uncivilized in the same way that animals like dogs and cats are uncivilized. You have to train them. You have to say, hey, I'll give you the dog biscuit if you catch the ball. You know what I mean? You got to throw the fucking ball in the air and you give them the biscuit and then you go, good boy. And then, you're on your happy way. That's most human beings. Human beings are not born straight out the womb, slipping down like the fucking water slide, right? They're not just born knowing how to be civilized. They're not born sapient. I don't think, anyway. I don't think humans are born wise. There have been these people that have been trapped in basements for like 20 years. And it turns out when you get freed from the basement and you're like 19 years old and you've never seen another human being other than your captor, and you don't know how to speak any language, it turns out it's really hard to learn a language when you're in your 20s and you've never learned a language previously. So that's something interesting. But, just throwing that out there, if anyone wants to research basement captors and, we've got a lot of information after studying these people. And, is that an ethical thing? I mean, should we really be treating people that have undergone such extreme trauma as test subjects? Well, hey, whatever. They don't know what's going on, right? But anyway, my point being is that most human beings are not civilized, I don't think, in any reasonable or, in any reasonable way. Here we have Letterhack in the chat. By the way, Letterhack came in, not to go off topic too much. Letterhack came in at 3:06 p.m. Notice my show begins at 3 p.m. I already did my soundbite for the next promo. Thank you, Letterhack, for showing up late and then asking me to do something I already did. Anyway, back to the show. Most human beings do not pop out the womb civilized. That is something that I very thoroughly believe. Civilization and civility is taught, and it is not innate. Now, that is not also to say that human beings come out the womb violent, primal creatures. That is not the case either. I don't think that there's anything inherently violent about being an animal on this planet. I think violence is a part of nature. It is a part of our life on this earth, but I don't think we are inherently violent in the sense that we just like doing violence for the sake of violence. Now, I'll admit, watching Rocky is pretty fun, but I'm not going to put on boxing gloves and go in the ring and get my face punched in by a bunch of morons. That's not fun for me. I mean, maybe it's fun for some people. I would consider them a little dumb, but hey, that's fine. Maybe they can consider me a little dumb. I don't know. But my point being that, again, people, they're born and raised in a society where they're taught things that aren't necessarily true. They're indoctrinated to behave in certain ways that aren't necessarily civilized, and some ways that are necessarily civilized. Like, for example, we are taught to eat with forks and knives, unless it's pizza or hamburgers or whatever that shit that gets all over your hands. I don't know, that shit's gross. But anyway, we're taught to eat with forks and knives because it's civilized. Unless it's pizza or hamburgers, then you don't eat with a fork and knife. Otherwise, you're weird. Right? Very strange, very inconsistent, right? That's how all of civilization is really. It's very inconsistent rules. Some of them make sense. Some of them don't make sense. It's almost like we don't really know what the hell's going on. We call this a civilization, and yet there's still war going on. Can you really have war in a civilization? Can you really have crime in a civilization? Think about it. 99% of crimes, I'm just making that statistic up. Just throwing that out there. It's not a real statistic, but I'm going to say it for rhetorical purposes. 99% of crimes are crimes of necessity. Again, not a correct statistic. I'm just making it up, and just bear with me. You can look up the correct statistic if you want. Most people do not commit crimes because they think it's fun. Some people do, right? But again, that's a small minority. Most crimes are committed as a result of people not having food to eat, or people not being, they don't have a place to sleep. Or when you do sleep, you sleep for very short amounts of time before you get woken up. You have poor quality sleep. What happens when you don't sleep like 8 or 9 hours per night, every night for the rest of your life? What happens is you get a little fucking cuckoo. You go a little crazy. You ever stay up all night and then you try to go to work in the morning? That shit makes you go insane, right? So, but if you sleep like 5 hours a night, every night for years, guess what? You're going to be dumber and you're going to be crazier than someone who sleeps 8 hours a night. Unless you got there's like this fucked up gene or whatever that exists. Some people got this fucked up gene. I don't really know. You can look it up or whatever. Just Google fucked up gene about sleep. I don't know. There's some fucked up gene that makes it you don't need to sleep as much. But again, if you're someone who's like, let's say, living on the street, for example, it's really difficult to get high quality sleep 8 to 9 hours per night. So, again, a lot of the times when people commit crimes, it's because their needs haven't been met. Either directly, they need to steal food to survive, or either indirectly, they don't get enough sleep, so they're a little irritable, they're a little crazy, and then they beat the shit out of someone with a wrench or whatever. I don't know. What I'm saying is a lot of crime, most crime. Maybe it's not 99%. Maybe you can look up the actual percentage. I don't know, but most crime is because people are getting fucked over in some way or another. And that's the thing. When people get fucked over, especially people that have been getting fucked over for a long time, typically they'll just lash out. Again, that's why, you might say like, oh, well, why don't the criminals target the rich who actually fucked them over? The rich fucked over a lot of people. But again, a lot of criminals are going to be more likely to steal from their neighbor. They're going to be more likely to steal from someone on the street than they are a rich person. And that's a little bit of a problem. But again, that's a problem that is solvable because again, most people, if they were adequately housed, fed, and and did not breathe in pathogens that make their IQ lower and lower and lower on a yearly basis, then maybe we wouldn't have so much crime. And then maybe, and I would say that only then could we get to the point where we could study things like like murder in a serious way, because like until we eliminate all crimes of instability, crimes of malnutrition, crimes of all that kind of stuff that I've been describing, until we do that, we don't really even know, like, do humans just innately want to murder each other? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't believe that. If you're going to ask me, put a gun to my head and threaten to murder me, I would say that most human beings, if we eliminated all the things that cause crime that I mentioned before, if everyone had an adequate level of living, adequate ways to live, you could do whatever job you want, you can make whatever art you want, you can do anything you want, your life is yours. There's no owners to tell you what to do. I don't think anyone would murder. I'm just telling you. I don't think people would get like, oh man, I'm fucking bored as hell. Oh man, everything is so perfect. I think I'm gonna go do some murder. I don't think that that's a thing. And if it is a thing, only then, once we solve all the other crises, will we be able to figure out what the hell is going on there, right? Because until then, how do you disambiguate someone who just wants to murder people from someone who was maybe they were born and raised in a country like America where there's school shootings every 15 seconds, right? So how do you disambiguate those things? Maybe growing up in a country where there's school shootings every 15 and a half seconds, maybe that is what made them want to murder for fun. I don't know, right? So again, we will never be able to even start answering those questions until we actually solve all the other problems. That's one of the problems with our world, is that all the answers are there. It's just the owners are refusing to let us implement them. And this all goes back into, again, especially with the release of these Epstein files, with Jeffrey Epstein being what amounts to like a secret government of some kind, a secret pedophile rape island government. That was, again, Prince Andrew, the royal family. Now, again, I don't know too much about the royal fucking family of England. I'll be honest. I don't know. I don't fucking live there. And they got kings? Are you fucking kidding me? Right? But whatever. But the royal family of England was deeply, deeply connected to Epstein's pedophile island trafficking secret pedophile cabal of rapists, child rapists to be specifically. So think about this. English royalty. Now, again, was Prince Andrew in line to be the king? I don't know. I don't have that family tree in my brain because I'm not a fucking invalid, right? But what I do know is that the royal fucking family was very intimately involved in a global pedophile sex trafficking rape ring, okay? And yet we still have a king in England? Right now, I've also, I'm under the understanding that the prime minister of the English section of the world, the United Kingdom, I guess it's a kingdom and it's united. I don't fucking know. But the prime minister's like cabinet or whatever is like, it's got the stench of Epstein. Everyone's like, oh yeah, that guy I appointed, everyone knew he was involved with Epstein. I don't know. I just didn't think it was that big of a deal. So I appointed him anyway. Isn't that a little fucked up? Right? Doesn't it like kind of collapse legitimacy in your mind? When the United Kingdom's government, the government has been infiltrated by pedophile rapists. The monarchy are pedophile rapists. You think King Charles isn't a pedophile? He's just pissed off that Andrew got caught. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think all of these fuckers are pedophile rapists? If there's anything I'm willing to go out there on a limb and say, it's that I think that pretty much every single monarch imaginable is probably a rapist. And you flip a coin, maybe they're a pedophile rapist. But I think King Charles or whatever, Charlie, I think he's probably a rapist. I think he's probably killed many people, like interpersonally, like with a knife up and close. I don't know, right? The only thing I do know is that one of them got caught. And then they are like, oh, let me strip your royal titles to, I don't know, preserve the legitimacy of having a fucking king, the parasite, a leech, a family of leeches steal English money. And again, the United Kingdom, so even non-English people, and then think about all the colonies still around the world that they have that are in these pseudo-colonial states that the English Empire set up and now operates, right? These tax havens and all that kind of stuff. All this money that has been stolen for hundreds of fucking years, right, was being used by pedophile rapists to operate a secret government on Epstein's fucking island of pedophile rape, right? So again, I don't know. It seems to me that when you have the UK government, which is full of pedophile rapists, right? You have the US government, which is spearheaded by a pedophile rapist. It seems to me like, I don't know, this is a good time to just start over, right? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. But like, why don't we just, I don't know, start over? Huh? Right? Like, look at this. I mean, look at this. We're literally, every day, you wake up, some guy, right? Probably gets like an 11-year-old to spray his fucking face orange. He gets out there, right? And he farts and sharts on live television. He's a child fucking rapist. Okay? Like, I know, it seems almost contrived to say it at this point. The president of the United States spray paints his face orange and is a child pedophile rapist. Okay? Can we just start over? Okay, can we just fucking start over? Seriously, dude. Okay. And so you have, again, the UK, also pedophile rapists. The US is spearheaded by pedophile rapists, right? Then in the Epstein files, it came out that there was this like monarch or whatever in fucking Norway. Was it Norway? I'm not really sure. But whatever. It was like there was this fucking queen or whatever and fucking princess, I don't fucking know, in like Norway or something, that was like grooming her child to become a new king pedophile of the secret shadow cabal. I don't know, man. I think there's some fucked up shit going on when it comes to monarchs, okay? That's what I think. But I think that this is a good time to just bring up the fact that all countries exist. Countries, nations, states, whatever you want to call them, they exist solely because of psychological warfare against its population, right? A population is, again, assaulted psychologically in an effort to believe that some of their fellow humans are us, right? And then other of their fellow humans are thems, right? That's the concept of the nation, right? The nation is like, oh, it's you speak a certain language and you hang the certain ornament above your door at a certain time of year. Therefore, you're a peoples. And now those peoples, well, you need a nation. You need a nation, right? So now we're living in the concept, we're living in the era of nations, right? Like if you go back to 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, nations were not really a thing, right? There weren't, I mean, there weren't really even countries like 5,000 years ago, right? Like, so again, a country, a nation, a state only exists because of psychological warfare against its population, right? When you grow up in the United States, you're taught to be an American and the George Washington shot the king and then now you're free and all that kind of stuff or whatever the fuck, right? You're just brainwashed and you get some programming installed into your goddamn fucking little brain. And then you're thinking, yeah, that motherfucker in Mexico, his fucking school didn't teach him about George Washington. That means he's fucked. That means he's a fucking criminal. Maybe he's a rapist. I assume some are good people. I don't know. Right? That motherfucker in Greenland. Yeah, that one. There's something about drugs. Yeah, they're on drugs right now. Right? You know, like, oh, in Africa, you know, fucking, they didn't have George Washington in Africa. Yeah, fuck them. Right? So that's what you're taught in America when you grow up in America. When you fucking grow up in Russia, you're taught about how like Putin is ripped or whatever, and you grow up in fucking wherever the fuck, you know, that's what every country has their own little fucking la la land history course. You ever think about that? Like is there a school anywhere in the world that teaches actual human history, a cosmopolitan human history that doesn't favor any particular nation? Now I get it. I know nations, countries, states, they have a vested interest in preserving the existence of their country or nation. So it makes sense from that standpoint to lie to a bunch of children and teach them about how special Norway is or whatever the fuck, or fucking Luxembourg. Did they fucking teach the kids in Luxembourg about how Luxembourg is the most important country in the world? I don't know. They probably shouldn't. No one gives a fuck about Luxembourg. I don't even think people who live in motherfucking Luxembourg give a shit about fucking Luxembourg, right? So in that sense, in America, why are we taught so much about American history? It's a bunch of bullshit. And they don't even teach us correct information. It's just a bunch of lies, right? So again, I ask you this question. Are there any schools anywhere on Earth that actually teach a general cosmopolitan history of our species on this planet? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe there are on Epstein's Island. I don't know. I don't know where they are. I can't find them. Right? So every single country provides some semblance of a narrative or a range of acceptable narratives, right? So, for example, there are a range of acceptable narratives on the United States of America. Some people, and I know this may sound comical to you or not, some people actually believe, for one reason or another, and we can get into that later, but some people genuinely believe that America is a democracy. Some people genuinely, again, cuckoo, crazy, they're out of control. They believe America is a land of immigrants. Some people are so fucking delusional in their psycho little la-la land that they believe America is a melting pot. Okay? They believe that. They believe America is anything but a slave plantation founded by slave owners with the express intent to maintain slave owner power and white race superiority. They believe that America is one of those other things. It's a democracy or whatever, and immigrants make America strong. Immigrants have never made America strong. Immigrants make America weak because America is an anti-immigration project. Don't you understand? America is hell, right? The people here have this crazy idea of what their country could be, but it's not. So I don't know. My response to that is like, why don't we make a country that is a melting pot? Why don't we make a country that is a democracy? Why don't we make a country that does, think love is better than hate, like that fucking bullshit that Democrats always say? Why don't we make a country that is founded on joy? Instead of lying to each other about, oh, America's a democracy. Oh, immigrants make America strong. No, they don't. Are you fucking kidding me? And if an immigrant wants to make America strong, why? Let's look at Elon Musk. Why does he want to make America strong? You know why? Because he wants America, an already ingrained, the most powerful white supremacist project on the planet, maybe even in the history of the planet. I don't know. You could argue the English Empire versus the U.S. Empire, which one's had which one's the greatest of all time at the best moment of their careers, right? The English Empire, they did some pretty crazy shit in their day. The U.S. Empire, I don't know. They got some pretty cool stuff. But the point being that this is either tied for first or the most successful white supremacist project in the world, right? In the history of the world. So I don't know. I think if you're an immigrant and you want to support that white supremacist project, I don't know. I think you're weird. I think you're strange. Okay. That's what I think. That's what I believe. Right. So again, I personally do not believe America is a democracy because I can read. I know what democracy means, and I know America's never been a democracy. But would I want to live in a democracy, in a theoretical, hypothetical, future, third, second, whatever, American republic that is a democracy? Would I want to live there? Yes, I do. And so how do we get there? Well, we need to create a fucking pathway of psychological warfare against our own people, our neighbors, in order to convince them that they should have rights. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's what we need to do. There are so many Americans that are convinced they already have rights. Yeah, I have the right to vote. I have the right to freedom of assembly. I have freedom of speech. I have freedom of quartering. I have freedom of unreasonable search and seizure. I have freedom of cruel and unusual punishment right? No, they don't. But they believe that they do, right? So we can use that to our advantage to create a cohesive, right? A cohesive, worthwhile narrative to found a new fucking country on the smoldering fucking ruins of pedophile rape island super cult. All right. And I don't know, I know I sound like a crazy person when I stutter like that, but just, bear with me here. Like any good conspiracy theorist, I'm on multiple drugs at once. So, what do we do in order to create this cohesive narrative that we can all unify behind? In America, there's really never been an example of something like that. You can look at the civil rights movement as one example, but most white people were like, I don't know about that. Maybe black people shouldn't, be lynched or whatever, but I don't know if I want them in my schools. Like Joe Biden, for example, our most recent Democratic president was like, I think black people are cool and all, but, they could be cool over there, separate, but equal. Hey, I don't think that they're worse, but let's just kind of put them over there, So that was like the 1960s, right? So was that really a cohesive narrative for togetherness? I don't really know. But then you have you got the Bernie Sanders campaign. Does anyone remember that? In fucking, I don't know, what was that? 1873? Oh no, that was 10 years ago. But the Bernie Sanders campaign, right? That was a moment where America started to go oh, maybe there is a narrative of some kind of thing we can get behind. Is it democratic socialism? Is it social democracy? I don't really know what the difference is. It turns out Bernie doesn't know the difference either. He did multiple speeches, confusing them multiple times. Right. So that wasn't really that cohesive of a narrative. But like, has there ever really been in American history a cohesive counter narrative to the white supremacist project? I don't really know. There have been multiple attempts to build one, and maybe I will try and fail to build another one here on thisspace.industries. But my point being is we need to have a cohesive, well thought out alternative explanation for the last several thousand years, and we need to direct it in a positive way in the future, right? Because guess what? As it's revealed in the Jeffrey Epstein emails and files, the entire right wing, the modern right wing cultural narrative of like transgender for everyone, and they're killing everyone, and the transgenders are secretly getting inside the schools, and they're putting estrogen in the milk, and then but not the raw milk, because the transes are afraid of raw milk. So that's, and then the black people are teaching the white kids that white kids are actually not better than black people. How dare they? And then an immigrant delivered your pizza one time, and so. That whole narrative of the right-wing culture war garbage, this Gamergate bullshit all the way up until now, turns out Jeffrey Epstein was pivotal in inventing the whole fucking thing. If you look at the Jeffrey Epstein goddamn emails, guess what? Jeffrey Epstein was BFFs with the founder of 4chan. Yeah, the founder of fucking 4chan was on Epstein's island. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was a motherfucking right-winger, all right, and if I was activated as a soldier to save the nation by Gamergate, and there's women playing Street Fighter, and oh no, you know what I mean? So if I were in that position, and then I found out that a pedophile, rapist, child cabal, shadow government invented my entire ideology, you know what I would do? I would go shopping for a new ideology, or I'd go shopping for some rope. But either way, okay, what my point being is, those people, their bubble is bursting, right? The average American white person, right? The average American white person that was like, oh, I don't give a fuck if black people get shot in the street or strangled on live television. I don't give a fuck if ICE is deporting brown people and black people and shooting other people in the street. But the minute a white person gets shot and killed on live TV, oh shit, how long has this been going on? Whoa, law enforcement is killing people? Whoa, say it is not so, right? So, that kind of fucking goddamn horseshit that average Americans do, right? So again, those people, their bubbles are motherfucking bursting, right? Then let's look at the liberal Democrat, type of motherfuckers, the Kamala Harris people. By the way, did anyone see Kamala Harris launched a new news collective? Yeah, she's competing with This Space, that fucking bitch. She launched this new group called fucking Headquarters 67. And then changed it to Headquarters 68. Motherfucker, what? Right, so they are like, they're barely able to even see straight. They got double vision, they got triple vision, they're drunk as hell, right? They don't know what the hell's going on. Right, the liberal Democrats, their bubble is fucking bursting. Oh yeah, Bill Clinton also was on Epstein's island, most likely. And if he wasn't, it's probably because of operational security, is probably getting the children shipped to his fucking slave plantation in Arkansas, which, by the way, Bill and Hillary Clinton owned slaves in Arkansas when they were the governor. When Bill was the governor of Arkansas, look it up, they employed slave labor. I'm not even joking either. I know it sounds ridiculous, but Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton owned slaves in Arkansas in the 1980s and 90s. So look that up if you want. So again, the bubbles are bursting one by motherfucking one. The AI bubble might be next, but one by one, the bubbles are bursting. It turns out the entirety of the U.S. American project is just a bunch of pedophiles in a trench coat. So what do we do? Right? Again, what do we do? I don't know. Well, I do know. I have a couple of ideas. And again, I'm not like the most intelligent person on planet Earth. I'm a high school dropout. I don't know shit. I don't even know how to read. I don't know what words are. But again, we need to come up with a cohesive, reasonable, logical narrative to respond to this, right? And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna go out there and say it. All right, Jesus, no Jesus. I'm sorry, no thank you, Jesus. Anyone retreating to religion at a time like this? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking goddamn kidding me? Jesus fucking Christ? Oh, Jesus Christ is gonna save us from ICE barging in and fucking taking your child to a concentration camp and feeding them mold. Yeah, Jesus motherfucking Christ is going to stop Donald Trump from dropping a nuclear bomb on Iran. Yeah, sure. Jesus fucking goddamn Christ is going to stop, a school from being shot up or whatever, or from ICE going into the schools and shooting them up. ICE was shooting fucking tear gas inside of a school in Minneapolis, right? So I don't know, man. Like, I think one thing that we need to do, and maybe you want to say Americans are too far gone that we should implement Jesus into our project. Okay. We'll put a pin in that and we'll discuss it at the next constitutional convention. Should Jesus in any way, shape, and form be tolerated at all in a new Republic of America? I personally say no. If you disagree with me, we'll hash it out. Once we get the pedophiles out of the government, once we dissolve the federal government of the United States and get rid of the federal government, we'll be fine with state governments. I want everyone to understand this. I advocate to completely dissolve the federal government of the United States. And we can have these state governments watch over us, right? While we build a new federal government. Maybe we can have China maybe occupy our country a little bit, just so we don't kill each other while we design a new federal government. That is something I advocate for. But either way, so we'll discuss Jesus at the Constitutional Convention. But my point being is we need a logical, cohesive answer, right, to all of the questions that people are going to have, right? For example, why is there AI in my cell phone and I keep trying to turn it off and it keeps turning itself back on? Answer, because corporations bought everything and destroyed it all. All right. Question. Why can I barely afford fucking rent and I'm going to lose my house even though I paid my bills on time? Answer, it's because a bunch of pedophiles bought the government and stole everything from you. Question. Why am I fucking so goddamn stupid and why do I hate my life? Answer, because the pedophiles destroyed the school system. Bill Gates, a pedophile rapist, the affiliate of Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates single-handedly, I want you to look this up because this is something you might not believe me. In the aughts, Bill Gates pushed a conspiratorial education mindset of that was heavily focused on standardized testing on all of American schools during the George W. Bush and early eras of Barack Obama. He was pushing this school reform that ended up going to all 50 states, right? That made testing scores go up a little bit, but then actual raw data and raw, intellect and understanding of the world crash and plummet. You can trace it all back to Bill Gates, who, by the way, was a pedophile rapist affiliate of Jeffrey Epstein. So again, you can literally trace it all back to fucking billionaires, right? You can literally trace it all back to pedophile rapists. And then, so how do we go from here, right? Well, step one, Step one, the pedophile rapists. Okay, we got to deal with the pedophile rapists. I don't know. I mean, again, I know. I keep reiterating myself. It feels contrived. All right, but a pedophile rapist cabal is in charge of the United States government, and they have access to thousands of nuclear warheads. Okay, that's a problem. That's probably going to take maybe 10 or 20 years minimum, and that's assuming that the worst case scenarios then don't end up happening. It might take 50 years, right? If we all get, gobbled up by ICE or whatever and they shoot us all, it might even last 100 years. But we're going to get to a point where the pedophile rape cabal is going to go, right? They're going to be gone. Either Donald Trump's going to pass out and never wake back up, and then J.D. Vance is going to become the next president, and he's going to just be so unlikable, and they don't get the midterm elections stealing in time, and the Democrats win, and then, and then the world is saved or whatever. But either way, we got to get rid of the pedophiles. There is no way around this fucking shit that we don't get rid of the pedophiles. If we don't get rid of the pedophiles, we do not have a country, okay? This country is a bunch of pedophiles in a trench coat, okay? So we got to get rid of the pedophiles. Step two, again, we need to indoctrinate Americans into loving and caring for one another. And I would say we need to indoctrinate the planet into loving and caring for one another. But we can hold that on for a little while. I was born in the United States. I know the United States more than I know any other country on this planet, right? So again, I am not going to be the best, representative when it comes to convincing someone who's a farmer in fucking Africa or whatever to come along with they don't even speak the same language as me, right? So we'll find other people to be representatives for their cultures. But really, this is a global human problem, right? Again, the UK is currently the cabinet of 10 Downing Street, like the prime minister's like right-hand guys are fucking involved with Jeffrey Epstein. The royal family was funding, like, who knows? Maybe Jeffrey Epstein would have never gotten his fucking shit off the ground if it weren't for the royal grants from the UK's royal family. They are a fucking pedophile cult. The royal fucking family. King Charles is now the head of a pedophile cult. Okay, I don't give a fuck if he's not personally responsible or if he's not personally culpable. Whatever the fuck that means, he definitely is. All right. So again, it's not just America. Multiple fucking countries. Do I even need to say Israel? Do I even need to fucking say Israel? Oh, the pedophile capital of this earth. Do I even need to talk about them? Maybe not. We'll put a pin in that, okay? But my point being, we need a global reset because this shit is not working and it doesn't make any goddamn fucking sense. All right? This idea that motherfuckers in South America need to be apartheid citizens and they need to live in some forever form of, oh, will the US bomb me today? I don't know, man. Maybe they shouldn't be living like that, right? Should Africans be living in this perpetual state of fear? Oh, maybe England will bomb me today. Maybe they'll enslave me tomorrow. Maybe some rich American corporations are going to come here and fucking destroy my village, destroy my family. Maybe, there's this big scam in Africa called orphanages, right? Where they just round up a bunch of African children, steal them from their families, and then bring them to like white schools where they teach them Christianity, and they call them orphanages. And you think orphans, that means their family's dead, right? No, not in Africa. If you're an orphan in Africa, there's a 90% chance your family is fine. In fact, they're living like 5 miles away from you. It's just you can't see them because white people wouldn't let you, right? So like that's the kind of thing. Like, do we really need to be living in this? This is a global problem. This is not just an American problem, right? And like, so I think we really need to start like having a global conversation, right? So then it gets into, oh, well, what about language, right? Are we going to have to choose a universal language? Well, I got a couple of my particular favorites. Maybe we do need a universal language. Think about it, right? What if every single left-wing individual, maybe you don't even want to call them left-wing, but maybe every single person who wants to save civilization, maybe people who want to bring about the first civilization again. By some arguments, you could say we've never had a civilization. Look around you. Does this feel civilized, right? So maybe we all need to learn a language, right, that we were not born into, learn how to speak a new language, and then so we can communicate with each other. Maybe we should learn a language that a country does not own, right? A lot of people would say, learn Mandarin. It's got 1 billion people or whatever. Yeah, but Mandarin is also the official, language of the government of China or whatever. Well, they got a whole bunch of official language bullshit. I don't even know. I've only scratched the fucking surface of that. Okay, so maybe, again, you might know I have a bias toward a particular language that no country lays claim toward. But again, maybe that's something we should do in order to communicate with each other across state lines, across country lines. That is one of the ways that the billionaire pedophile class has kept us so divided, is through the concept of language, through the concept of not being able to talk to one another. Think about this, right? We have the goddamn internet. How many languages do you know? We can talk to anybody in any fucking country. Any country, we can talk to anybody. How many languages do you know? How is it that like we don't just pick someone from France and then they're like we teach them English, they teach us French, or you pick someone from fucking China and blah blah blah? Shouldn't that be like something we use the internet for instead of fucking like scrolling and betting on fucking gambling and fucking like all this fucking shit? I don't know. Maybe that's something the internet could be used for, is for learning about other languages and cultures and talking about things and seeing how similar you are to people halfway across the planet. That's something we could be doing. Ultimately, what we need, what I'm advocating for here on this program today, specifically today, is we need a unified, cohesive narrative, an explanation for how we got here and where we're going in the future, right? Because you can't have one without the other. If you tell people, here's what I want to do in the future, and then you lie to them about the past, you just say a bunch of bullshit or you ignore it, they're going to look at you funny, right? Like when someone looks at me and says, yeah, America's a democracy, or at least it was a democracy, and we've got to restore democracy. I look at you like you're a fucking monster because you're a fucking monster. And I'm not talking about like King Kong. I'm talking about like real monsters. You're just like some fucked up shit that I like a figment of my imagination. What the fuck? America's a democracy? What? When? Can someone pinpoint on a map or on a calendar when America was a democracy? At any moment. I'm waiting. Was it Andrew Jackson's election? Was that when America was a democracy? Was it, 1868 or whatever? Was that a fucking, wow, we were democratic then. When was the democracy in America that everyone keeps fucking telling me it certainly was real, this democratic moment in the American history? I can't find it anywhere. I'm looking, I'm scrolling through pages after pages. Oh no, where's the fucking democracy? I can't fucking find it, right? So again, I think people lying to you about how we got here, I think you should either, maybe not ignore them, but you shouldn't really throw your lot in there. You need to simultaneously explain how the fuck we got to Fuckville, and also how the hell do we get out of Fuckville? Because I don't want to be in Fuckville. Do you want to be in Fuckville? I mean, I don't like Fuckville. I'll be honest with you. Okay. I look around, kind of scary. All right. We got a pedophile island in one direction. We got nuclear warheads in another direction. You got fucking hot pockets in that direction. And I don't know, maybe there's a fourth direction and there's something there. I don't really know. But my point being is we need a way to get out of this mess. And we need to start with getting rid of the pedophile billionaires in a trench coat. And we need to teach Americans things that would, that would come in handy. Like if Americans learned that actually if you speak Spanish, that doesn't mean you're automatically a rapist, I think that would benefit most people. It would benefit Americans. It would benefit people that speak Spanish. I think everyone would benefit if we were able to teach Americans that if you speak Arabic, you do not have bombs installed inside of your body. You have not gotten bombs surgically attached to your nervous system if you speak Arabic, right? For example, that's just one thing. If you pray to Jesus, that doesn't necessarily make you a moral person. That's what America needs to realize, that if you read the Bible, that doesn't automatically make you a good person. If you go to church, that doesn't automatically make you a good person. Again, in Minneapolis, they had this fucking church or whatever where the fucking leader of this church was a fucking like Nazi agent. This church leader was a Nazi agent selling out immigrants. A Nazi agent was a fucking teacher in church, whatever word they use, pastor, fucking minister, whatever the fuck. They all got a bunch of different fucking words for all the same goddamn fucking thing. And then God fucking heaven forbid you say the wrong one. You say minister when you meant to say pastor, and then these people get fucking their knickers in a fucking bunch. Right? But anyway, my point being, right, that we need to teach Americans how to actually engage in reality for once, for the first time in their lives. And then we need to, again, figure out what the hell we got to do here to get rid of the shadow government, to get rid of the pedophiles in a trench coat. And then we need to go forward. All right. A lot of people may be in this audience, maybe not. I don't know. We got some fucked up people in this audience. But a lot of people, they look at something like the Soviet Union as like, the peak of human civilization. And I'll admit, okay, the Soviet Union, the USSR, there's some stuff there that's pretty interesting, but they failed. They're a bunch of losers. Let's be honest about the situation. What happened when the Soviet Union collapsed, right? What happened was you had all of these countries where Western capital went in and just fucking destroyed. Now again, okay, the USSR was not very well managed, especially in the 80s, okay? We have to be honest about this. I know a lot of people are the fucking Soviet dick suckers and they're not going to want to hear this kind of stuff. But again, Jeffrey Epstein trafficked a lot of children out of the collapse of the Soviet Union. If you look through the Epstein files and emails, you'll find that the bulk of the children that were trafficked through Epstein's sex trafficking network, children, these are kids trafficked were from these post-Soviet locations, right? These countries where the Soviet government collapsed and then oligarchs were buying everything up, and there's this weird limbo zone, right? And again, it was in that limbo zone before the collapse of the Soviet Union, this official end date. You know, it's not like, oh, the Soviet Union was going great, and then one day, whoops, we broke the tree branch, and then it all, you know, it was slow over time, slow collapse. But again, that was the population that Jeffrey Epstein manipulated and fucking destroyed. And fucking, was Jeffrey Epstein a player in the collapse of the Soviet Union? Let's not go that deep, okay? Well, I've only got 10 minutes here. But my point being is, right, the USSR has some good ideas, but it was a bunch of fucking failures and losers, a bunch of fucking global losers that, let's be honest, they lost the Cold War to a bunch of fucking pedophiles in a trench coat, because that's what all America was in the 90s, right? George H.W. Bush, he was in the Epstein files, raping kids. Bill Clinton, right? So in the 90s and in the 80s, who knows what Ronald Reagan was up to? I don't know if he's in the Epstein files. I haven't seen him in there yet. But my point being is, all throughout the 80s and 90s, the entire Cold War was, you have the fucking USSR trying to build this global communism, not really going so well at that point, versus, is like a two-way battle, right? Versus a bunch of pedophiles in a trench coat, right? So the USSR is such a terrible institution that it lost the Cold War to a bunch of pedophiles in a trench coat. How do you lose the Cold War to a bunch of pedophiles in a trench coat? I don't know, man. That's pretty pathetic. If you ask me, right? But since the Cold War ended, the pedophiles in a trench coat, think about it. Since the early 1990s, these motherfuckers, man. Oh my God, they have stolen fucking everything. They've stolen the kids. They've stolen the fucking future itself. They've stolen the fucking planet. They've stolen the fucking technology. They've stolen even the concept of civilization since the collapse of the Soviet Union. The only thing keeping the pedophiles in a trench coat in check was the existence of the Soviet Union. And when that went bye-bye, right, then we had 30 fucking years, more than 30 fucking years of fucking unrivaled, unparalleled global dominance by a pedophile cult of child rapists, okay? And so maybe we need a new USSR. I don't know. Maybe we need a new concept. Maybe I don't. Again, Americans are really dumb, and especially those people in Eastern Europe. I know I got a complicated history with the C word. I get it. You got a complicated history. I know the Soviet Union wasn't perfect, but maybe we need a new thing. Maybe instead of the C word, we got to use a new word, even though the C word is perfectly fine. If you understand the English language, if you're even barely literate, you know that the C word is actually really cool. But again, we got a lot of people that are dumb as hell here. So maybe we need a new word, but maybe I think what we need is a new global communistic or something democratic socialist. It's a democratic socialist. I don't know what that means, and neither do you. It's got healthcare, right? Maybe that's what we need, but we need a new global fucking movement because I don't know. The pedophiles in the trench coat have been running roughshod over the rest of the world, and China's not really doing anything about that. Is China doing anything? Where's China? China's playing like the 10,000 year long civilization game where they're sitting in the fucking corner just hoping that they don't get nuked. That's what China's fucking doing. You think China gives a fuck about anyone else? I don't know. I don't. I think they're sitting in the corner just saying, don't nuke us. Please don't nuke us. Like, they just want to be here when the pedophiles in a trench coat nuke each other, and then maybe China can survive. I don't know. China doesn't seem like they're going to be building that global super communist network, or maybe they are. You know, they're doing all kinds of stuff when it comes to investing in Latin America and Africa. Maybe they're not doing it as quick to my liking. Maybe they're going to do it. Maybe you give them another 50 years and they're actually playing not that long of a game. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I'm optimistic when it comes to China. I'm not that much of a hater. I'm optimistic, but I'm still cautious, okay, when it comes to those motherfuckers. And I don't think we should be relying on any particular nation state. We should be relying on each other. Again, we should be able to communicate with one another. We should be able to communicate with the people in our areas, and we should be able to provide a cohesive worldview that maybe doesn't take an hour-long YouTube show to even fucking start. Have I given you a cohesive worldview? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm struggling here. But I'm not the best communicator in the world. I'm a fucking freak show. I'm a loser. All right. I got a lot of problems. So maybe don't rely on me to be the communicator. Maybe you should communicate to people. Maybe I'm just some crazy motherfucker on the internet, and maybe you can synthesize the words that I'm saying on the internet and then also understand how to speak them to other people. Maybe that's my role here. Maybe my role on this internet page is not to speak with the most eloquent caveats and make sure that everything's neatly tidy, and I have not neglected to mention this particular group of people that, is a caveat of that particular thing. Maybe you can just fucking figure that out yourself, and maybe you can stop being a whiny little bitch. For example, Groove Dragon, a whiny little bitch. Maybe just maybe, instead of whining like a little whiny bitch, I don't know, you can kind of understand what I'm saying, synthesize it, and then get the good parts out to someone else. I'm just saying, just an idea. Okay. Okay. But anyway, my point being is, the pedophiles have created the world we live in, and I don't want to live here. Do you want to live here? Doesn't seem like a very livable location, if you ask me. So, step one, we need to tell people how the fuck we got here. Turns out pedophiles got us here. All right. Do you like pedophiles? If the answer is no, chances are you're probably not going to want to live in the pedophile world that we live in. So, all right, great. Now, the next part, a lot more difficult. We got to teach people how to love one another, and we got to work together, and we got to build a world that works for all of us. That's going to be the hard part, okay? Thankfully, I think we'll all be dead by nuclear hellfire before we get to that part, and maybe the next generation can figure that part out. I don't know. But I don't know, man. I think the world's not looking so good. Anyway, that's all my show. I got 4 minutes to spare. So, yeah, maybe I should have slowed down on my talking. Maybe maybe if I would have talked like at 98% of the speed, maybe I would have made it to 4 p.m. Before running out of things to say. Maybe. I'm not sure. Sometimes I talk a little too quickly for my own good, and then I end up with 2 to 3 minutes to spare. But this Friday, on this space, we will be having our first Friday show stream, marathon broadcast. Tell your friends to subscribe to this space. This Friday, I will be hosting a game of Jeopardy with all of your favorite This Space hosts. If you have a This Space show you like, nag at that motherfucker and tell them to show up on Friday for Jeopardy. I will be testing all of the This Space participants on their historical knowledge. And we have some other categories written by other people on things that I don't know shit about, right? So it's a little bit more fair. But I will be hosting Jeopardy this Friday. We will also be watching some public domain films live on stream. If you want to watch some public domain films, some movies, or maybe it's just one movie, not sure yet. You can join us on Friday evening. We will be starting our broadcast, I think, on 6 p.m. On Friday, and we'll be going until around midnight. And there's going to be all kinds of fun stuff there. Friday the 13th, everybody. Huh? That's crazy. See, the thing I enjoy about this space is that, when I was doing my own show on my own channel, they all know what the hell I'm talking about. So it got kind of boring. But when I go on this space and I do this show, there's people here every week that I've never seen before. And then I get to say some of the most crazy, insane shit that I probably should keep to myself. to a bunch of strangers. And that to me is always very enjoyable. I would like to leave you all with a wonderful message of kindness and compassion from Groove Dragon, who says, quote, Andrea is a fucking Winnie little bee. Thank you for watching.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song.
Left of the box.
This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee from Left of the Box. Sorry, I'm a bit off. How about I do that? Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee, and Lanier is just getting off my lap, of course, now. Oh. You know, I always have this really big fear being in here that I'm going to hit the end stream button out of habit. For those of you who don't know, I'm a Canuck. I am Canadian. And there is a big news story happening in Canada right now. I also happen to be non-binary, part of the queer community and stuff. And so this is kind of like a double hitter because the news is breaking and it's been confirmed that there was a shooting, a school shooting yesterday in a teeny tiny town in British Columbia. And it was tragic and we'll get into it. 9 people have lost their lives. Originally yesterday, they were saying that it was 10. It's been updated to 9 because there was just a breaking news conference before this from the RCMP, and it turns out the shooter is indeed a trans woman. So the right wing is going to be on the attack. If you are part of this community, I would suggest you just stay off social media for the next 24 hours. Because it's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough one. So I have some videos and stuff lined up. I need to add it to the stage. Oh, no, I'm not adding a guest. I'm adding a screen. Share screen. That one. Okay. Oh, I need to plug in my headphones. We've got some video, we got some articles to go over, and of course my thoughts on this. It's going to be a challenging little while. So this is from CBC News, and it's from just 4 hours ago. So since this, there's been an update. So this is why I tend not to cover a lot of breaking stories like this right off the bat, because there's always updated news and like things are being updated, things are a mess. But the thing is here in Canada, it's a little bit more organized. The RCMP was holding off announcing things and stuff because they wanted to be sure. They have to contact all the family members and next of kin first, confirm that they've been in touch. So that they're not learning about this on the news. Plus, this community only had 2,400 people in it. It's a tiny community. Everyone will know all of these people involved. And I think because of that, they were able to kind of figure it out a lot faster than in some other situations where there's a lot of unknowns. There's still unknowns. There's been no motive released at this point. And it is just a tragic story, one that we're not used to dealing with here in Canada. And I know people in BC. I know people in the education system in BC and how difficult this is. And it is, it's going to be a challenging time. But like I said, we can get into it in a little bit more later, talking about, you know, how to cope with this, how to manage, and the details. So here we go from CBC News 4 hours ago. Like I mentioned, there's been updates since, and we'll get into those.
As we continue to track reaction, we also want to take a closer look at the timeline of this mass shooting and how everything unfolded. For that, we go to the CBC's Mark Carcassole, who joins us now here in studio. So what do we know about how this happened and when?
Dorothy, according to police, they first got the 911 call for gunshots at this school around 1:20 p.m. local time, which tracks with what students have told CBC News, where they say alarms went off in the school and they started hearing gunfire around 1:30 a.m. Obviously, in that tense situation, they're not going to be able to pinpoint the exact time, but around 1:20, 1:30, the stories kind of sync up there. Police say they arrived at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School about 2 minutes after receiving that phone call, warning the community about the incident, telling them to prepare to take safety measures. This was part of the police initiated public alert that they put out at the time. When police entered the school, they say they discovered several people either dead or injured from the attack. At least 6 were dead by the time they arrived. Another victim said to have died on the way to hospital. Students reported being locked down in their classrooms, some of them behind barricaded doors for about 2 hours. Eventually, as police moved through the building, they were able to clear out the rest of the students and staff. There were families reunited with the students that they had there eventually under the watch of police. During their work to clear the school, police say they also found the body of the person they believe was the shooter. They say that person died of what they're calling a self-inflicted injury. As they continued their investigation, they went to another home in the area nearby that they say they, quote, believe to be connected to the incident. That's where they found 2 more people dead. In total, 9 people have been killed. The shooter also found dead, and 25 people were injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries. We don't know the ages of the people killed. And
so the ages have been released. When I was watching the news conference earlier, the person giving it, the RCMP officer, was saying that a lot of the injuries weren't gunshot wounds. They were more like things that might happen when you're barricading a door in a rush. But he didn't know the exact extent of all of the different wounds. So he couldn't say for sure how many of those 25 people were actually shot versus they received injuries. Plus, they were saying that people were checked out for wounds because they had blood on them, but it wasn't their blood. So again, there'll be more information coming out in the near future, but this is just such a tragic incident in such a small town. Like the ripples effect in this town, this tiny town, they will all know it. The ambulance people who were showing up, the police officers who were showing up, all of them, if they had kids in that high school, it could have been theirs. And that's like the only, I would imagine that's the only high school in the town. So if they had kids that age, they'd be there. And I can't imagine how horrifying that would be as a first responder going into this situation, not knowing if you're going to come across your child no longer living.
Injured in this incident. Police eventually called off the public alert around 5:45 p.m. local time, so about 4 hours or so after they were initially alerted to the shooting at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Police do say that they have identified the suspect, but they have not revealed that identity publicly. Initially, reports suggested the shooter was a female with long hair, but we're still waiting on concrete details from local RCMP. Speaking of local RCMP, Superintendent Ken Floyd with the North District talking about a motive. He says it's going to be very hard to pinpoint that exactly right now.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. This was a rapidly evolving and dynamic situation, and the swift cooperation from the school, first responders, and the community played a critical role in our response.
So those are the details that we're still waiting on right now, the identity of the shooter and the motive behind it. Interestingly enough, in their correspondence with...
Yeah, let's move to this. Oh. So share this tab instead. So here we have RCMP identified perpetrator in BC mass shooting that left 9 dead, 27 injured. So the person was only 18 years old and is believed to have killed 2 relatives in their residence at Tumbler Ridge home before the school shooting. So here's some of the latest. RCMP have provided updates on the mass shooting that left 9 dead and 27 injured in Tumbler Ridge, BC Tuesday. Mounties identified the suspect as a resident, 18. 1 teacher and 5 students between 12 and 13 years old were found dead at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, police said. Van Rootsteller's mother and sibling were found dead at the family home, officers added. Leaders from the House of Commons around the world, including King Charles, have offered their condolences to the grieving close-knit community. BC's mental health support line is 310-6789. You can also reach Kids Help Phone by calling 1-800-668-6868 or texting CONNECT to 686868. So I have this queued up in a different tab to where I want to go. But just some more, the shooting was underway when police were called to Tumbler Ridge Secondary School around 1:20. Police entered the building and found the suspect shooter, 18, dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. 1 teacher and 5 students were found dead in the school, a female teacher, age 39, 3 12-year-old girls and 2 boys, 1 12, the other 13. One of the dead was found in the stairwell, the rest were found in the school library. So officers inside the school recovered a long gun and a modified handgun. Neither were registered to the suspect, whose firearms license expired in 2024. Police did not speak to motive and said officers have not found any notes. So a memorial is beginning to grow near the high school. And Thursday is going to be declared a day of mourning in BC. So Prime Minister Mark Carney has made some comments on this, both as a presser here, but also on the House floor. So we'll listen to this. This is also from Global News.
Well, I'd say it's obviously a very difficult day for the nation this morning. Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you. I have spoken to Premier Eby. Minister of Public Safety has been engaged, as have many Canadian officials over the evening. Minister of Public Safety is en route to British Columbia. He and the Premier will be visiting the community. All assistance, obviously, will be offered. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents, for everything that they've done in this terrible situation. On the advice of the Clerk of the Liberty Council and Heritage Canada, I've asked that the flags in the Peace Tower here and across all government buildings be flown at half-mast for the next 7 days. We will get through this, we will learn from this, but right now it's a time to come together, as Canadians always do in these situations, these terrible situations, to support each other, to mourn together, and to grow together.
I have plenty of criticisms of Mark Carney, but that seemed very authentic. The emotion he had, he was on the verge of tears. That did not feel performative at all. I watched Pierre Poilievre's statement on it, and it was like he didn't know what emotion to fake. I did not get anything sincere from him, and he was very flat throughout the whole thing. But, you know, different people respond differently. But I do believe that that was a very authentic reaction to it. So also, there's this. He was on the House floor, also, again, talking about this.
I've been here before. École Polytechnique in Montreal, the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City, La Loche, Saskatchewan, Humboldt, Saskatchewan, Potepic, Nova Scotia. Each time, it breaks us open. Each time, Canadians show who we are. Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable. To those families who have lost loved ones, this house mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this house prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you. May the memories of those lost be a blessing. May this community, which has shown its resilience so many times before, once again find the strength to heal. And may this house prove worthy of what Tumbler Ridge has always been, by striving to make Canada a better, kinder, and safer place.
Yeah, so he was mentioning some of the other mass shootings that have happened here in Canada. The worst one was this one here, École Polytechnique massacre, which happened in 1989, in which 14 women were murdered. And it was targeted. The person who did this hated women. And so he was specifically targeting women in this instance. I also have some other kind of mass killings that have happened in Canada open. I don't know how much I want to get into them, though something of note, some of the worst ones we've had were not done by guns, because we do have pretty significant gun control laws here. So I'm just going to remove this for a moment. We'll get back to it. Watching the Majority Report earlier, and they were saying something like, oh, I wonder if they're going to do anything about it here. Chances are yes. After mass shootings here in Canada, there is a real look at how the person got a hold of guns. And right now in Canada, there is a freeze on handgun sales. So it will be looked into how this person was able to obtain a gun in the first place. That said, hunting rifles and whatnot don't face the same restrictions because hunting is a huge part of the culture here in Canada. Because gun ownership per capita is not that different in Canada than it is in the United States. It's just in the United States, there's more guns than people. So the ones who have them in the States tend to have a lot more, and a lot more in the variety that are meant to just maim humans. Earthbag homies, like Canada is going to take away hunting guns. Yeah, that will never happen. It will never happen. And I'm pretty sure that's the tone that you meant it in, that, yeah, it will never happen. Because, like I said, it's a huge culture here in Canada. There would be way too much pushback against it. So hunting rifles and stuff, that's not going to be, none of that will be taken away, even if that was the weapon used in this instance. But it is, it is troubling, because this isn't about the gender of the person who did it. It is a tragedy. Obviously, the person was mentally disturbed. And here in Canada, our mental health is not covered the same way as our physical health under our Canadian Health Care Act. Access to mental health supports are not as easy to come by, and would be a lot more difficult, I would imagine, in such a remote, small community. So also in a small, remote community, it would be hard to be different, because everyone there would know your business. And again, we don't know what the motives were. Nothing justifies it, though. Nothing justifies going into a school and just murdering people. Nothing justifies that level of violence. But like with a lot of other instances, we can talk about why it happened, some of the reasons it happened, without using that to try to minimize or justify it. The same as when I talked about the Charlie Kirk shooting and other shootings that have happened. We can talk about the reasons. That will never justify the outcomes of what happened. So tragic upon tragic. Let's see. Oops. Pause that. It wants to play right away. I got a couple more videos that I wanted to go over before we get to the press conference where they talk about the shooter. So here we have from CBC News, one of the high school students describes the emergency lockdown. So, yeah, he was at the school.
Hi there, Darian, and your mother, Shelley. I'm really, what a terrible thing to meet you like this. And I'm really sorry that we have to have this conversation. And I know it sounds trite to say, I hope you're okay, but I can't imagine what you've been through, Darian. What's your sense of, like, do you have any sense of what happened, or can you tell us where you were?
Yeah, I can. So, I was just getting off my spare block, and I was in the mechanics classroom preparing to do some work on my car when the alarm went off that I've never heard before. And our principal goes throughout the halls, and she's saying, people close your doors, lockdown, stuff like that. I thought it was a secure and hold and something like that at first. So, but once things started circulating, we realized how serious it really was. So we all barricaded up the doors with some iron tables and sat in that room for around 2 hours. I was on my phone with my mother the entire time. And about 2 hours and 30 minutes passed when we went onto lockdown. Our CMP got in. We're telling everyone to put their hands up, and we were all escorted out of the building and sent towards the community center where I met up with her in person.
And in that whole time, Darian, did you hear anything?
No, I did not. Where I believe the incident occurred, which was on the far right wing of the school, but I could be wrong, was far away because I was on the far left wing of the school. So I did not hear anything occur. I only heard a few things from classmates that they may have heard possible gunshots when they were driving in a truck to get it repaired.
Are we talking about a big school? I would imagine it's not a very big school, eh, Darian?
It's not very big, but we had very many classrooms in between us and where it might have been occurring, and walls and tables and everything like that.
Shelley, as you listen to your very eloquent son here, I'm sure, I can't imagine how thrilled you are that he's sitting beside you right now. This must have been a terrible, terrible day for you.
Yeah, it was. I was at work. I work up at the health center in the lab and x-ray, and my coworker came in and asked me if I knew what was happening at the high school, and I was like, no. So then I went to my office, which has a window that looks directly onto the high school across our parking lot. And that's when I saw the fire trucks and the RCMP and the ambulance. And there was a RCMP member with his gun drawn, crouching in our parking lot. And then that's when I got a hold of Darian, and I just told him to keep me on the phone. And that's kind of what he did, until the RCMP were able to get the kids out of the mechanics classroom and to the community center.
So also another
It is the main crime scene where police.
Another person, survivor of the mass shooting, speaking out, and she's only 12 years old. I haven't actually watched this one yet.
They say 7 lives were lost, and the lone suspect was found with a self-inflicted injury. Now, so much is still uncertain in these hours following what, as you mentioned, what is one of the worst mass.
Looks like it's covering some of the same stuff. Oh, here we have, to give you an idea of how remote this community is.
Now, this is a small community in the northeastern part of BC that sits in the shadows of the Rocky Mountains. This is the kind of community where every victim's name will be known. One resident.
Again, it's only a community of about 2,400 people.
Described it as the kind of place where everyone perks up when you hear the ambulance sirens going, because everyone knows everyone. Now, at least 25 others were injured in this attack. That includes Krista Hunt's 12-year-old cousin. She described to Omni News the harrowing moments of finding out that her cousin had been struck.
It's very scary, and she's only 12 years old and, you know, fresh into high school, and you know, you don't expect a tragedy like this to impact your family. So we're all just sitting praying that she's going to make it through.
She remains in critical condition at Vancouver's Children's Hospital. Now, world leaders are also offering their condolences to Canada. I'll read you a few of them. The royal family calling this a brutal act of senseless violence, acknowledging that this has left an appalling shadow across Tumbler Ridge. President Emmanuel Macron of France says his country stands alongside the Canadian people and described the shootings as horror. Germany's chancellor says the news has deeply shaken us and wished the injured a swift recovery, while Australia's prime minister said he is deeply shocked and saddened by the tragedy. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also issuing a statement of support on X, in which he said such tragedies should never happen anywhere in any country in the world. Now, Faiza, little information right now is known about the identities of.
So we do know the identities now. And again, just to put this in perspective, in Canada over the past 124 years, there's only been 72 mass shootings at schools. Over the past 124 years. In the United States, they've far surpassed that in any given year. And so this is part of the reason why it hits here, because they are a rarity. They don't happen all that often. And it always hits different when it's kind of in your backyard and involves people from your community. And I'll touch on something that happened in my city a few years ago. That again, I'll get into it after this next bit. So this is the press conference that was just given by the RCMP, and where they identified the shooter.
In fact, you're the first media to ask the question.
So somebody was being antagonistic in their in how they sounded anyway, about like, why did you wait so long to mention that the shooter was trans? And this press conference was happening like 24 hours after the incident. And as this person says, you know, especially, we don't rush to just give out information. They want to make sure that the information is accurate before they make statements. They want to make sure that all the family and next of kin have been contacted and notified before going public with this information. And, you know, in today's news hyped kind of environment, there's this demand to know everything now, as opposed to just letting investigations unfold and finding out the information so that you get accurate information, as opposed to just anything that's being sputtered out in the moment. So like, I don't necessarily want to keep on comparing it to the States, but with the States, it's hard to tell what information is accurate in the first 24, 48 hours because of all the false information that goes out there. And then not to mention that the FBI is so incompetent that they keep on posting false information. Again, after the Charlie Kirk shooting, they said that a suspect was caught, but then it wasn't that person. Then their suspect was caught, and then it wasn't that person. And, you know, any images of people that turns out not to be the suspects that get out there, not everyone's going to see the retraction. And, you know, a lot of bad things can happen to these people. The backlash, what people think they did, and things of that sort. So it is very important to be patient, to learn the facts. And here's the thing, it's actually quite surprising that it came out this fast. And again, I think it's partly because it was such a small community and they knew everyone involved. So they were able to determine rather quickly if there were any other potential threats, make sure everyone was safe, you know, that sort of thing. But as of, you know, just before now, when I was doing this, there's no motive that we know of. All we know is that the shooter is a trans woman, barely 18. And that may or may not have anything to do with why she did it. It could be, yes, it could have been because of bullying. It could have been because she felt alone in that tiny community. And it most definitely is because of mental health issues. You know, well-adjusted people, even under a lot of stress and bullying, don't go out and do a massacre. So there was definitely some mental health issues going on. The reasons behind it's almost inconsequential, as in, I'm trying to think of the right words here. It was the mental health, and they just look for a reason to justify this urge to get it out of their system, to lash out at others, and it never makes it okay. But what it boils down to is any mass shooting is a result of mental health issues. The hate-motivated ones, all of them. So I know the right wing will be, oh, well, she hated cis people and she was targeting cis people. And again, we don't know her actual motives as to why she did what she did. What I can confidently say, in my opinion, is that it was mental health issues at the root of it that caused this to happen.
That this person is transgender. Why is the RCMP not speaking to this? Why are we hiding this?
So it might be hard to hear the question, but the person is asking, it turns out the shooter is transgender. Why is the RCMP hiding it? Again, it's a very antagonistic question, the way that this person asked the question, almost accusatory. But again, it's just been like 24 hours since this has happened.
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question. I will say this. We identified the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jesse was born as a biological male who approximately, the information that I have, approximately 6 years ago began to transition to female and identified as female both socially and publicly.
Unfortunately, we've heard a lot of transgender as mass issues. Do you think there's a correlation here?
It's too early.
And now, of course, this reporter is saying, oh, so do you think there's a correlation between being trans and these mass shootings? Which again, statistically speaking, no, there isn't. All the other mass shootings that I've seen in Canada, done by cis males. All of them that I have seen. I could be wrong, but it looks like it. It is, again, the people who tend to do this type of violence is disproportionately cis men. And the right wing, like to try to politicize this, to try to make this about trans people as opposed to that person is just some people wanting to use this to do their political propaganda, to incite hatred, incite violence towards trans people when it comes to this sort of thing.
To say whether that has any correlation in this investigation. I think it's important to recognize that this investigation is still in its infancy. We have scenes still lock down the school and the residents while we execute search warrants and gather further evidence and talk to witnesses that may have further evidence for police.
Can you tell us about the weapon? I'm just wondering, can you tell me when police, prior to yesterday, last in contact with Jesse?
That's a good question. I probably have that.
And I just want to skip ahead a little bit. They're just asking if there's been any other issues with this person. And spring of last year, they were called, I think, for self-harm reasons.
Procured, whether they were lawfully owned, unlawfully owned, whether manufactured, and whether there could be any other parties to an offense. At the time, our investigators continue to pursue those leads. We want to make sure that the information we do provide is accurate. We want to ensure that we can identify properly the ownership of the firearms, how they were procured, whether they were lawfully owned, unlawfully owned, whether they were manufactured, and whether there could be any other parties to an offense that we are not yet aware of. So when we are able to release that information, we certainly will.
He was quite young. Did he have a license to have that?
I can say that she had a license that had expired.
There is a bit more in this that I wanted to get to, I think, after this.
Experiencing bullying at the school.
So asking if the person has experienced bullying.
Because of this transition from male to female?
I do not have any information to suggest that was the case. I can say that Jesse dropped out of school approximately 4 years ago and was not currently attending the school.
Sir, I have a question here from Jared from the Western Standard. They wanted to just know why we waited until now.
Again, another one just wondering why they waited till now from the Western Standard.
It's a good question. I know it's one of concern, specifically with the speed of social media. I think it's important to recognize that yesterday, when we first provided a media availability, it was approximately 5 hours after the active shooter event. At that point in time, we were still trying to lock down locations. We had victims that we were evacuating. As you can imagine, the scene was quite chaotic with significant amount of trauma. And it's important for us when we do release information to get it accurate. I point to the case of now having to correct and say that there's only 9 deceased persons instead of 10. We want to get information out as quick as possible, but we also appreciate that that information needs to be accurate, because particularly when we're dealing with victims or are dealing with the identity of a suspect, we have to take into consideration, in this case, our suspect was deceased. We had to locate next of kin to notify them. So I would hate, notwithstanding the public interest, I would hate for someone to find out that their loved one was deceased, coming from our podium or coming from the news media in advance of being told in person.
And this is like one of the biggest things about these incidences is that you need to wait until you hear what the police say after they've done their investigation. Because there was lots of stuff going around online earlier about motives and who's and things of that sort. But it's important to be patient in these sorts of things and let the process run its course. It's better not to know than to just be fed false information.
And then I have one other question here from Ruth with Energetic City. Was the suspect related to anyone in the school?
So I think that's the main parts that I wanted to get to from this.
A note or any other communication in advance of this happening?
Not that we've located so far, but we are continuing to pursue that lead.
Sir, are you able to give us sort of what the police's working theory is on why this happened?
Well, we don't have an idea yet as to motive. And again, recognizing we're still less than 24 hours into this incident, it is something that we are certainly passionately pursuing. But it would be too early to speculate on motive at this time.
Was there a bolt put out to be on the lookout for prior to?
Okay. So let's just see if there's anything else that I want to get to. Sorry, I'm just looking over some of the information right now to see if there's anything else. So we saw that. Okay. Yeah, we always run into this sort of thing where if the shooter is anything but a cis man, then it's like, okay, so we need to put controls down on them. We need to lock them down. We need to make sure that trans folks can't get guns anymore. And that type of rhetoric is never done the same way when it comes to the cis men who are predominantly responsible for violence. Like not just gun violence, but violence. It's predominantly cis men that are responsible for it. And of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't trans or women who are responsible for it. Of course there is, but predominantly it's a cis man issue. But it's never treated like that. However, when there's a trans shooter, suddenly, you know, it's a trans issue. And it's just, again, it hits differently when it happens in your backyard and involves people in your community, because especially like up here in Canada, I don't fear being shot. You know, going outside for a walk, going to the park, going to public events. That's not something that ever crosses my mind. I feel safe in my community here. So when something like this happens, that shatters that reality, that violates your sense of safety in a way that, again, it just hits differently. So in my city a few years ago, there was a stabbing at a school at the university, and the perpetrator was targeting people in my community, people like me. He targeted a gender studies class, and He stabbed the professor and 2 other students. Fortunately, they all survived. But I've been on that campus. I've been most likely in the room that happened. Because I go to the university campus for lots of different reasons. And to have it so close, again, it shatters this idea, this perception that maybe we're different up here, maybe we're safe up here. And what it comes down to when we're comparing ourselves to the States is that we are safer, relatively speaking, but we are not safe. And these types of things need to be addressed at the source of the problem. You know, I'm glad we have all these gun control laws here in Canada, but that doesn't prevent mass attacks, because some of the most deadly ones we've had in recent years were people in vehicles plowing through crowds. There was one in Vancouver just last year. And that killed 11 people. And then in Toronto, there was another van attack in 2018, and that also killed 11 people. So guns make it easier, no doubt about it. And guns make it easier for people who are impulsive, who maybe aren't thinking straight. If you can just pick up a gun and go, then it's more likely that attacks will happen. Whereas if you have to plan it out, think it out, you know, have to go through all these hoops in order to do it, you're less likely. By the time you go through that process, the person might have calmed down, but the underlying issues are, why are people doing this? Why are, again, predominantly men feeling the need to go out and do these massacres? And that's the issue that needs to be dealt with, because you can take away all the guns, but that won't prevent this from happening. Not to say that you shouldn't be taking away the guns, because you should. Because in Canada, we have far fewer gun-related deaths than in the United States, especially when it comes to self-inflicted use of the gun. As somebody who's been there, not with a gun, if I had one, I probably wouldn't be here. Because again, it is that impulsive, the how readily available and what's the word? How readily available, and there's a word that a gun is very not accurate. That's not the word that I want. Oh, fuck. I hate when I do this and I completely blank out on the word that I want. Successful. It's not exactly it either, but also when it comes to like self-inflicted, if you can just pick it up and do it before you even try to talk yourself out of it. Like, there's so many different reasons why having guns around make gun deaths more likely. It can be taken off of you in a home invasion and used on you. But again, the self-inflicted, because yeah, I've been there, and all it would take is a twitch, a nervous twitch while you're trying to talk yourself out of it, and it would be over. And so it is a good idea to have more gun laws and stuff, and we do have plenty up here in Canada, which is why we don't have as many mass shootings. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of the same issues that, you know, Americans have when it comes to violence in general. And those are the issues that need to be dealt with. But, you know, to see that since the shooter this time was a trans woman, in the way that the right is now attacking trans folks, it makes, my community more at risk of stochastic terrorism. They also will then demand that trans folks no longer be allowed to have guns, which means that trans folks won't have the same ability to protect themselves as cis people. They won't have the same rights, the same privileges as cis people, because the right doesn't want them to. It's a multi-layered thing, but it puts a target on all of us when that sort of thing happens, especially those of us who are public figures, because they want to blame us for the violence. But what in our rhetoric would encourage it? We talk about loving everyone for who they are, to embracing people, to accepting people. What in our rhetoric would actually encourage this type of behavior versus what rhetoric and culture would encourage male violence? And there's a lot of that. And so the reason why this person did it was mental health. The specifics of the reasoning is unknown at this point, and we may not ever know, because if she didn't leave like a manifesto or an online social media history where she might have been talking about what she was planning on doing, we may never know her actual motives when it comes to this. And so all it will ever be is speculation. And it's important right now that if you are part of this community, just stay offline if you're sensitive to this sort of thing, because you will be attacked by the right, and you'll be made out to be monsters. But again, this never happens when it's a cis man that does this. And so often with male violence, it's just brushed under the rug. It's deemed acceptable as normal male behavior when it's not. It shouldn't be. And when it hits your community, when it hits in your backyard, you feel it more. Because you can see yourself in these situations and stuff. Like I said, fortunately, the stabbing that happened here, nobody died, but I felt it. And the person did it on the last day of Pride Month too, intentionally. And he did state very plainly he did it because of woke leftist ideology on gender. He stated very specifically that's what it was. But the police determined it wasn't a terrorist attack because it wasn't ideological related, but it was hate motivated. I'm not terribly sure there's much of a difference. So I don't know what more to say about this. Just seeing if there's any new updates. But if you know trans folks out there, just be supportive of them. If you know people in the education system, be supportive of them, because again, in Canada, we're not used to having that talk with students. I know when I was in high school, there were a couple bomb threats, but they were just threats. There was no rehearsals of lockdowns and things of that sort. It's never a thought to a lot of the students here that this type of thing will happen to them. And so it, again, will shatter their sense of safety. It will, make them question that entire community of Tumbler Ridge, everyone there will be affected. Everyone. Again, it's only 2,400 people. They will all know the victims. They'll all know the families affected. So the amount of PTSD that entire community is going to be feeling for a while. And I would imagine that they're going to want answers as to why this happened and if this person needed mental health support and wasn't given it. But hopefully they don't then just accuse trans folks, because there's already enough hurt and pain going around. You don't need to traumatize and make and attack another community, entire group of people because of the actions of one person. But yeah, we're going to be unfortunately hearing a lot in the news about this over the next while, primarily from the right wing, because they love using this sort of thing as justification for their hatred. They love using this to prop up. So you're going to be hearing about this for the next, year every time there's a mass shooting. Well, what about this person? Or whenever they try to push through anti-trans laws or paint trans folks as being violent. Well, what about this one person? One. But you can list all of the incidences that were done by cis men and they never get acknowledged. I've never felt under threat by anybody in my community. I have felt under threat by cis men and some cis women. So it will be a challenging time. So just make sure that you reach out to, your trans friends and be very supportive of them over the next while, because they're going to be bombarded with hatred and vitriol over the next while. Especially if they're on social media because it's their job or, their social networks are on there and that sort of thing. So just check in with them, make sure they're okay. Let them know you're thinking of them. Because in times like this, it's important to not feel alone. And so having that friend that you haven't heard of, just, check in, make sure you're okay. If you know people in BC, just check in and make sure that they're okay. Even though, it's so far from where I know the people in BC, it hits different. If this happened anywhere in Ontario, it'd be hitting me different. Because again, it violates your sense of safety. It violates your sense of community when it happens in your backyard. So I'm just going to check subspace. Also, I have to kind of start transitioning out because my hour is almost over. I'll probably be talking about this again on Sunday during my regular news live stream. I don't know if I'll do another live stream in between now and then to maybe just talk about this some more if stuff comes up, or if people just need to talk about it, especially people in the queer community who might need a platform or an outlet or a hub to help process this. So I'll see, but as of right now, the next news live stream will be Sunday. Please check out my new YouTube channel. It's slugging along. I posted a second video on there. It'd be nice to get a video to hit like 3 digits in views. It's when you're starting off with the channel and you get no attention in the algorithms, it's a slog. It is such a slog. So any support boosting that channel would be greatly appreciated. That channel being Sandee Lovas, talking about writing art and all things creative. I do have some videos in mind that I plan on getting to. But still, the TYT essay that I'm working on is the big thing, the big wedge, the big barrier I have from really just focusing on content for my channels, because I need to get that off my plate. And I've been putting work into it, but it is a massive, massive project. So yeah. Anyway, anything else from Subspace? Jet saying, Sandee, 100% always best to wait for the right info than to just assume. Yeah. Because when you send out, false information and stuff like that, the amount of people that might see the retraction or the correction is usually a small fraction of the people who saw the initial announcement. So it's always important to wait until you hear from officials. Sadly, in the United States, even when you hear from the officials, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's accurate. So yeah, please subscribe to my new YouTube channel. I would love to get that up to 3 digits in subscribership. The sooner the better, so that I can really claim that domain on there. So it looks like next is going to be syndicated content from Mike Figueredo and the Humanist Report. And I think with all that, take care, everyone. Thank the producer, Nicholas, for all their hard work on this. Thank you to the mods. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. And don't forget to subscribe to this space while you're here, as well as all the creators you watch on here. Go to their YouTube channels and subscribe. It's important to support other leftist content creators and help boost them, because we do get lost in the algorithms quite a bit. So with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Helps this your support, folks, is what helps this channel stay on the air.
Tell a friend.
Send the videos to your friends and family so we can break through the algorithm.
Do me a solid, hit that subscribe button if you have not already. It helps out this channel. It helps out all small creators.
It helps the algorithm push this to the people who actually need to hear it.
Watch this space.
The book was such a success, and I'm very proud, and I get so many messages and letters how they enjoy the book, and they would love, my fans and people would love to hear more from me. So I had an idea to make a movie, to make a film. It's a day-to-day life, what I'm doing, what kind of responsibilities I have. People they don't really know, and they will see it. It's day to day, from transition team to moving to the White House, packing, establishing my team, the First Lady office, moving into the White House.
You just heard First Lady Melania Trump, aka FLOTUS, talk about her new documentary narcissistically titled Melania, not to be confused with this Melania from Elden Ring. That's not the same Melania, but the Melania we're talking about is the First Lady. And this documentary is going to chronicle her life in the 20-day lead up to President Neck Pussy's second inauguration. And she gave us a brief synopsis of what to expect in that interview that you just watched, but it's still unclear to me whether or not we're going to get to see her move into the White House and if it's going to cover the day-to-day. It'd also be really cool to see the behind the scenes for the crypto scam that she launched too. You know, I hope that they put that in there. I would I would love to see that. Now, as riveting as this nearly 2-hour documentary sounds, it's apparently not doing too well, even though Trump claimed that tickets are selling out fast. And since he never lies about anything, you would assume that that was true, but apparently not too many people are lining up to buy some tickets. So The Guardian reports that just one ticket for the premiere was sold in London at the flagship location of the biggest cinema operator in the UK, although to be fair, 2 additional tickets were sold for the 6 p.m. showing later that day. But with that being said, they report at the time of publication, all seats remained available for the for the 28 screenings of Melania at the Blackburn, Castleford, and Hamilton branches of View. Although they add, the picture was slightly rosier at the Cineworld in Wandsworth, which had sold 4 tickets, while 5 back row seats were also booked at the Cineworld in Brighton. But keep in mind, this is only the beginning, guys, because once word of mouth gets around and, you know, one of the 4 people who saw the film in Wandsworth tell their friends about it, and 2 of the people from the Brighton showing recommended to their coworkers, we could see ticket sales hit double digits for the first time. Who knows? Anything's possible. But that's just the UK. The film hasn't actually launched in America yet. That is tomorrow when it premieres. So we're not really going to know for sure until like the end of the weekend if it does well. But I've got to say, it doesn't look too good, if I'm being honest. People are showing screenshots of ticket sales for their local AMC theaters, and well, as Nate Gilbert points out on Twitter, not a single ticket sold for the opening night of Melania at Boston's largest theater. This person points out that literally every single seat is also still available at the theater near him in New York for opening night, and this person's theater in Omaha also has not sold a single ticket. But wait, before you haters talk any shit, the Royal Regal in Palm Beach, Florida actually did sell 2 tickets for one of the 3 showings for opening day. So there's that. But again, it's still early, to be fair. But having said that, it doesn't look good, both the movie itself and its chance of success. And I've got to ask, did we expect this to go any other way? Because when I found out that Jeff Bezos spent millions of dollars on this documentary, I, much like everybody else, assumed he'd just dump it on streaming services and forget about it. But the fact that they're actually putting this into theaters and spending millions of dollars to market it is fucking wild to me. Because who wants to see the Melania movie? Even within the MAGA cult, are there really that many Melania heads? I just can't fathom anyone giving a single shit about this vapid shell of a person who literally chose to marry an ugly pedophile just for his money. The only logical explanation that I could think of as to why Jeff Bezos chose to butter up Trump with this is that Trump and Melania were fighting or something, and Trump thought that this was the best way to make it up to her. Sort of an, I'm sorry I cheated, babe, here's a documentary to make it up to you apology gift, since, you know, this is something that she really wanted, since after all, she's the one who pitched this. Let that sink in. Imagine being so self-obsessed that you pitch a documentary about yourself. Who does that? like, what the fuck? Is incredible, isn't it? But one of the most hilarious things about this is that she's seemingly too dumb to know that this is only happening because oligarchs are trying to curry favor with her husband. She's actually narcissistic enough to think that people care about her and want to see this film on their own volition. Like, you can tell that when she promotes it, she genuinely believes that there's an appetite for this. And get this, she even reportedly got pissed off that Alex Preddy's murder took attention away from its premiere, which happened just hours after his murder, by the way. And journalist Michael Wolff reports that she actually intervened, and her intervention is what ultimately got Donald Trump to back down when it comes to Minneapolis. Now, I do feel like Michael Wolff is exaggerating the extent to which Melania had an actual impact on Trump's decisions. Having said that, is it believable that she would be pissed off that a man who was executed by her husband's Gestapo stole the spotlight from her? Let me think about this. Yeah, I think so. If only they waited to execute him until after the premiere so that we should have at least a little bit of time in the spotlight before this victim of her husband's regime stole it away from her. Like, the audacity of him to do that. She actually thinks the entire world revolves around her, because to her, I mean, it kind of does. Perception is reality. I say this because they held a private screening of the movie for her where various big tech CEOs and oligarchs like Tim Cook from Apple, as well as executives from Amazon, Zoom, and AMD all showed up for the premiere for her dumbass movie hours after Alex Preddy was murdered. And she's naive enough to actually think that they were there for her and not Trump. And shame on all of them, by the way, for attending that, because they saw Alex Preddy got assassinated by this administration, and then they show up to this event so that way they can lick the boots of the wife of the fascist demagogue whose Gestapo murdered that man in broad daylight. Just shameless. They have no fucking shame. But to get back to Melania, when she talked about this premiere that was apparently ruined by Preddy's execution, it was abundantly clear to me that she had no idea that all of the very important people that she was bragging about showing up were just there to blow smoke up her ass. The Fox News host does it too, and she doesn't even realize it. Just watch.
A source that was there told me that the college students, the teenagers, were mystified. They were glued to the screen. They loved it. And what I was curious to know, what did the president say to you after the screening, after he saw it for the first time? Was that the first time you saw it Saturday night?
It was the first time that he saw a whole film, and he loved it. He said, a must watch.
And then what about Barron? Because I know Barron's in the film a lot. What did he say? What was his reaction?
He is in the film, and he liked it too.
And what about the other children?
The other children didn't see it yet.
Okay.
They will see it soon. And but it was wonderful to have so many world leaders with me on Saturday from all different fields. And we were celebrating it, and the reception of the movie, of the film, was very warm.
Girl, get a motherfucking clue. I can't believe this. Do you not understand that nobody gives a shit about you and your stupid ass movie? It was a literal bribe, you idiot. How can you not see that? And the reason why so many very important people were there sucking your clit was because they wanted something from your husband. Is it really that difficult to see that that's what their motives were? Like, his neck pussy was the actual target of their flattery. How do you not get this? I'm struggling to understand how she doesn't get this. Or maybe she does, but she just doesn't care. Like, anyone with common sense would find all of this patronizing. But I guess that she's fine LARPing as an icon because that's really as good as it's going to get for her. Because let's be real, deep down, I think she probably knows. At least I hope she's smart enough to know that she is going to be completely forgotten by the world one day in the same way that Eva Hitler was forgotten by the world. But this entire movie, it just proves that she's as delusional as her husband, who might actually literally have dementia, but at least he has an excuse. What's her excuse? Cognitive dissonance? I just want to believe that I'm adored by the world? Get over yourself. And it's so fucking funny how the Fox News host doing this interview seemingly doesn't even know what to ask, because, like, it's clear she doesn't give a shit, but she has to pretend to care. And she is not doing a very good job at making it seem like she actually cares. Just let me show you some examples.
We see some scenes of you designing your inauguration dress. We see the hat. And then we also see moments, apparently, of when you talk to the Bidens. You have tea together. You drive to the Rotunda. You're on Air Force One. The Biden send-off. So how were the Bidens to the Trumps on that day?
They were very nice and very beautiful relationship that day. So it was a very special day.
And what is your favorite part of the movie when we all go to watch it this weekend?
It's very hard to choose because the audience will experience many different emotions. Humor, sadness, grief, many things. And I think everybody will connect on the certain scenes.
Okay. Would boredom happen to be one of the emotions we feel too? Because I can't imagine that they had much to talk about if they literally kept in scenes of her picking out her dress and having tea with the Bidens. Like, the fact that that made it into the final cut tells you everything you need to know about this documentary. A documentary about me in the 20-day lead up to Trump's second term probably would have been more entertaining, where I'm manically playing Power Wash Simulator and binge eating and doom scrolling. Like, who wants to watch this shit? Like, nobody wants to watch this shit. This is the answer. The one person this was made for is Melania Trump. Trump doesn't even want to see this shit. He's just lying when he says that he liked it. He's just trying to keep her happy. And one of the funniest aspects about this entire shit show is that even the people who helped make this abomination, they are also hoping it fails. And that's not just because of the subject matter. It's because the entire situation was reprehensible. As Rolling Stone reports, crew members say that the worst part of working on the film wasn't the propagandistic promotion of a fascist regime. Rather, it was having to work alongside accused sex pest Brett Ratner. And really, sex pest is too generous because this man is an actual alleged rapist. Quote, I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the propaganda element of this, one member of the production team said, but Brett Ratner was the worst part of working on this project. That person said they weren't aware of Ratner's involvement until just days before filming began, and they would not have accepted the job if they'd known. And while the crew was overworked and not allowed to take breaks, Brett Ratner would come in with food and pig out in front of his starving staffers. Poor working conditions aside, though, the crew also just doesn't want to be associated with it. Quote, one person familiar estimated that some 2/3 of the crew members who worked on the film in New York had requested to not have their names formally credited on the documentary. A separate person who will be credited on the film said, after experiencing the first year of Trump's presidency, they now wish they had not put their name on it. Quote, I'm much more alarmed now than I was a year ago, that person said. And get this, unfortunately, if it does flop, one member of the Melania production team said, I would really feel great about it. God damn. So even the people who made the movie are so embarrassed by it that they don't want credit and they're hoping it fails. But I'm sure that all of the very important people who told Melania at the premiere how wonderful it was were being totally honest. But the most embarrassing fact about this film that I wasn't even aware of until today is that there was actually a bidding war over this film by major movie studios, mind you. Disney and Paramount also tried to buy the rights to this film, but they were outbidded by MGM, which is owned by Amazon. Like, if that doesn't speak to how broken our system is, nothing does. You have multi-billion-dollar corporations fighting each other to finance a film that they know is going to flop, all so they can curry favor with the incoming fascist president. Fuck all of these corporations. But as infuriating as that is, I'll admit that I'm glad that they did decide to put out this movie, because even though the film itself isn't entertaining to me, I am entertained by the discourse surrounding it, because basically everyone and their mothers are shitting on this movie, and I am living for it. Here's some of my favorites. Even if they showed this on a plane, people would still walk out. The woman, the film, the disease, malaria. This one is good. People were calling Trump a pedophile, and there were also pictures of her with Jeffrey Epstein in the replies to her about this. And also we've got this one. I'm completely addicted to checking the AMC app to see how many people have purchased tickets for Melania. At most, there are like 3 tickets sold per showing. Love to see it. Life hack. Get an easy dopamine boost by checking out how Melania tickets are selling at your local movie theater. Might go watch Melania's documentary at the theater so I can spend some time alone. We gotta go through that whole Nobel Prize shit again when Melania doesn't get nominated for an Oscar. Oh god, I didn't even think about that. Imagine them thinking that what the world wants right now is a movie about Melania. And my favorite, Goku to Vegeta. Let's fight somewhere empty. Cuts to an empty screening of Melania. And mind you, these were some of the nicer comments, but if that wasn't enough, even CNN was roasting the shit out of it. Just watch Harry Inten's face during this segment.
What we're expecting right now in terms of how the movie is going to be received, just take a look at the projections for the Rotten Tomatoes for Melania, the chance of the score, in fact, being below 20%. That's not good, Aaron. That's not good, being below 20%. A majority chance, according to the prediction market odds. And why is it? Why do they feel that the odds might not be so hot to trot? Well, it comes back to the fact that's the same reason that we don't think that it's going to necessarily be selling out a whole heck of a lot of tickets. Why? Because what's the projection for opening weekend for Melania? It's just $1 to $5 million, which is, again, not so great. That's a forecast. Take a look at Fahrenheit 9/11, the top documentary of all time in the first weekend. It was $41 million for inflation. Melania, not anywhere close.
Right. Even if Trump or somebody goes in and buys a whole lot of tickets, I think with the scrutiny on this, people might be able to see what's happening. Okay, but there's also the, you know, things might not make a lot of money, bring in a lot of money, but it's all comparative to how much money was spent on it.
Yes.
How much money was spent on Melania?
Yeah, okay, so you see that $1 to $5 million in the opening weekend projection. How about the fact that $75 million spent by Amazon? That includes the money they spent on the film to purchase the rights, $40 million, and then $35 million spent on all of the advertising, all of that jazz to try and build up that audience, which right now doesn't seem like they're rushing to actually see it.
And one would think, given their marketing savvy, perhaps they were aware of that, despite the spending. Amazon CEO went to the premiere at the White House. Tim Cook went from Apple. Tell me something I don't know.
I will tell you something that you don't know, Aaron Burnett. The film Melania might not be doing so hot to trot come this weekend, but Jeff Bezos is doing quite well under Donald.
Oh, I'm sure he is, Harry. It's almost like the bribes are working. Shocker. But it's worth saying again that Melania really is as stupid as her husband, the person, not like the movie. Like, she is as dumb as Trump, because they both want all the glory and all the adoration without doing anything to earn it. Even if it's fake, they'll take it. She'll happily let Trump's donors treat her like a Make-A-Wish kid with this dumbass documentary just so she feels special. Just like her husband with a pussed out neck is going to happily accept a fake peace prize from FIFA and the Nobel Peace Prize that was literally awarded to somebody else. Like, you can't make this shit up. He'll even take some random glass thing with the Apple logo on it that Tim Cook gave him to kiss his ass and not think that it's patronizing at all. Just think, oh, wow, this is because he actually genuinely admires me. It is the most pathetic fucking thing in the world. They're the most attention-starved couple on this planet. But the only thing more pathetic than them is all of the corporate kiss-ups bending over backwards to lick their assholes. It is so fucking embarrassing. It's not just the gifts and the documentaries, it's the interference that they run for this fascist regime, all to remain in their good graces. Trump Dick Zuckerberg, for example, of Meta, is censoring information that should be publicly available about the Gestapo on his social media websites. You've got TikTok's new owner censoring Epstein, along with any and all new posts about the news, especially ones that are about the Gaza genocide. And then the Hilton actually fired an employee who warned her community that the ICE Gestapo was staying at one of their hotels. And on top of that, they profusely apologized after a franchise in Minnesota refused service to the ICE Gestapo. And none of this is particularly surprising, by the way, seeing as how one of the characteristics of fascism is the merger of the state with corporations. But I guess you just expect them to try to be at least a little bit more subtle, given how they spent years trying to pander to the rest of us after George Floyd was murdered and during Pride months. But I mean, if a Democrat were ever to become president again, I'm sure that they'd switch it up like that and pretend like they never went full fascist. Because at the end of the day, these duplicitous corporations don't have any real values. They care exclusively about making the line go up in perpetuity, and they would go full Fidel Castro tomorrow if they thought that it would help them maximize profits. With that being said, we really shouldn't forgive them for this. Corporations aren't people, no, but they're also not empty vessels too. Like, they're organizations composed of actual people who know right from wrong, that know that it is not okay to promote fascism. Do you think a gay man like Tim Cook doesn't know about the dangers of fascism? Of course he does. He's choosing to embrace fascism anyway because he cares more about money than humanity. So we shouldn't forget everything that we're seeing. All of the gifts, the fake awards, the ass-kissing, the documentaries, and we should never, ever forgive these cowards for capitulating so hard to fascists. Like, I know they're gonna suck Trump's dick, but like, do you really have to deep throat it until you fucking gag? God damn, like, may every one of these pathetic cunts be shamed for the rest of their fucking lives for licking Trump's taint until it's raw. It's just so embarrassing, and it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that they never ever live that down. The saddest part, though, is that even though Jeff Bezos knew that this movie was gonna flop, he already got what he wanted out of it. So even though it's hilarious to see every single person mock this dumbass movie that nobody cares about, still, the oligarchs are going to get the last laugh because it's all about money. And this facilitates them maximizing profits. And that fact should infuriate us all. There are so many bombshell revelations in the latest batch of Epstein files that it's hard to not feel overwhelmed when going over them. And of course, I can't offer you a comprehensive overview of everything that's in them, but we are going to dive into some lesser discussed stories here in a moment. But first, I do want to give you the biggest headline because I think it's important that we not bury the lead. Donald Trump again was named in the Epstein files. A lot. In fact, the New York Times reports that his name, as well as Melania's name and Mar-a-Lago, were referenced 38,000 times across 5,300 files. Notably, we learned last year that Epstein told Ghislaine Maxwell in a 2011 email that Trump spent hours alone with the victim at his house. More recently, we found out about a 2016 sworn testimony from an individual who claims that they witnessed Donald Trump threaten to make somebody disappear, just like a 12-year-old unnamed female disappeared. And he also threatened to have this individual's entire family killed if they, quote, ever disclosed any of the physical and sexual abuse of minor females that they'd witnessed Epstein or his clients commit. Mind you, they made this allegation under penalty of perjury, so that's something to keep in mind. There's also a plethora of tips to the FBI about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, most of which aren't verified, but nonetheless, they accuse him of child sexual abuse and even say that he allegedly drugged and raped a woman. Now, we also learned that Epstein is the one who introduced Trump to Melania in the first place, so needless to say, there's a lot there, and we are barely scratching the surface. Now, when you piece together some of the clues from the Epstein files, it's reasonable to assume, at the very least, that Trump was well aware of Epstein's criminality and chose to keep quiet. But the more likely possibility is that Trump was a client of Epstein himself, who allegedly engaged in child rape. But the connections between him and Epstein are so deep that I don't even think it's a stretch to question whether or not he was a co-conspirator who helped Epstein orchestrate the entire ring in the first place. But we don't know for sure, and we may never know the full extent of his possible culpability here. And he's not the only one who's implicated. And we know of certain names, but there are some names that the DOJ is choosing to redact where there is actual evidence that they did something wrong. For example, there's an email where somebody tells Epstein, "Thank you for the fun night. One of your littlest girls was the naughtiest." And they chose to keep that name from us. We need to know who wrote that email so they can be investigated. But nobody's been investigated. You know, in other countries, in the UK, Slovenia, and elsewhere, there's consequences, at least minimally. But in the US, people who've been named are just like saying, yeah, you know, I shouldn't have hung out with this guy who's a pedophile. I didn't know any better, but I didn't do anything wrong. I just, you know, I hung around with bad people. But like, that's the extent of it. There's no accountability, no justice, nothing. Now, I just want to go through some of the names because, goddamn, it is baffling the amount of people here just across the political spectrum and throughout the world who have been named in these fucking files. It includes billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, just to name a few. Former presidents, as you now know, like Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, the former Harvard president who served in both the Clinton and Obama administrations. There's Alan Dershowitz, Howard Lutnick, Trump's current Commerce Secretary. There's people in media like Peter Attia of CBS News, who is a physician. And also, get this, we're learning because of the Epstein files that he ditched his family when his son was in the hospital to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. And he talked about how he was addicted to Jeffrey Epstein and needed to get his fix of Jeffrey Epstein. And like all of the other people in these files, they all seem enamored with Jeffrey Epstein, more so than just like trying to get in good with him and blow smoke up his ass, but they were drawn to him in some inexplicable way that is very disturbing, in my opinion. But that's not all. There's also once respected left-wing intellectuals like Noam Chomsky who have been named in the Epstein files. Not necessarily because there's evidence of wrongdoing, but because Chomsky was trying to help Epstein rehabilitate his image. Thanks, Noam. Now, there's also sports moguls like Steve Tisch and Josh Harris. There's public officials in the UK like Prince Andrew and the Crown Princess of Norway. And there's also multiple powerful women that met Epstein or at least had dinner with him, including Martha Stewart, Katie Couric, and even Mira Nair, Zoran Mamdani's mother, who's a filmmaker. And to be clear, not every single person who was named is guilty, but it just speaks to how well connected this guy was. He seemingly knew everyone with fame and power, and for some reason, powerful people who were privy to his crimes went out of their way to cover his ass. And it's bizarre. For example, Kathy Rumler, who served as White House counsel for Barack Obama before becoming the CEO of Goldman Sachs, was giving Epstein advice back in 2016, while she was still part of the Obama administration, by the way, about how to respond to possible questions about then candidate Donald Trump having sex with underage girls. And instead of hauling Trump's ass in for questioning when they had power, the Obama administration decided to sit on this information that Epstein was willingly giving them about Donald Trump, because they probably knew that Democrats like Bill Clinton, as well as their donors like Reid Hoffman, would also be implicated as well. So powerful people, they all kept their mouths shut for decades, presumably because they knew that speaking up would lead to their mutually assured destruction. You can't really tattle on Republicans without implicating Democrats as well, and vice versa. So they all kept quiet about the worst crimes imaginable. So we're learning in real time about an actual cabal, pay attention to QAnon, of well-connected elites who either raped children themselves or didn't say anything about the child rape that they knew was happening to protect their own asses in some way, shape, or form, or protect people that they were close to. And every single individual, regardless if they were a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent, needs to be investigated if they were named here and brought to justice if they committed a crime or withheld information about crimes that they knew were happening. And when you step back and really think about all of this, the Epstein files sheds light on the mentality of people in power, the sheer sociopathy of public officials who all defended a live stream genocide in Gaza for the past 2.5 years. We were all watching in our homes in horror as Israel slaughtered thousands of children every single day, and we couldn't fathom how politicians around the world could support such atrocities with enthusiasm. But now we know that it's not just because of corruption and influence peddling by the likes of AIPAC and the Israel lobby. It is the result of a widespread disregard for the well-being of children that elites have normalized among their inner circles. It's a genuine sickness that should shake every single person to their core. These people are psychopaths. And, this might sound a little bit conspiratorial, but it does feel like something more sinister is going on that we still haven't uncovered yet. There's evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was a foreign asset, possibly worked for Mossad, who blackmailed powerful people at the behest of the governments that he might have worked for, and that possibly, could include Russia as well, although there's more evidence for Israel, but that still doesn't explain the full extent of his reach. And that's what I really want to hone in on today in this video, because we're well aware of the most odious crimes that he committed, but Jeffrey Epstein was also able to presumably mold entire industries and influence public discourse in profound, world-changing ways. And simply being well-connected and a possible intelligence agent, it still doesn't quite explain how he was able to do all of this. Case in point, as The Gamer reports, Jeffrey Epstein was apparently a huge cheerleader for microtransactions in video games, the very thing that arguably ruined gaming. James Lucas reports, in newly uncovered correspondence between Epstein, futurist Pablo Holman, and former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, taken from the over 3 million Epstein files that were released on Friday, conversations were had about, quote, indoctrinating kids into an economy through in-game cosmetics. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real-world rewards, Kotick said in an email to Epstein. Learn to read, earn cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items in games. Interestingly, these emails were sent on May 3rd of 2013, mere months after Black Ops 2 launched, the first game in the series to feature microtransactions. Activision tested the waters with personalization packs, extra slot packs, and paid calling cards, the first of which released on April 12th, 2013. Call of Duty Ghosts, which launched later that year, went even further with paid special characters, voiceover packs, skins, camos, and even weapons. It's not hard to draw a line between these conversations with Epstein and industry figures and the sudden boom in microtransactions that occurred around the same time period. But what's most concerning is the apparent interest to normalize aggressive monetization strategies towards younger audiences, as suggested in remarks made by Epstein's associates in the DOJ documents. Since this happened, gaming has become even more hyper-commodified to the point where AAA game studios are nickel and diming customers in every conceivable way. Like, they're getting creative with how greedy they are. They're not just selling cosmetics these days to gamers. They're charging for access to portions of games, and they're deliberately designing some games to be overly tedious to coerce gamers into buying upgrades that'll accelerate their progression. It's just disgusting. And Epstein didn't single-handedly create this trend, obviously, seeing as how microtransactions already existed long before he hyped them up in that email and after Call of Duty had already implemented them for the first time. But it's not unreasonable to assume that maybe he influenced Bobby Kotick to make them at least a little bit more predatory in the next Call of Duty, seeing as how he was a financier after all. Oh, and he was also encouraged to invest in Activision 5 years later, where he's told by Paul Barrett, sounds like they have successfully integrated the Battle Royale Fortnite format into the latest Call of Duty game. And Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision at the time, who was talking to Epstein, was also named in the Epstein files hundreds of times, and you might not be too surprised to find out that he was also covering up sexual misconduct at the highest levels of his company for years. So it's no surprise that a creep like him would also be drawn to somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, but the plot thickens even further when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and video games, believe it or not, because he also helped to indirectly cultivate the regressive, hyper-reactionary gaming culture that's ubiquitous on the internet these days. And I say this because journalist Ryan Broderick, who's followed the rise of the far-right's infiltration of male-dominated spaces on the internet for years, explains how Jeffrey Epstein played a role in radicalizing young men. He writes, based on the documents we have access to, these were twin obsessions for Epstein, manipulating what we see online and finding digital alternatives to traditional finance, i.e. crypto. During the last years of his life, these two ideas would dovetail into one project, building a far-right takeover of Europe with Steve Bannon. Bannon first enters the picture when Epstein took an interest in World of Warcraft. Epstein was close with Brock Pierce, cryptocurrency entrepreneur who co-founded the stablecoin Tether. In 2001, Pierce founded Internet Gaming Entertainment, or IGE, a company that tried to build a trading market for in-game currency for video games like WoW. In 2007, Pierce was replaced at IGE by Bannon. And in November of 2016, Epstein's longtime accountant, Richard Kahn, emailed Epstein a Wired article about Bannon's role at IGE. In-game currency especially was a fixation for him. He emailed former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick in May 2013 a long diatribe about using virtual items and in-game currency to co-opt the existing video game industry and replace traditional education. He seemed to think you could inspire kids to learn better by gamifying it. Now let's pause right there because we're circling back to Epstein's successful co-optation of the video game industry, and the timeline here is really important. So prior to his role with Call of Duty's microtransactions, Epstein was already paying individuals to manage his online perception, especially after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution of a child. Now, based on the emails that we've seen, it does seem like Epstein really was obsessed with manipulating online discourse too, as Broderick reported. Now, around 2011, Epstein took particular interest in 4chan, and its creator, Christopher Poole, aka Moot, shut down its politics board after it became a safe haven for Nazis. So he made the right decision, but then, conspicuously around a year later, he brought it back despite knowing the danger that it posed to the public. Now, Broderick explains, it has never made much sense as to why Poole would ban New for being a racist hellhole, and then barely a year later launch Poll, which stands for politically incorrect, a board specifically designed to be a racist hellhole. But buried inside the newest batch of files related to the Epstein investigation is a possible hint as to what made Poole change his mind. He met with Epstein the day before Poll was created. And that's quite the coincidence, is it not? So Epstein somehow presumably got Moot to bring back this Nazi forum for some reason, and would you look at that, it took off. Now, maybe it happened organically, maybe Epstein played a role in making it more popular, we have no idea. But what we do know is what happened after this Nazi forum came back. White supremacist memes from this 4chan board ended up gaining popularity, especially after they trickled down to Reddit and Facebook. Edgy, racist memes and anti-Semitic memes and homophobic and transphobic memes became really popular, especially in online spaces dominated by young men. Think Pepe the Frog circa 2015 and whatnot. And this board found other ways to galvanize young men by popularizing anti-SJW sentiment and even launched Gamergate, which was when the floodgates to online reactionary content just like burst open. But other nefarious actors also took Gamergate to the next level by mainstreaming it. And that includes Steve Bannon's website. Broderick continues, in March of 2012, Steve Bannon, following the death of conservative blogger Andrew Breitbart, was installed as the editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. In 2014, 4chan's video game board V and Poll started lighting up about the Gamergate conspiracy theory. Milo Yiannopoulos, then a young tech tech writer for Breitbart, would transform Gamergate from fringe message board drama into the cornerstone of the global far-right movement by repackaging it in articles optimized for Facebook traffic, which was perfect timing because Epstein was beginning to work his way into Silicon Valley. And that branches off into an entirely different story where Epstein infiltrated tech circles and got close to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, and he even offered to help pay for Thiel's lawsuit against Gawker. I believe he encouraged the former prime minister of Israel to get in bed with Palantir. There's a lot there, but that's a different story for a different day. But to go back to 2011, Epstein helped unleash 4chan's Nazi board on the public. And it was a boon for right-wing operatives like Steve Bannon. So we're starting to kind of see the origins of the modern online far-right movement and how both Epstein and Bannon played very crucial roles. But it wasn't until 2017 that Epstein and Bannon would actually meet for the first time once journalist Michael Wolff connected them. Now, the context is important here because you've got Epstein, who is a pedophile who wants to control what we see on the internet, and then you've got Steve Bannon, an architect of the modern white supremacist movement who facilitated Trump's rise to power. And they both came together to do some evil. Specifically, they wanted to crush the Me Too movement, which was popping off at the time. Quote, the two men brainstormed how to use cryptocurrency to fund a populist nationalist coalition that could stave off Time's Up, this is Me Too, for the next decade plus. And it seems like both Bannon and Epstein had already independently figured out the perfect place to build that coalition, 4chan. And as we now know, their coalition was indeed very, very successful. And side note, in 2018, after they formed this coalition, Bannon was trying to help Jeffrey Epstein rehabilitate his image. He wanted to crush the pedo myth. You can read this in the emails, and talked about how they needed to get people to not view Jeffrey Epstein as a monster and rather to view him as a human. So Bannon was trying to stage the comeback for Jeffrey Epstein. So they were working hand in hand. But to get back to the coalition, that coalition that they built appears to be the catalyst for the universalization of the global fascist movement that still exists today. With Epstein's connections to world leaders and Bannon's internet savvy, they were able to plant the seeds of fascism around the world and watched it grow. Now, Bannon gained a foothold in the UK and in Germany, France, and Hungary, and he started advising their fascist politicians and helping their movements grow as well. And in the newly released Epstein files, we do get a glimpse of how Bannon worked with Epstein behind the scenes to foster this global fascist movement that they built together. Broderick writes, in July of 2018, Epstein told Bannon that he was wrestling with how to get a team of hackers for Bannon and wanted to use a zero-day exploit to target crypto wallets and voting booths. And in another email that month, Epstein also alleged that Marine Le Pen's far-right Front National Party was financed by Russia. And over the next 6 months, the men continued to scheme with each other over text. In March of 2019, Rod Larson texted Epstein, trying to lift Shinzo Abe on world stage as key to Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro, Orbán Salvini. And Epstein texted Bannon, now at the pyramid, referring to the Lever pyramid, with the entire government. What are your plans? So they were very clearly trying to nurture a global fascist movement that is still very much prominent till this day. And the wind under their sails was an online campaign of manipulation, specifically of young men, that emanated from 4chan, as we now know. And as is the case with all things Epstein related, we're barely even scratching the surface because there's so much there. Epstein also invested in technology that helped Russia, whose internet research agency also manipulated people online, mostly at the behest of Donald Trump in the lead up to the 2016 election. But we don't know if he had any role with that operation or other foreign operations. Just there's so many fucking questions that it's making my head spin. But we might never know the full extent of the online manipulation that Epstein played a role in, but we can say with certainty that reactionary gaming channels that feed into anti-woke outrage to this day, like The Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, and others, they all owe their success to Jeffrey Epstein. He paved the path for them. The 4chanification of right-wing politics is a direct result of Jeffrey Epstein. And it's convenient for the Epstein class that right-wing reactionaries get their audiences to fixate on niche gaming-related culture war issues, since that's a really nice distraction from the ways that the Epstein class is robbing the rest of us blind. In fact, I would take it a step further and say that most right-wing influencers today, not just the gamer ones, arguably owe their entire careers to Jeffrey Epstein, because had he not intervened to get Moot to resurrect the politics board, which drives so much right-wing discourse online, there might have never been a lane for these grifters to exist in the first place. And ironically, these same people who champion the release of the Epstein files are now either downplaying Trump's role in it, or they're just pretending like they don't see all of the headlines that we're all seeing for obvious reasons. You know who I'm talking about, the Alex Joneses and the libs of TikToks of the world who thinks every single LGBTQ plus person ever is a groomer, but apparently the president that she supports is totally innocent. So the rabbit hole goes so much deeper than any of us thought, and the more we learn, the more questions we have. But at least we now know for sure why Donald Trump and the Republican Party fought so hard to stop the release of the Epstein files. Our suspicion was right. We were correct to trust our guts. It's because they're all over that shit, all of the elites. And if they're not directly implicated themselves, powerful people that donate to them or otherwise have them by the balls are implicated. So if the DOJ is willing to release all of this, I can't imagine what they're still keeping from us. When you see headlines about the ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo and how they're forcibly entering homes without warrants and illegally detaining thousands of individuals and bragging about shooting people and abducting families seeking emergency medical care for their child and sending toddlers to concentration camps where they're strangling people to death and killing disabled people by abducting their parent/full-time caregiver and not letting them attend the funeral, and even detaining people that just literally saved their lives, you might think to yourself, hey, these ICE and Border Patrol agents, they sure do seem like sadistic, sociopathic, terrorist fucks, but are they really as bad as the headlines make them out to be? And the answer to that question is an unequivocal yes, at least according to people that know them the best, their friends and family. And I say this because a couple of threads in the Ask Reddit subreddit popped up about this very subject. One where family members of ICE were asked about their thoughts about what the Gestapo is doing, and another where family members of the Gestapo were asked about their relationship with said Gestapo member. And let's just say that the families of these modern-day Nazis were more than willing to spill the tea. They describe the ICE brown shirts that they know personally as unhinged, insufferable, and extremely hypocritical, since a lot of them come from immigrant communities themselves, or they married an immigrant. And if that wasn't bad enough, they genuinely seem to think that they're victims because of the social rejection that they're currently experiencing as a result of what they're doing. Before we dive into these threads, I do want to show you this pathetic Facebook post from a border agent where he says, "Some of the loudest critics of DHS on social media are people who grew up with me, shared classrooms with me, laughed with me. They know my heart. They know my character. Yet now, because of the badge I wear and the job I do, I'm painted as the enemy. Funny how people can claim to, quote, know you until your mission doesn't match their politics. I'm the same guy you joked with, called when you needed something or had a drink with. I haven't changed. My commitment to protecting people hasn't changed. Only the narrative has." Oh, my heart truly breaks for this Nazi. Truly. Because now that people who know him are no longer ignorant about what he actually does for a living, which is to hunt human beings, he's becoming a bit of a pariah and an outcast in his social circles. This is truly so sad. Sir, listen, if you're watching, I know you're probably feeling a lot of really dark, unnerving thoughts right about now, and I just want to encourage you to definitely listen to those thoughts. Definitely listen to the voice in the back of your head that is telling you to do a certain thing right now. Please. For the sake of all of us. But that post, it just gives us a small glimpse into the victim mentality of some of the most evil fucking people in the world. But without further ado, I want to hear from how repugnant they are from their friends and family. So Reddit user Lokia asked, if you know an ICE agent personally, what's the relationship like now? And here's some of the responses that they got. Know a Border Patrol guy, he's European, English is his second language, married an American, moved back to France for free IVF, moved back to America, adopted 2 Chinese children, joined the Border Patrol, hates all immigrants openly, does not see the irony, tells stories about getting his dog to falsely alert on people who he thinks aren't respectful enough. Real piece of work. I'm not in the US, but a friend moved there illegally, overstayed visa, in November of 2024. She's dating a guy that works for ICE, and neither of them sees how nonsensical that is because she doesn't look/act like a criminal. Guy is a full-blown white nationalist, and his social media posts are vile. Last time I spoke to her was around July. I asked her how she was okay with all of this being illegal herself, and she said she didn't care because they're cleaning up the country. Actual cognitive dissonance, I'll say. This guy that used to run in one of my friend groups from college always said he wanted to work in any federal law enforcement agency. He got rejected from the FBI and DEA. The guy was always a bit of a dumbass, so that didn't surprise me. I never liked him much, so I rarely saw him outside of group hangouts. Well, turns out he finally got his wish to join the feds because he signed up for ICE through their recent recruitment drive. But the thing is, our friend group is all Latino and mostly first or second generation at that. He got kicked out of our friend group chat and isn't invited to any group functions. Multiple people told him directly they never wanted to hear from him again. Since we're all years past college, we're pretty busy but make the time for 2 or 3 big reunions a year so everyone can see each other. The friends in the group who normally plans these for us told him he was not invited for being an asshole who will terrorize his own community for money. Last I heard of him, his girlfriend, also Latina, broke up with him and he just hangs out with his coworkers now. No one from our college group will talk to him anymore. Aw, poor thing. My second cousin is an ICE agent. He failed the NYPD psych eval 3 times, if that tells you anything about his character or intelligence. We never really had a relationship, but we definitely won't now. I have a cousin who's ICE. He seems to be angry at everyone. Lots of "you don't understand the horrors I've seen" and "be grateful of your ignorance" type messages. He thinks he lives in reality and everyone else is blinded by propaganda and ignorance. That's ironic. My wife's ex-husband married one. She's ironically an immigrant herself and truly the cruelest, pettiest monster I've come across in my life. And this person goes on to explain how she made his life a living hell. We're not going to get into all of that, but just these people are terrible. My brother-in-law is a Border Patrol agent who now works in the office. We always thought he was a giant asshole. Now we really think he's a giant asshole. The only people who love him are his brainwashed wife and his, quote, Christian family. Oh, by the way, he's Mexican and his grandparents are immigrants. Let that sink in. He has special training coming up. He disappears for weeks on end to other states. I imagine he's just going to be an asshole behind a mask on the news soon. Edit. Turns out I was right. He's currently protecting the ICE building in Minneapolis. Wow, I should play the lotto. My uncle by marriage became an ICE agent, which was really surprising. He's bilingual and he and his parents came here from Mexico in the 80s when he was a kid. He's apparently really on the everybody should do it legally train. That's interesting since they're just going after people who are doing it legally. Anyways, this person says, as far as our relationship goes, I don't really actually talk to him much. He and my aunt live out of state and we've never really been close. My ex is now an ICE agent, huge piece of shit in his personal life, so I would expect him to be one in his professional life as well. He was a fat piece of shit in middle school, a fat piece of shit in high school, and a fat piece of shit cop, and now he's a fat piece of shit ICE, quote, agent. My nephew is ICE. Got in a fight over the weekend with my family because I voiced opposition to ICE. He was nice as a kid and shy, never started problems. I'm honestly shocked he joined ICE. Guess people change. A buddy of mine from high school signed. He was always a huge piece of shit. Guy from high school became one this month and literally arrested his no-status wife and had her deported. Jesus Christ. Friend's boyfriend. Known him 9 years. When I first met him, he was an okay dude. Typical veteran who enjoyed guns and ranted about the government. Nothing too extreme. During COVID, he got deep into red pill content. Started saying racist and homophobic shit he had never said before. Talking about needing to be an alpha and head of the household and other shit. He paid $2,000 for a multi-level marketing scheme for reselling military gear and, of course, never saw a dime back. He did 6 months working at Border Patrol a couple of years ago. He has actively tried to join ICE, but my friend refuses to move to Texas so he can do it. And before you ask, she won't leave him because she's convinced she financially can't afford to. We've tried many times to show her she actually could and have offered to help her move, but she won't do it. My younger brother joined for the money. I don't speak to him now. It's heartbreaking and will most certainly create a larger wedge throughout our greater family as people slowly start choosing sides. His indifference and greed are cancer destroying a family. Fuck ICE. My cousin joined ICE. We no longer speak and likely will never speak again. We are both first-generation Mexican immigrants. Our fathers put us through school, picking crops with no legal status. Last thing I told him was that if he was willing to sell out his morality for $50K, he may as well just start sucking dicks. Probably more lucrative and more moral too, might I add. My brother became an ICE agent for the money because he has no skills, a big ego, and 4 kids he never planned on. I haven't spoken to him in over 2 years. I was already excommunicated by the rest of the family because I wasn't Christian Christian enough. I'm sure ICE will turn on him the moment they run a DNA test and find out we're mostly Mayan and Ashkenazi Jew. I keep a spare room open in case any of his kids ever need to get away. Fuck ICE. Now keep in mind that this is just a small sample of the hundreds of responses that came in, but I did notice some common themes after reading through a lot of this thread. One was that a lot of the people said that the ICE agents they knew were egotistical, and a lot of them became radicalized politically at some point. They're also very, very oblivious to their own hypocrisy in many cases, and a lot of them were just huge pieces of shits in general who originally wanted to be cops but failed. So that's kind of funny. I will admit I did sense a little bit of naivete from some of the posters who tried to rationalize what their ICE family members were doing. You saw some of that, but there were others who were saying something like, well, you know, they have kids and they need the money, so they don't want to do it, but they have to. And to that, I just have to point out that is no fucking excuse. You don't get to commit terrorism because you are impoverished. Destroying families to support your own family doesn't make you a family man or a family woman. It makes you a sociopath. Your family is not more important than the families that you're harming. Those families that you're harming have the same dreams for their family that you have for yours. They also feel pain, much like your family. But I mean, I don't know why I'm wasting my breath, because you can't expect sociopaths to feel empathy. And regardless of the pretty little lies that they tell themselves, money will never, ever be a good reason to be a terrible fucking person. But on that note, some ICE agents are actually voicing frustration because they're not actually getting paid as well as they expected for their terrorism. But I do want to circle back to the different Reddit thread that I brought up before we talk about that, because money is going to come up again in this different thread where user Aggressive Honey asks, family members of ICE, what are your thoughts and feelings about what ICE are doing? And here's some responses. Had a friend who, after he graduated, joined ICE. He never struck me as a MAGA or some right-wing extremist, so I talked to him about it. He said the money was the biggest factor. He didn't go through any training that was mandatory, and since I'm working in mental health, dude came over to my home just so he can practice de-escalation. So I taught him de-escalation and painless soft restraints. Last time I heard from him, he said he was going to try and get a different job as he couldn't handle all the screaming and the shouting. Okay, that's good to know. It works, right? Honestly, I was just shocked he wasn't trained at all. He didn't even know basic restraining techniques. Okay, but they go on. Yeah, so that's a sign that bullying works in some cases. A cousin of mine who is British but lives in the States announced the other month that he was considering joining ICE. My grandmother, a woman that lived in the UK illegally for 60 years before getting citizenship, and his own mother let it be known that if he ever returns to the UK, he will not be welcomed by the family because of the shame he has brought with his ridiculous right-wing views. His own brothers have also warned him not to return to the UK. This is a badass family. My closeted racist cousin's husband joined and dropped the news at Christmas. It went over like a lead balloon. He's an ex-PA state trooper who foolishly quit to open a brewery, failed, and a restaurant, failing. He's also a degenerate gambler who likely has large gambling debts. He signed up because of the $50,000 bonus and overtime opportunities. Figured he can make $150 to $200K this year. Never mind, he has to relocate to Michigan and is leaving my cousin to close down the restaurant, sell their home, and wrap up her nursing career at the local hospital. Her parents completely disapprove, and this is both their second marriages, doing whatever it takes to make it work, but going right over the cliff in the process with him. It makes me sad because she's attractive and always has had a good career and work ethic, just married two guys who are incredibly poor husbands. I'm always reminded that when my sister tried to join ICE, she was deemed unfit during the psych evaluation for being too empathetic but passed all the physical qualifications. That was in the early 2000s when it was just forming. That tells you all you need to know about how much of a psychopath you need to be accepted. This is especially true when you realize they lowered the standards under Trump because they couldn't get enough qualified people to join. Holy shit. I have a cousin who is trying to get a job with ICE. He's very low IQ and very loud politically, so I'm not surprised. I have zero desire to ever interact with him. My brother, he went nuts one time when I posted a definition of fascism on Facebook. I didn't tag him, didn't include him in any way. He just saw the definition and took it personally. Later, when I was expressing concerns about my wife, who was an immigrant, he physically attacked me. That's the kind of person they're recruiting. My older brother, who is technically a white nationalist, is a Mexican boy from Sandee, Diego who believes over half the people around him are leeches and illegals, and that by putting them where they belong will suddenly make him more successful. He was kicked out of police academy for something I was never told, but he swears that it was some black guy with a vendetta. Oh, I'm sure. He just recently joined ICE, but he got arrested for drug charges last week, LOL. Meanwhile, my sister gets detained by ICE for a couple hours visiting her BF, and he victim blames her, saying she dresses gay and weird, so she's an obvious suspect. Needless to say, ICE is where dumb, hateful cucks go to feel important. Great point. My brother joined ICE a few years back and got fully sucked into MAGA propaganda. He constantly shares invasion at the border memes and talks about saving America. He used to be chill, but now he justifies separating families. I've called him out on the fascism, dehumanizing people as threats, no due process. He just says I'm brainwashed by the left. One of my cousins, I'll call him Jay, joined last summer. He's got some incel vibes, but didn't seem very conservative, so it was a surprise to me. When he posted about it on Facebook, most of the family expressed disappointment. He decided to double down on it and made some pretty insulting comments to family members and started posting dumb Trump memes and tagging us in them. They mostly blocked him on social media. Jay was not invited to Thanksgiving or our family Christmas party. When he saw photos of the Christmas party on Instagram, he started texting us and begging to be included again. Nobody responded except my aunt, not his mother, responded with screenshots of the terrible things he said. Last week, Jay quit because he was worried about getting hurt. Now he's texting me asking if he thinks people will welcome him back now that he quit. He doesn't seem to understand that the damage is done. One of my other cousins joined the Navy a few years ago, and the family was really supportive and proud, and I honestly think that Jay expected a similar response, and now he's in a really shitty emotional state because the family essentially kicked him out. I feel bad, but he's also been such an asshole about the whole thing that it's tough to have much sympathy. My advice would be to show him as much sympathy as he showed to the immigrants that he terrorized. There's more. My brother works for ICE. I am pissed at him and generally don't talk to him. He started going full MAGA just before joining ICE and completely drinks the Kool-Aid now. He dropped out of college, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's not an indicator of being a terrorist, but whatever. He lives in another state, so I don't have to associate with him. He talks to my other family members about how all immigrants are rapists, murderers, and drug dealers, and he thinks he's doing God's work. He refuses to see that Jesus actually taught us to love our neighbor, i.e. immigrants. I have a second cousin in CBP that I spent a lot of time with as a kid. He was a bully as a kid. He's still a bully 35 years later. I have a friend whose 2 grandsons joined. She is disgusted and sad. She tried to speak with them about the dangers of ICE, but they were very gung-ho and especially excited about the financial rewards. They and their parents all quit speaking to her because they knew she was against them joining, so she has no idea where they are or what they are doing. She is quite worried as well as angry and fears hearing their names or seeing them on the news. It is dreadful. My sister-in-law just joined, who I do love very much. It's heartbreaking for me in a way I can't describe. She lives in Kansas and is a college grad but couldn't find work anywhere and is excited for benefits. I told her that once she works for ICE, she'll never find work ever again. Once the dust settles, this is basically the Scarlet A. Yeah, and I feel like that last point is crucial because if you're desperate enough to think that joining the Gestapo is the only way you can support your family, you're going to eventually leave your family out to dry one day in the event we ever have new Nuremberg tribunals, because I was just following orders is not going to be a sufficient legal defense. The Nazis found that out the hard way. And I can't speak to all families, but I'm sure that most normal families would prefer that you find a normal job, even if it's in fast food or retail. Those are perfectly reasonable jobs that you're not too good to do, right? Because that's better than the Gestapo, where you're going to commit crimes that you may one day be punished for. But I mean, it really is satisfying to know that all of these brown shirts who are signing up for money because they think they're going to get rich deporting immigrants, well, they're getting the same treatment that Trump gives to all of the sad sacks of shit that sign up to do grunt work for him, because the Daily Dot reports that ICE agents are now whining about getting stiffed in their now private subreddit. One said that they've been working for 4 weeks without pay. Another talked about how they still haven't gotten any health insurance even though they've worked for 2 months. So sad. In a thread where one Nazi asked if the other Nazis received their bonuses, one complained that they did, but it wasn't enough. Another said that they still didn't even have their base pay that they were expecting. And financial complaints aside, in a thread about a hotel canceling a reservation for ICE, one brown shirt reminded new agency hires, quote, "We are not respected or liked in many places. Be discreet and careful with information you share. OPSEC is for everyone at all times. Don't forget about the people who hate you for your career. They certainly won't be forgetting you." I mean, yeah, that sounds pretty tough. Might I recommend getting a real job, fellas? Have you thought about doing that? Because being a member of the modern day SS Gestapo, that's not a career. It's a moral failing that'll render you a societal pariah for the rest of your fucking life. And I mean that. Like, even if you one day come to your senses and reverse course and apologize, no amount of I'm sorries are going to undo the damage that you caused to countless lives. An apology isn't going to erase the perpetual trauma that millions of people
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act. Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting?
Welcome to the absurdity space, a show where we are not protecting 6 men. They're not 6
Yeah, we're
men.
not protecting rapists. We're not protecting pedophiles. We're not doing any of that shit here.
I am not 6 Epstein co-conspirators in the trench coat. That's definitely true. I'm Forrest Miller. I'm here with Christina Oakes. We are doing the Absurdity Space episode 8. I gotta get one of those like one of those horns for like the sound effects board.
And McGraw, featuring McGraw. Apparently,
Yeah,
he's gonna be here. Yeah.
So I wanted to talk about two of those names, but one of the big names on there was Sultan Ahmed bin Salam, who's Andrew Farkas. If you know who that is, that's Cuomo's financial person that has been his business partner for the longest time.
Andrew
When they did
Cuomo
Island
Epstein.
Yeah. So they did Island Financial. They had this real estate and like shipping company that was linked up with the one time Cuomo's ever really worked in the private sector. He ended up going to Dubai and helping Dubai set up basically regulations so that they could build their like crazy like seashell island thing that they have going on. And the guy that was working with Andrew Farkas to do that was Sultan Ahmed bin Salam, and that is one of the names that are currently on. He leads DP World, so this is port place, right? So they were going up there buying all the ports, and Farkas basically works as a person that like fixes and upholds ports. And the thing with Jeffrey Epstein is when he got arrested in 2008, and the FBI kind of took away all of his money. So basically all of his bank accounts were seized at the time. It was Farkas that went and let him buy into the St. Thomas port, which is one of the ones near Little St. James. Let him buy into that port, basically own most of it, buy him out. But really it was Farkas's money. And he basically got to control this port on St. Thomas for the longest time, and then finally sell it back to Farkas, and he got to make all the profit from it, even though it was Farkas's original investment, which is how he got money again after his 2008 seizure. That was Cuomo's business partner / Cuomo was the VP of this guy's company. And every time Cuomo would run for office, which by the time this happened, Cuomo was already running for attorney general. The position where you're not supposed to be in bed with these kinds of people. He was already running for, so he was kind of out of the way at this point. But it's just very interesting that that's one of the names on there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Before 2008, it's like, yeah, he's a weird rich guy. Cool, I guess. But then, like, after 2008, when it's like, yeah, he is definitely a pedophile, child sex trafficker, people still, with their full chests, wanted to associate with this guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I think a lot of it is the fact that he was a child sex trafficker. But recently disclosed documents reveal that Sultan Ahmed bin Salam emailed Epstein in 2015 that he met a girl 2 years ago that went to an American university in Dubai. Was the best sex I ever had. Amazing body. I like how nobody has any grammar in this thing. Best sex I ever had. Amazing body. She got engaged, but now she's back with me, he said. So that's one of the names on there. And then the other big name that everyone's talking about is Les Wexner, who's the Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie and Fitch and Bath and Body Works and all of those companies.
Victoria's Secrets too, or something like that. Like I know another CEO,
CEO for pretty much the longest time.
Jesus Christ.
And he also let one of those like smaller clothes company, like one of the ones that were in a lot of malls. Yeah, he let Epstein buy into it
for kids. That's a girls' store. Okay, that's like I used to shop there. What's funny too is that like a lot of people like who's not on the Epstein files? The CEO of Hot Topic, the CEO of Killstar, the CEO of like gothic clothing stores. It's always the preppy ones. I'm like, thank God. I always got the ick when I'd wear Aeropostale, Abercrombie and Fitch growing up. It's like, I don't feel comfortable wearing this, and now I know why.
Yeah, well, I don't even know who the CEOs of those companies are. I mean, for all I know, they are like the most evil guys in the fucking universe. But I hope not. I hope the CEO of Hot Topic is a real cool guy. But yeah, I found both of those pretty interesting. Of course, like everybody already knew about Lex Wexner. He was like one of Epstein's closest friends and like business associates.
Yeah.
And so that's been knowledge. But like it's interesting. It seems like they're slowly slow walking out like co-conspirators, because obviously the 2008 deal that Epstein had signed, like no one had even heard of a deal like this before, which is why his intelligence ties were such a big topic of conversation because Acosta, who was originally Trump's pick for labor secretary that had to step down because he was the one that did that deal. He was the first, like one of the early people that are actually in government say, oh no, I was told that, I had to give him this deal because of intelligence, which he's basically ratting out the intelligence company or whatever.
Yeah. And Pam Bondi was also in Florida at the time when all this was going down, and she was part of it too, apparently.
Yeah. So I don't know. I found that interesting because the deal that they signed is like an unheard of deal because it basically said that anybody that had been a co-conspirator in any of Epstein's things, they also got pardoned basically when Epstein did, or not pardoned, but like they basically also got. So it was like everybody involved in it basically got a deal. And then we didn't know those names because they sealed off the records. So very slowly it's coming out like, oh, that's who the co-conspirators are, because there were co-conspirators on the listed or whatever. They said, oh, there are co-conspirators, but any co-conspirators we find can't get punished for this any more than Epstein can, which is insane. Like when you think about that, like it's pardoning people that haven't even been like
tried or anything, or you know, it's like with the hearings today, it's like, all these Republicans are like, oh, this pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, who? Pam Bondi. Donald Trump's such a good president, right? Like, I'm like, what? I'm like, come on, seriously? Like, you guys need to just let it go. Your president's a fucking pedophile who engaged in child sex trafficking. He's a rapist. Just be okay with it and move on. Like,
I thought this was interesting too. This is another. This is Representative Becca Ballant, who's a Vermont representative. I haven't heard of her before this video, but she's being asked because she was one of the people that got to go in and review the DOJ's redacted, unredacted files, right? Because as Rokana was saying, like there still are redacted, even though
hello,
yeah, they're still redacted, even though they're saying that they're not. But I liked this clip.
Just wanted to ask you, have you had a chance to review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the Epstein files?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I just came from there.
What can you tell us?
There's a bunch of sick fucks.
And anything more that we don't know? I feel like that's pretty well established.
I know. I think the part that is just so disgusting is that so many people knew.
Did he have any ties to any intelligence agencies? We've established some in our reporting, but wanted to know based on the file.
I only had about a half hour, so I'm going to go back again tomorrow. Okay. So mostly today I was just trying to go through a couple of documents that was particularly interested in finding out.
What were those?
One was related to whether or not Trump, had ever kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, as he claimed.
What'd you find?
That is not true.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
Well, what's true too is a lot of people. There was like one sentence that claimed Trump, but because the thing with MAGA is they're trying to justify well, Trump knew he was actually like the guy who leaked all the information that Jeffrey Epstein was doing all this shit. It's like that actually did not happen, and if so, he didn't do any of that. Like everyone was like, oh, he was trying to expose Epstein, or because I remember there was one report that said oh, he was trying to expose Epstein. I'm like, no, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Well, it was once. So basically, what happened is in 2000. This is what they're claiming, right? In 2006, once Trump heard that there was an investigation underway, he called up the FBI, or he called up. I guess it was the Palm Beach Police Department that he called up. Like he called up, the investigating whatever body was investigating, but it was a sheriff, I think, that was saying that he called up. And he was like, oh yeah, you're going after this Epstein guy. Everyone knows he's bad news, but they didn't say that he actually gave information in any capacity.
Yeah, he just wanted to save his own ass.
Yeah, so it seems like somebody that's like, oh, it seems like, yeah, that guy, everyone knows he's pretty bad. Good job, you guys are doing great work. And he hangs up, and it's like, I'm not involved in this.
Yeah, because my uncle was trying to say something. I'm like, he didn't do anything though. He just heard about the investigation and still didn't do anything because he would have been implicated as well.
I did think it was pretty fun. I was imagining a mad guy that he doesn't care that Trump is in the Epstein files or any of that, but he gets really mad that Trump was a snitch. It's like, oh, Trump's a snitch. I knew I couldn't trust this guy.
Don't want to be a rat, am I right? Don't rat your friends. Just in
Yeah,
case he might be a
that's one of the
pedophile and child sex trafficker.
that's one of the big rules from Goodfellas. You know,
Yeah.
never rat on your friends. Yeah, I don't know. It's also crazy how like widespread this stuff is. Like I was looking at like even locally to where I live, like my brother went to Bard, which is like just across the river, and it's like part of the files that they released is like it's like the new Justice files detail years of friendship between Bard president and Jeffrey Epstein, and it's like
God, who did not know this guy and wanted to be friends with him? It's like with Elon Musk, he's like, I never went on the island. I'm like, but you were like the Eric Andre meme trying to get the fuck into those parties, okay? Like, just saying.
Which, if you know anything about Bard, it has the Hannah Arendt Center, which people are always like, oh, she didn't speak out about Israel the right. She must have been a Fed. I don't think that's necessarily true, but it's interesting that I believe that Epstein gave something like $155,000 to Bard at like random times. He'd also helicopter in with like his girls and be allowed to like tour the campus. And Leon Botstein, who's still the president of Bard, by the way, this like legendary educational figure, was like they're the picture of the center, they're like hanging out together. That's like one of the pictures from the files. It's like he's been president of Bard since the 70s. So he's been like president of Bard for like 50 years, this guy.
How did Jeffrey Epstein go from being like a simple high school teacher or what the fuck to money, rich, wealthy, elite? Like, everyone's like, oh, it's because he had to blackmail people. I'm like, how he was just a simple teacher. Like,
well, I mean, the school that he went to, the school he was teaching at was the Dalton School, which is the one that all the elite kids go to, and he was hired by Bill Barr's father, it seems like, which is like one of the reasons that it was
well, I mean, in
Trump,
the
but,
files, it kind of confirmed that he and Trump had him killed. So, also, I'm writing a new musical based on Jacques Brel's Alive and Well Living in Paris, titled Jeffrey Epstein's Alive and Well Living in Tel Aviv. I look forward to becoming a 5-time Tony Award winning writer, playwright, director. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited.
But it's like it's one of those things where it's like it's like one of the most. He didn't even have a college degree, right? Like he didn't go to college, with no background in college, and he got hired to work at the Dalton School. Which shout out to my good friend and former employer Katie Halper went there. Matt Iglesias went there. Like there's like it's kind of the it's like the elite kind of high school that that a lot of kids whose parents are. Not saying that Katie Halper's parents are they're pretty loaded. Her mom's like a famous writer, but who I've met, who's very, very nice. She wrote a bunch of stuff on the Gulf War that's really, really good. But so like a lot of like elite
but not Matt Iglesias though.
Well, his dad was also a novelist or something. Like his dad was, so he was his parents were like loaded. So so it's like, but that's where he kind of went, and then it seems like from there that's where he established all his connections. Now it begs the question. He's teaching kids at that point, so it's like but it's also those are the kids of the elite, and those are the kids you probably usually don't touch. But it doesn't seem like Epstein had those class differentiations, because he was literally like trying to marry the daughter of his ex-girlfriend. And so like he was like, oh, if I can marry Eva Dubin's daughter, I'll pass along all my money to her, and she was like a teenager at the time. So it doesn't seem like those class distinctions were like a barrier necessarily, but I don't know. From there, he basically was able to get I think it was Bear Stearns that he got a job at from there, and then basically everyone was saying he's the best guy with money ever, and it's like all these people that have like entire staffs, like that's their excuse. They're like, oh well, I wanted him to do my taxes. Peter Thiel, I wanted him to do my taxes. He helped me with my taxes, and it's like there's no way that like this guy just happens to be. He's like they're making it sound like
an accountant.
They're making it sound like Goodwill Hunting, like.
Yeah,
he's like the Dalton School. He's like a janitor, and he solves the equation on the board. And everyone's like, "That's how you do the taxes." This guy is so good at taxes. So it seems like that's kind of the excuse that all these people were giving. I was watching the Joe Rogan, Peter Thiel interview, where Peter Thiel's like, "Well, I wanted help with my taxes." And Joe Rogan does not follow up, and it's like he's like he knew a lot about taxes. It's like there's no way that this guy is like
he knew about taxes.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he knows about taxes, but he doesn't come off as particularly smart or like there was this one thing that I was listening to Truman on, and they were going through like one of the things that he was sending around to people, including Chomsky. he was talking about movement plus objects. He was like, this is called mobjects, and this is a new scientific force that I've created. It's called mobjects. And it's an M plus objects, and he's like wrote all these notes to himself. He's like, show Chomsky, mobjects. They're gonna be whatever. I don't know. It's like some crazy shit that only like a rich dullard could come up with.
I feel like also like because a lot of people are like, what is Norman Finkelstein to us? I'm like, he's basically like Jordan Peterson. He's smart-ish. He has some weird beliefs, but he does have a very similar cadence and pitch. Apparently, wasn't he also like defending like Chomsky's association with Epstein or something like that? Like everyone, like so many people were defending Chomsky's. I'm like, sorry, but no, I can't.
Well,
sorry.
He appears in the files because they tried to bring him in to talk to. He obviously has a blood feud with Alan Dershowitz because Alan Dershowitz got him fired from his job, and basically Alan Dershowitz and Epstein were trying to get Norman Finkelstein to talk to them or do something, and he cursed them out in one of the emails and called them pedophiles. And that's like one of the few places that anyone actually stands up to them in any of the emails. He's like, tell them they are pedophiles. And it's like he's one of the few people that comes out looking better than he did after.
Go Norman. But actually, Forrest, you gotta sound more like Jordan Peterson, because that's who he sounds like.
Yeah, I don't think he sounds like he has like a cartoonishly Jewish voice. He's like, I don't know. It's like it sounds like there's like peanut butter in his mouth when he talks. But I don't know. I think Norman Finkelstein's work on Israel is really good.
Just don't ask him about trans rights or anything like that.
Yeah,
It'll be fine.
He kind of, I don't know. He went crazy with the cancel culture thing, but a lot of it was that he got Dershowitz did, and it was a big thing to push him out of the university that he worked at, because he Sam Cedar has a tweet in the files. Man, Sam Cedar tweets something like, it's like, I have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Oh no, wait. Oh shit, I gotta catch up on the majority report today. That's not good. I mean, well, it's like when Jon Stewart, it's like a lot of people are like, oh my god, I can't believe these people are in the files. I'm like, yeah, but they're mentioned. They're not like associates of Epstein. Like there's so many people that are mentioned in the files, but if you're mentioned like a million times like Donald Trump, you cannot escape that. I'm sorry.
Wait, here's
like Jon Stewart had to defend himself. He's like, first of all, I'm in the files, but it's not like that.
Yeah, well, no. The thing was very funny because they're trying to rehabilitate Woody Allen. I've been so deep into like listening to.
Why would they? Who in their right mind would try to rehabilitate Woody Allen? The man fucking groomed his pseudo stepdaughter.
They were neighbors and essentially best friends, and like, Sandee was also like best friends with Epstein. Like she's all over the files, just emailing him and texting it. Like I was kind of impressed. I was impressed with Sandee because I didn't know that she could spell better than Epstein and Woody. She's like, she actually writes incoherent sentences.
I remember because Woody Allen and Mia Farrow have like 20 kids, right? Or somewhat. Well, also too, she also has like a bunch of kids that were adopted with like her second or first husband or whatever. No, second husband, because she was married to Frank Sinatra. But like when that documentary, I think it was on HBO, that came about like how about him molesting Dylan, his one stepdaughter. Like a huge chunk of their kids are pro Woody Allen. Like they're for their dad. He did nothing wrong. Mia was the one who groomed her daughter and abused her, manipulated her into thinking something happened. And then you got like Rowan Farrow and a few others who are like, yeah, that he's a piece of shit. And it's like Mia Farrow not associated with Epstein, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't think she. Well, the only way that she's probably in the Epstein files is Sandee and
bitching about his ex-wife.
Yeah. Well, Woody's like, it's actually a lot of the stuff that seems like it's from Woody when you actually read it is from Sandee.
Yeah.
It's like because she uses Woody in the third person for a lot of it, and it's like it's clearly written by somebody else. She's asking Epstein. She's like, "Oh, for Christmas, I've decided I no longer want an Apple Watch. That was one of the ones that stood out to me. She was like, I no longer want an Apple Watch. I want this iPhone or something instead." And she's like, "If you were Woody, you could get it to me."
She seems very evil and calculating. Like I'm like, yeah, like she really.
But also seems like pretty I think what she went through probably like really fucked her up too. I mean, not
but she could have changed it, but
Yeah, but I'm saying like I think that the way that her kind of story was rolled out, like and her relationship with the press and all that stuff, like I'm assuming that like it went further into like radicalizing somebody into like the depths of being like a anti-cancel culture extremist, pretty much.
Yeah,
Like
because
she's like a men's rights extremist.
Yeah, I unfortunately know people who are friends with Woody Allen, and they came, when that documentary came out, a lot of people were like, well, he did not raise her, and I'm like, but it's still kind of weird that he knew her, considering, like I don't understand like the defense of this relationship. Like I don't understand it. Like I'm
Well,
like,
Dick Cabot's in the files a bunch of times because he
oh
was.
no, my buddy Dick Cavett, what?
There's these pictures. People are making fun of these pictures because it's Woody Allen in this huge, like almost Bernie. Remember Bernie had the mittens?
Yes.
So he's basically in a coat that size, but he has a giant hood on and like a face thing covering him, and he's obviously like very old. Like it's old ass Woody. So it's like within the last couple decades, right? Like, and then behind him is like Dick Cavett and then Epstein. And they're like walking into like a premiere because there was all these times where Epstein would apparently go on set to Woody Allen's movies. And when he was filming everything, I guess he did not like Blue Jasmine. That was the one movie he fucking hated, he said. I've been in too deep trying to read some of this stuff, but this is what I was talking about. From Epstein's files and mobjects, mental objects. Epstein had all these sessions with Chomsky and Bach and Maria Gormley about mobjects, but not as mathematical graphs, but for a project he was working on called Deception and Morphism and Miracles. And there's all these crazy things written into these things where it's like they're all spelled wrong too. Artist map mobjects onto exterior space. Writer, painter, singer, damper, speaker. Philosophy maps mobjects to mobjects. The rule of notation, external memory, accepted currency, but it's double spaced for transmissions through time, music, writing, painting. Trust convertible map, i.e. notes into music, letters into sound. External, boundary, consciousness, membrane. Common sense, not interesting, same as animals. Question, why, how, when? Exploration of the non-common space. Evolution of intelligence. Questions are a better measure of intelligence than answers. Gee, is time related? But related is spelled wrong. What is fixed? Same. Mother's always mother. Glass always glass. Not subject to morphisms. Fixed categories. Mother gives to son. Non-communicative. One-way function. Hate. Non-associate. Spelled wrong. Mother hates son. Son hates sister does not mean mother hates sister. I don't know what the fuck these notes are, but it's like going deep into somebody's mind that's just an insane person.
You know who I'm really thinking about these days? King. I can still call him Prince Charles. He's probably loving this shit right now with his brother because Elizabeth always favored Andrew for some fucking reason, knowing she had like 3 other kids, right? And yeah, he's like, yeah, we're really getting in on my brother now. This is the sweetest revenge I could ever get. I was a fuck boy, but my brother, pedophile, sex trafficker. Okay, I'm just saying, I look good. Okay, I might cheat on other people's princess, but
so Stephen Tisch, who's our buddy Jessica Tisch, the New York the NYPD commissioner that Zoran kept on. Her cousin, Zoran, Conor of the Giants, is all over those files.
Oh yeah, the New York Giants. Anyway,
Ehud Barak. I saw the picture today of the map that Ehud Barak drew of Israel because Epstein had him draw a map of Israel. On the.
I'm tired of people downplaying Jeffrey Epstein's ties to Israel, saying it's anti-Semitic. I'm like, no, stop, no.
He was in business with Ehud Barak. They started this company. And the company, the one purpose of the company was to buy an Israeli tech thing that does wait, let me find the name of this so I don't get it wrong. But yeah, so it's hang on. They were buying a bunch of Israeli companies, and it was called Reporty, which is such a stupid name, but I guess the name now is Carbine, and it does emergency services technology. So basically,
Carbine. I've seen commercials for that.
Yeah, so basically it was bought, like a big share of it was bought by Ehud Barak, and it turns out that the money that Ehud Barak put up was mostly Epstein's money. And they started a company together to buy out the shares of this Israeli tech firm. And they went to pretty much, they were going around basically also being like consultants for various countries. So that's where the Mongolia-Israel deal came in. They went to Mongolia and they made a security deal. there's so many people in it. I mean, yeah, like as the chat.
Like
Larry
who wasn't
Summers-
it? You know who's on the Epstein? Yeah, the guy who the Democrats want to write Project 2029. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And they don't
I
intend on
think
letting him go.
He resigned from Project 2029, which I hate that every time the Democrats want to do something like that, they just copy whatever they're like, oh, Republicans got a guy running for president that's a TV guy. We got to get like Jon Stewart in there. And it's like, no, you don't. I hate that idea.
No. And also too, it's like Project 2025, whatever, it's been like a 40+ year plan in the making. Like you can't be rushing this shit, guys. Like, but also too, Forrest, will you today on this space make a pledge? Even though 3 years, it's gonna be in 3 years. Will you support Gavin Newsom right now? If not, you're responsible for
I'm a
JD Vance.
campaign manager. I'm Gavin Newsom's campaign manager. And
oh my god, the fact that we're already doing this, I'm like, this is why I'm not gonna vote, guys. Like, can we please like really does Hassan Piker really matter that in the end? Like, well, he could be a big influence. Really, can he though? Like, he's a dumbass Twitch streamer. I'm sorry. I saw the clips and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, here we go.
I don't think I can take I don't think I can take it seriously if it really did end up being JD Vance and Gavin Newsom, because they look to me, JD Vance looks like the heat miser and Gavin Newsom looks like the snow miser from
yeah, they don't have any charisma. They both look like cartoon villains. Like JD Vance is always like
they just remind me of the snow miser and the heat miser. And I remember they put them on the Altoids box. So they had the two flavors of Altoids that were going, and that's all I'm gonna think about the entire time they're running for president.
Because a lot of people are like, well, if we want to protect trans rights, Gavin Newsom and protect the homeless, Gavin Newsom in this country, Gavin Newsom is the guy to support. I'm like, no, because he's passed anti-trans and anti-homeless legislation in California. What are you talking about?
He literally went to the he personally did these stunts where he went to all of these like massive encampments and started taking.
It was removing their stuff.
Yeah. But he probably went through it and was like, I'll keep this, I'll keep this, I'll keep this. He's also another person that like dates 19-year-olds. He was like 36 years old or something, and he was dating a fucking 19-year-old girl.
Before he married Kimberly Goforth, before she got all that shit done to her face.
Yeah. It's so it's like another person that's like, oh, let's get another at least close to the line, maybe not a pedophile, but close to the line, a guy that likes teenagers. Let's get another one of those.
I just don't understand why we have to have this conversation now and pick our guy, anoint him before there's a primary. I'm like, do we really have to do this again, guys? How many times do Democrats and liberals have to realize that you can't be saying we don't need the left and then blame the left when your guy loses? It's not our fault. You told us you don't need us.
By the way, the Steve Bannon one with Epstein is interesting because Steve Bannon was basically pushed out of the Trump orbit, like momentarily at least, in I think 2017. If you remember Roy Moore, Steve Bannon was in Roy Moore's corner, and Ivanka Trump was trying to, because that was when Ivanka Trump was still like Trump's big advisor, her and Jared Kushner.
Yeah,
right?
She was like trying to like toe the line and be like, don't be too extreme, Dad. And now she's like nowhere to be found.
Well, so basically, her husband's the guy that's gonna control the Gaza, whatever, the Gaza.
Strip,
and he was also the guy that bought TikTok. He's like part of that whole deal.
And they're also friends with Beyonce and Jay-Z. Of course they can't be too.
But so the Steve Bannon thing, right? So after finding out that Steve Bannon or that Roy Moore was fucking statutory raping a 16-year-old when he was running for Senate, right? Like Steve Bannon stuck by his side, and then he got slowly pushed out of the Trump orbit because at that time they were still trying to do we don't love pedophiles that much. It makes me wonder, like, I don't think now that would be like, I think now Trump would have gone all in on Roy Moore.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna say more Roy. I want more Roy. I want more of this guy.
Yeah, not Roy Cohn though.
They put it really well in like Chapo, where they're talking about like the Trump administration basically declared war on articles, because when Trump won, there were constantly like these articles, and they would like kind of cave after a while. There'd be like a bunch of articles. And it seems like they're really sticking with people now because it's like, we're not gonna let articles get the best of us. And like because they were overly sensitive to it. Not overly sensitive, but like they felt like their press would the press would like consume them, I guess, in the first one. And now they're like, no, if an article says fire somebody, we're sticking with them. So I think now Roy Moore could have done all kinds of things and they would have stuck with him. But at the time, that got Steve Bannon pushed out of out of Trump's orbit because he kept clashing with Ivanka Trump. And That's when Epstein kind of crawled in and was like trying to lure him in, and that's where the entire plan to make a documentary so good that it was going to exonerate Epstein. But really, what Steve Bannon was doing was media training, and he was getting all his guys hired on the payroll with Epstein, just in case I think the Trump thing didn't work out. And then eventually he got put back into Trump's orbit. Like a couple years later, they were friendlier with him, and he didn't he didn't warn Epstein that the law was coming for him.
Every time I think of Steve Bannon, I think of that interview. I think it was 60 Minutes where he's like, "I'm the superior white race," or what the fuck, and like he's got like a muscle spasm in his cheek or whatever going on. And I'm like, ew.
But the other thing I wanted to, or one of the other things I wanted to talk about was, I know you talked about this yesterday, the Discord,
man.
Yeah, facial recognition kind of stuff. If you want to summarize some of it, or at least what you.
Yeah. So after the UK implemented a thing where it's like you have to show your government ID, there was a massive, without any thought of protecting or having a backup plan. There was a massive leak. People's identities got stolen, government ID information got stolen, and now the US is like, let's do that too, and because it was such a good idea in the UK with great success. And props to Tim Lorenz for being on top of this shit.
EU countries like Spain, I think, is starting it now.
Yeah. Well, now you can't even have you need age verification for VPNs now, and it's like, what the fuck's the point of a VPN if you're gonna no, it's not just to watch porn, guys. There's certain things that information that you can't find everywhere, I just
Discord
or watch stuff on streaming shows or something like that too.
Discord announced Monday that it's rolling out age verification on its platform globally starting next month, when it would automatically set all users' accounts to teen appropriate experience unless they demonstrate that they're adults. For most adults, age verification won't be required, as Discord's age interference model uses account information such as account tenure, device and activity data, and aggregated high-level patterns across Discord communities. Discord does not use private messages or any other message content in this process. And one of the things that they're rolling out is that you would have to, I'm trying to find this in the article, but they're doing facial recognition stuff for it. So basically you have to scan your face into the phone, and that's how you prove who you are, which I was looking into facial recognition stuff for my new tech startup, Face AI. No, but Apple just recently did their second biggest acquisition of all time. And it's for an Israeli, it's always a fucking Israeli company, but it's for an Israeli company. It's called QAI, which is they spent $2 billion to buy this thing where it reads micro movements, which is like the creepiest shit you'll experience, because it's like basically looking at your face and looking at the tiny targeted movements that your face makes, like the twitches and just whatever expressions, like the micro expressions that your face makes. It's almost
the nuances.
At least the sales pitch for it that I saw is like they could basically guess what you're feeling and what you're gonna say, like what you're gonna want before you even kind of know yourself.
Listen, I mean, and I was talking about this yesterday too. I mean, we've been on the internet long enough for them to decipher how old we are, right? You mean to tell me that you cannot figure that out? It's just they want our information, just in case if we say something and step out of line. That is it. And in the world where most of the Super Bowl commercials were fucking AI, pro-surveillance state ads, as someone who was filmed at a dog sitting customer's house, I do not like the idea of us normalizing this shit, because we're gonna be blurring the lines of what's considered, protected under law or not. We might as well throw away voyeurism laws at this point, because it's gonna be expected for people to have cameras hidden in their homes, regardless of where they are.
So this company, 30% of the staff were called up to reserve duty on October 7th. So they're in the deepest part of the IDF. But yeah, so the move may be a component of Apple's strategy for wearable products such as smart glasses, which, I mean, don't get smart glasses. I feel like that should be something that doesn't need to be said, right? Like, don't get smart glasses. Like, you don't need to, you don't need them. But yeah, it's like the craziest targeted facial recognition software that they've ever really come up with, or at least that's how they're marketing it. I don't know how much you can ever trust any tech company that's like their sales pitch, because it's like if you listen to their sales pitch on AI, it's like the user experience for AI is nothing like they're like, oh, by the way, the film industry is over and AI can actually think. for itself. AI now has, and it's like, no, it can't. It's looking at patterns and it's trying to answer questions based on patterns. And it's like, you guys are doing like anthropomorphism or whatever, like where animal, where you're basically putting like human and animal like instincts into something yourself. Like it's not.
This is not the future the Jetsons, portrayed. I'm just saying. I wanted flying cars. I wanted, food being made immediately. Like no, this is not the future I wanted. Okay.
The other thing that I'd one day like to talk to Taylor Lorenz about this, but they're doing a big push now to weaken Section 230. It's going to have a huge impact on like online speech, because it's going to mean that now any group of people can just sue tech companies, which before that, obviously since 1996 has basically been protected. There's a conversation definitely to be had about regulation and how that kind of stuff works, because I think
look at Elon Musk's Twitter. I mean, in a time where parents can sue TikTok for their kids developing an eating disorder, I'm like, no, that's not TikTok's fault. That's your fault for not monitoring or putting some type of like parental blockage or whatever settings on what your child consumes on the internet. Like I remember, boomers, we were lucky to have boomer parents, us millennials, because they were learning about the internet and cable packages and parental controls like we were. And now it's like parents will see like, a Hulu show where it's like an R-rated Hulu show and be like, oh my God, look what they're exposing my kids to. I'm like, but that's not Hulu's fault. They actually have the option of where you got the kid's profile for your child, so they don't see that stuff. Why are you guys acting so dumb? You have the technology at your hands. Use it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. My parents they basically thought that if I got into an online chat room, I'd get instantly abducted by somebody who pulled a vent. Like my parents.
See, I wasn't allowed in chat rooms. See the AOL thing, they blocked me from being in chat rooms, but I was on BroadwayWorld.com talking to adults about musical theater. But that was fine. But like my grandmother, my Uma, would get like a weekly report on like what websites I was on, and she's like, "What's this fanfiction.net?" And I'm like, "Nothing. I'm not reading Yuri. I'm not reading rated M stuff. I'm not learning about sex." That's actually how I learned about sex.
Was from some person.
Fanfiction. Shit.
The Communications Decency Act enacted in 1996. I got the year right, at least. Provides legal protection to online platforms by shielding them from liability for user-generated content. So basically,
we should just be able to sue Elon Musk, though. I feel like at this point, we should be suing Elon Musk because look, that's why
Elon Musk for all of his other companies, right? Like, he's done a very good job at shielding himself from liability in other ways. Which, basically, if you have one of his self-driving cars and your self-driving car crashes and you touch the wheel at all,
you sold your soul.
Basically, you are now the person that was driving, even if you fall forward during a car accident, right? Like, because there was someone whose head got taken off in a car accident, and it got caught. It got caught on video that they weren't touching it. They were like this. They were under a bridge. Their head clean got taken off, but they fell forward, and because it registered like, oh, there was a hand that touched the of a dead person. A hand touched the wheel, right? Like then all of a sudden. Then they're the ones that are driving, despite the fact that they're dead at that point. He's shielded himself from liability in a lot of other ways, but his other companies are open.
But also too with the whole like Grok making CSAM and inappropriate content because perverts online are doing that. What does the 230 do for that? Nothing really. I know they're trying to. There's ways to do it without suppressing speech. There are ways to protect people's experience on the internet without suppressing speech. Okay, like that's
things like revenge porn is already illegal, right? Like and you're basically asking Grok, right? The word Grok. You're basically asking Grok to make revenge porn for you. So that should already be covered under the law. You don't need to repeal, Section 230 for that. You don't need to even amend Section 230 for that. So like that's kind of a different thing. But I wanted to highlight this because number one, because I wanted to beat the tail of the Wrens. Nobody on the left is talking about Section 230 allegations.
Yeah, I feel like so many people are inserting themselves in that drama just to clap, but also too they take it back to like Hassan, and it's like you people really need to stop doing like the fucking like Hassan gravy train hate. What like the well will run dry, okay? Like I know people get bored. I know people get bored on the internet, and they feel like starting drama is how. Stop, please stop.
Yeah, well, so
Not original. You're saying the same shit over and over again. Just stop. It's not.
It's that was so that, but I do think that that's a big deal, and I think that right now there's so much shit that's happening in all sectors, right? Like it's hard as someone that's trying to keep up with the news to keep track of everything that's happening at the same time. There's just every single part of
because you can't have fun, Forrest. We cannot be having fun and enjoying stuff. Hello.
I mean, you know, we're the king of having fun and enjoying self-podcasting, but
yeah, really. I mean, last night really showed it.
that was a blast. But I did want to I wanted to highlight that. Did you see the videos of like Joseph Gordon-Levitt? He's like standing in front of the he's like my kids are online, and that's why I think we should repeal this. It's in Project 2025. It's like part of their Project 2025 outline to repeal Section 230, because that means that pretty much any conservative group can go to a social media site and say, oh, we don't like this. We don't like that people are able to post this, so we're going to sue. And just the threat of the lawsuit, right? The fact that they're allowed to, Audrey just got in.
And then we're going to get another like Larry Ellison owning TikTok or whatever. Like I'm tired of joining all these new social media apps. I really don't hit it like Twitter does. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even Blue Sky is like, look at us. And it's like, you're banning trans and pro-Palestinian accounts. Shut up. You're no.
It shows our version of like authoritarian takeover is not going to have the same kinds of I guess mechanisms as somewhere like, I mean, you know, if you're looking at somewhere like North Korea or like Russia, where somebody goes to prison for for speech or something like that, we're not going to have exactly that, right? A lot of times it's going to be lawsuits, because we do more lawsuits than any nation on earth. We're the lawsuit nation, and just that has a cooling effect. And it's like, so then when you talk to people and you're like, listen, this is creeping authoritarianism, they're repealing our rights one by one, it's like, oh well, you can still legally say anything you want. And it's like, well, like maybe under the law, but they found ways around that. They found ways basically to do corporate authoritarianism. Like
yeah,
it's like we're trusting corporations, which we shouldn't be. Social media should be nationalized in some capacity. Of course, then you would have something like the Trump administration, and it's hard to take that together, but it's not working the way it is now. You know, it's not working.
No.
It needs to have some kind of something protecting it, so that, you know, billionaires can't just do shitification every time social media, you know, they're like, oh, we can mine more ads out of this. So there needs to be, digital platforms need to have something where it's like the rights are protected. That's clearly not working under this way of doing things.
And even if a Democrat becomes president, a lot of Democrats are very supportive of like this big tech nonsense, and it's like, really, guys, like, come on.
Yeah, I'm reminded of
you're just capitulating to fucking, like, you know, you're just capitulating to fucking Larry Ellison owning TikTok. Like what? And now they're like, oh my god, I can't believe it's this bad. I can't believe, you know, Larry Ellison would, you know, own TikTok and suppress it and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. We said this from day one when you were toying with the idea of a TikTok ban.
Well, it reminds me so much of Eddington
now.
Which Eddington is like the movie of last year. It feels like, where it's like you know, Pedro Pascal is basically the mayor whose big thing is the data center.
Where has Pedro Pascal been? He doesn't seem to be everywhere anymore, you know.
And I agree that laws are made by man. It could just as easily be ignored by man. But I do think that like things are designed to not protect any of these things. And it seems like the way that our version of creeping authoritarianism has worked since the early 2000s, if not, I mean, definitely earlier, but like, especially since, you know, like the Patriot Act, like the way that they do it is death by 1,000 cuts. And it's like, all of your rights are still there on paper, but it's like, you know, they find ways around that. Yeah. Like the Fourth Amendment, like, it's gone. Like people obviously love to talk about the Second Amendment, which it seems like that's even going with you know.
Yeah, I mean I couldn't, with the Alex Pretty nonsense. They're like, he had a gun on him. Can you believe that? He was gonna. I'm like, you guys are giving up the one right that y'all have been clinging to for how many decades now? oh God, this is bad.
But like the Fourth Amendment, right? People don't talk about that as much. I mean, I hate being like, people don't talk, because obviously, like, there are people within the like, especially within the that are doing like civil rights work and that are doing civil liberties work that obviously have talked a lot about the Fourth Amendment. But it's like, unreasonable search and seizure, not having your house just kind of busted into by ICE agents, pretty much. Like, that's just been gutted. That's gone. That's been gone. I mean, that's been gone since the Patriot Act. Like, one little bit at a time, and it's like they figured out death by 1,000 cuts works, because it's the same thing. I mean, this is kind of like, I don't know, libs love using this metaphor, but it's like the frog in the boiling pot, where it's like people don't notice it because the pot gets hotter and hotter, and it's like, in some ways that's kind of true. Like, it feels like that's the way that they've been taking away all of our rights one by one for the longest time. Well, if you hear jingling running around, and Audrey. She's in the living room. Sometimes I wonder if putting like a jingly collar on a dog, like if it ever gets annoying for them.
For the dog?
Yeah.
They would be trying to get it off. You know?
She likes it. She likes going like this, and then the collar goes. Oh shit! Telecommunications Act. I'm not good at speaking today because I barely got sleep since last night. But Telecommunications Act of 1996 became law 30 years ago today. Well, 30 years ago, I guess 3 days ago, because it's February 11th.
Yeah, it's the 11th of February.
So yeah, it became law, pretty much 30 years ago.
I got some bad news. Very bad news. Mitch McConnell checked himself out of the hospital.
Did you see the tweet that I had that I was like, Mitch McConnell watched the Bad Bunny halftime show and then died?
Yeah, but I just want to drink my beer, pray to God. We can't do that anymore, Forrest. We can't. Some black TikToker was like, I just want to lynch. I was like, whoa, there, okay, But what? That's basically what the lyrics are saying at this point. I'm like, what's wrong with drinking? Like, I'm like, but that's all country music sounds like to me today. Is they all want to drink their beer, pray to God, wear their boots, beat their wives.
Like, I kept watching when I was like getting ready for yesterday.
Bo Burnham.
And I was like, the Bo Burnham thing where he's like, cold beer, nice truck.
Noun and adjective. I'm like, and I tell my mom this. I'm like, Mom, at least hip hop, even though hip hop kind of like, it all sounds the same now too. It's still more popular than country, but it's like, this is not what Johnny Cash wanted for his genre, man. Even some of the more like songs with substance are so controversial. Like, I remember when that song Girl Crush came out, everyone was like, oh my God, lesbians. And it's like, it's not about that. It's about jealousy over a guy, an ex's new girlfriend. Like, that's it.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, like the Dixie Chicks even, like, cancel.
Goodbye, Earl.
I don't know. I just I mean, it's all pop, right? Like, it's pop, hip hop, and pop country. Like, because there's a lot of good rap. It's not necessarily the rap that gets radio play.
Most rap these days is actually popular within like the Latin genre these days. Like the Bad Bunnies. Like, that's what most people, Despacito. Like, that's what most people listen to now. Believe it or not, it's like it's not really English anymore.
I have such good memory. Like, when you think back on something, I always think back on 2019, 2020, when it was like right before, because my life was great. Like, literally the 2 months before the pandemic, my life was great.
Yeah.
But I went to Vieques, and I was going around in the Jeep. Like, we rented the Jeep. We were visiting like my cousins and like my aunt or great aunt, like my dad's cousin. Like, we were visiting them, and they have like a hotel, and they rented us, like they lent us a Jeep. And we were going around the Jeep, and I was just bumping the 100X Pre, like the Bad Bunny album from like 2018, and it was on the radio all the time, and I had like these mini speakers, and I was like bumping Bad Bunny in the car, and I was having such a good time. And I didn't know that like in 3 weeks the world was going to shut down from COVID.
I think my life was good in 2012. I feel like we all died in 2012 because life just gotten progressively worse.
Did you you wanted to be a part of a stomp clap band? Like, hey, I don't know.
Our graduation song was "We Are Young" by Fun. So I was like, this is the most, since the graduation song by Vitamin C, this is the most graduation song that could graduate. Yeah.
I felt like such a hipster about Fun because I really liked their older stuff before they got like big with like We Were Young, and I was like, they had some pretty fucking good songs when they were like pretty indie. Like they weren't like ever super indie, but like they were like kind of.
Then they had like 2 songs that became mainstream, and we haven't heard about them again.
Yeah, it ruined it. They had like a couple like good albums, and I was like, hell yeah, this shit's good. I like that guy's voice a lot.
Nathan, what's his face?
Yeah, Nate Ruiz.
He did that duet with Pink, and I'm like, oh, Pink is such a big Zionist now. Blech.
Yeah, well, like All the Pretty Girls was a song that I really liked, and like All the Pretty Girls on a Saturday night. That was like, I don't know, in like 2010. That was my shit.
I remember when the Vice trailer dropped, right, and they used the Man by, because I'm a huge Killers fan, and they used the Man Come Round. I was like, oh, this is a good song to use for a trailer.
I feel like everybody that was like born around us is born around the time we were has to be like a Killers fan. Like, I've never heard someone be like, yo, I hate the Killers.
Yeah, they're like even black folks are like Killers, white bands that just, they do it. They just do it for us. Because I remember Mr. Brightside like debuted it, like the music video. I was like, I'm like, this is giving me Moulin Rouge. I like it.
I feel like I came preloaded with the lyrics of Mr. Brightside the same way that like an iPhone comes preloaded with U2.
Yeah. Oh God, that's
I don't even remember hearing it the first time.
I was like, oh yeah. I was like, yeah, coming out of my kitchen. I was like, yeah, this is cool. I like this. And then fucking YouTube was like, let's put this for. I think the YouTube album is still on my fucking Apple, whatever. But it's like, we hate Bono, okay? Like, what's so funny about like the whole like, Super Bowl? Well, what's so funny? With the Super Bowl halftime show, a lot of people are like, we need like pages. I'm like, you're looking at the U2 post 9/11 Super Bowl halftime show. That's what you want, but we can't have that. You know why? Because we can't be having a 9/11 every fucking year before the Super Bowl. I'm just saying.
Bono needs his version of like a Sean Penn playing Colonel Lockjaw moment to like come back because I feel like Sean Penn in my mind.
Does he like British girls? He probably does. He's basically a traitor to Ireland.
Yeah, but I feel like Sean Penn in my mind is like similar to Bono, that he's like, I don't know, he's like a Fed.
Yeah.
Like, but then I don't know, like now Sean Penn in my mind is just like, you like black girls, I love him, and it's like he's been not rehabilitated because he's a fucking crazy maniac who beat the fuck out of women, but he's been like, now I'm just gonna think of that every time, and it's like Bono needs a version of that, which he never is gonna have because he's lazy as fuck. But
yeah, I will never forget the Grammys for giving album of the year to U2 instead of like fucking Bad for Michael Jackson. Man, they were like, we gave Michael all those Grammys for Thriller, and I'm like, yeah, but really, was U2 better than Michael Jackson that year? I don't think so. Anyway.
I feel like we need, like, I feel like musicians need to do a new version of We Are the World. Like,
have you ever remember when they did it for Haiti, but then SNL did one called We Are the World 3 to help the We Are the World 2 disaster. And that shit was funny as hell because at the end, Kenan Thompson was Quincy Jones. He was like, that was pretty bad too.
Well, you could tell they were trying to do a version of We Are the World when Gal Gadot did the Imagine in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, what the fuck is this?
I was like, oh God, this is going to be bad.
Living for today. Kalal, no.
I know.
Imagine all the people. Imagine all the people living for not Palestinians though, not them. Imagine all the people except Palestinians living for today. Like imagine there's no Gaza and it's like, Gal, no.
No. You would be saying that for sure. Oh Jesus Christ, that's when I knew shit was gonna be bad. I'm like, oh God, they're gonna have all these celebrities go together to sing Imagine. Oh God, no.
I knew it was gonna be bad when now I don't remember her name. The girl was in
Vanessa Hudgens. She's like, people are gonna die, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And I was like, damn.
It's sad, but people are gonna die. I'm like, imagine saying that during the AIDS crisis. You know what? People did say that. Reagan
a lot of people said that during the AIDS crisis. But
they weren't caught like doing this on like a TikTok or an Instagram live.
it is. and then we can pass it off to our buddies. But it is crazy to go back to like the Spanish flu epidemic, right? Like the last big pandemic. I mean, obviously AIDS was too, but like the last big like random kind of pandemic that happened.
Airborne, yeah.
And it's like Woodrow Wilson and like all of them, they did not bring it up. They just never. I mean, Woodrow Wilson got fucking Spanish flu and almost died, and had another, like, that's when his stroke started that like left him. His like wife was president basically for a year. But it's like he was basically he never mentioned it. He never once said anything about it. And it's like Trump could have just done that probably. I mean, it's like.
But then because he got COVID. Oh my God, I remember. I went to bed. It was like 10 o'clock, and I went to bed not knowing. Waking up to all the fucking like the October surprise, the good news. I was like, oh, we got COVID. Let's go. That was a good day on Twitter.
But we can pass it all up to American Wasp, our buddies Alex and Deter, and they're gonna have their show. I should say that Friday, just to plug it, Friday they're doing the all day. They're doing the all day fundraiser or slash stream that they're trying to get people to subscribe for this space. So I think I would exactly know what I would be doing for that, but I said today that I would join in for whatever. I'm down for whatever.
It's gonna be Jeopardy. I'm here for Jeopardy. Okay, I'm hoping that Andrea has like some like musical theater trivia, perhaps.
All right. Well, this is Absurdity Space. I'm Forrest Miller. Christina Oaks is here. We do Movie Night Extravaganza on Tuesdays at 8 Eastern. Subscribe to that, and it's also here when it's on Tuesdays. Sometimes it isn't, but I think that's it for today.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp on this space. I am your host, Deter McBizness, joined as always by Devil's Advocate Productions, sporting the Max Left hat and the patriotic shades.
What is going on, folks? Welcome to the space. I think you're a little quiet. You can turn yourself up a little bit.
I'll try to do that. Thank you.
This week and last week is our subathon. Like Christina and Forrest were just saying on the previous hour, we are having a all day. It is the first 5-day this space week, I believe. And we're having a stream on Friday where as many hosts as possible are going to get in, and we're all going to chit chat with each other about the news and, break stories and play games and have a whole lot of fun trying to get subscribers for this space. So folks, like that stream, share the stream, post it in Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you got. Tell people in person if you go outside. Let people know that this space is live Monday through Thursdays on YouTube.
Nice.
Peter, how
We
you
got
doing?
a
How's your week?
full slate of programming. My week has been good. We had a good Left Coast Live last night with my boy Stat Pat, Stateless Patriot, and just a couple of California lefties talking about national politics. And we talked about a lot of different stuff. I mean, these Epstein files are just dominating everything. What's that guy's name? The InfoWars.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones, like those types. They weren't right about like a lot of things related to the conspiracy, but the idea of a cabal of elites like controlling a majority of what actually happens with the country and influencing the White House, getting influenced by Israel, influencing business practices all over the world. It is insane. That's what I said last night on the stream was it's insane that there's this level of concentration of power. I was aware that it was concentrated, but I didn't know it was this concentrated for this long. I mean, this guy, Epstein, man, he had everyone on his call sheet. He had everyone on his call sheet, man. I mean, except for the Obamas, I guess.
Dude, last night, since the new batch dropped, I saw some of it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I feel horrible now. Like worse, it ruined my fucking weekend. And my wife has been going a little further into it because she can't stop reading it. It's like a car crash. You got to keep looking at it. And it's really, it just confirms, a lot. It fills in the gaps. I feel like that's what I've been trying to articulate. Like there's a lot of history to look at, and then this sort of fills in the gaps of like, oh, that's why Pizzagate happened. That's why Gamergate happened. That's why, dude, last night I found out he was talking to the CEO of Activision Blizzard in like 2011 going, how do we get kids as early as possible to start spending money and like get that a habit forming? And it was microtransactions. Motherfucker was responsible for microtransactions in video games.
I don't even know what a microtransaction in a video game is.
That means when you play a fighting game and you used to be able to, beat arcade mode or certain difficulty and you'll unlock characters, right? Or different costumes for
now you have to pay for the characters.
Now you have to pay for every character and every costume and every
you knew that
level.
was going to happen, though.
Yeah, or Call of Duty. I mean, Activision Blizzard makes Call of Duty. Like the loot boxes, which is a box of random things. It could be a skin for your gun. It could be a little bauble. It could be a power up. And you have to spend real money on these random chance machines that are like slot machines. Europe already started to like crack down on it when EA is not Activision Blizzard. EA made Star Wars Battlefront, which is like a shooting game, a Call of Duty kind of game. And it also has loot boxes. And the EU came down on them and was like, you have to change how this game works because people can't progress in the game, in the product. You sold them a false product without spending more money. And it's crazy how many fucking tendrils he had on his own. Who's some fucking guy. I never heard of this guy until he got arrested and then put in jail and killed, suicide, escaped. Now, who knows? Like, it really is terrifying seeing how much of this. And I want to echo Jennifer Welch from I've Had It, talking to Mehdi Hassan. They've had these files for how many years now?
Right.
2018, 19?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
What have you made of just generally the files and all the many people from across the political spectrum in there? It's kind of a reminder that people who we called conspiracy theorists were kind of right about this elite all scratching each other's backs and protecting criminals.
So when this happens, I go back to something that's not helpful for me to get angry about, but I do every single time. And it's this main sentence that Merrick Garland had these files for 4 years
I've been saying that for last week.
Do anything with it.
Kills me.
And then people will say, well, no, it's because of Ghislaine's trial.
No, that was
And
over. That was finished by 22 or
because
23.
we had independence. And I'm like, this is why we lose. This is why we'll continue to lose.
Music to my ears.
That's what makes me
agree.
angriest about it.
I agree.
Is that
Same.
the Democrats have
Same.
this shit. And not only is it the right thing to do to expose all of these rich pedophiles and pedophile protectors and pedophile enablers, but also we had democracy on the line. And that they didn't
They could have imagine Elon Musk and Donald Trump were there for the taking. Can you imagine if Donald Trump had a bunch of files in which a confidential informant under oath at the penalty of perjury says she saw Joe Biden committing sex crimes or threatening people with death? Now, those are the allegations against Trump in the Epstein files. He denies them. They're not proven in court, but that's in the files.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? Do you think Trump would have sat on that if he had that on Biden or George Soros?
No, of course not.
Mehdi goes into the what about stuff, and I see the value of it, but like, it's like, dude, Merrick Garland being where he was is because Mitch McConnell held up the appointment of a Supreme Court justice, right?
Right.
So to hold it open for Trump to win. And then as a get back, Biden appoints him as attorney general.
Right.
Like, oh, we're owning the Republicans, guys. This is Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi's idea of owning the Republicans, is appointing a Republican to the Department of Justice to sit on these files and protect all these people.
So
it's baffling.
Merrick Garland's a Republican?
Yeah. That was the whole thing. Like, Obama
Really?
put him up because they thought, all right, he's like a light Republican. They'll vote for him.
So weak.
And Mitch
God,
McConnell
that's
was
so
like,
weak.
we're not going to let you do anything, motherfucker. I'm the turtle. You don't
Right.
beat the turtle. And you don't. Like, when you play this game, when you play the game of fuck you, then you win. Then you win.
And Chuck makes a good point. Merrick Garland allowed the kangaroo court against Stephen Donziger as well. So, yeah, Merrick Garland's a kind of a guy that needs a little bit more attention, it sounds like, because that's a really good point, is like they sat on these things for 4 years, and it could have destroyed Trump and prevented him from becoming president for a second time. So there's a lot of...
Yeah.
I mean, who do we really... I mean, this is insanity. This is insanity because there's no anchor to windward, to use a sailing term, which means that you can find some sort of certainty somewhere, right? Like we still could have faith in the FBI or the CIA or the justice system,
right?
Or the judges.
But now it's Kash Patel.
But now we have no faith in anything. We have
now
no
the
confidence.
army is
we don't have any. We don't have confidence in like the. I guess our local community cops that we know personally, we probably have faith in them and the fire department people. But in terms of leadership, in terms of power points, I don't see any institution that is big, strong, or capable of calling everything to account. Like, well, Trump's
Deter,
in office.
you were part
I mean,
of DSA, and I heard DSA just hit 100,000 members.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
which is it's growing, and it's not growing fast enough. Should be,
but it's going to be through elections, and then so here's what's going to happen. Well, here's what might happen. I'm not going to be one of those douchebags who says, "Here's what's going to happen. I have a crystal ball. I know what's going to happen." No. Here's what might happen. Is the left wins the midterms, the Dems win. I shouldn't say the left. Dems win the midterms, and then they go for impeachment. That's the thing is, do you think that they get impeachment through both houses? I mean, I guess it depends on the results.
Depends on how much
the Senate is tough to swing. The Senate's going to be tough to swing.
Right. And I don't think they're moving. They're not moving now. They're terrified. I think they're terrified because they've been audience capture, right? That means I think audience capture means you only make stuff or do things that you think your audience would like. And if you try to stray, you'll lose followers. That's what they bought in. That's the bargain they made when they allowed the Tea Party in. Like, the Tea Party was that post Sarah Palin, like, oh, we could take the mask off a little bit and like get like really into how much we hate minorities and gay people and whatever, and let our free flags fly. And the Tea Party, that bargain is now you have to own it, and your fans are crazy. Like what happened to Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, crazy. What happened to Charlie Kirk, crazy. So they're not only terrified of those people, but they're terrified of Trump himself because he's a lunatic already, and now he's super old and he's losing it. So he's even more dangerous. And he could just sick ice on like any Republican who like didn't vote for him or vote with him on a piece that he needed. He could just be like, you know what, we're arresting you. Fuck it. We're fascists now. Like, we're doing it. So I think they're terrified generally, and I don't think they would vote for. That's a long way of saying they don't vote for impeachment. But I think the Dems can dominate, and they have to get on board with messaging like this. Like, you know, Hassan was on with Don Lemon. I don't like Don Lemon. I think the fact that he was fired from CNN is very funny, but I think it has provided an opportunity for him to bring his neoliberal, you know, mainstream credibility to internet people like Hassan, who actually have good ideas and can spread it to Anna Navarro here.
We need these people, and we need to embrace them and amplify these people who are having second thoughts and who are regretting their vote. There's a lot here where I live.
Can I say something? I know I've said a lot. The thing I was going to say is this. There's this calculation that takes place every election cycle in the midterms, only in the Democratic Party, by the way. This never happens in the Republicans, what I'm about to say, which is, how do we get these racists on board? Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to become transphobic. Oh, we have to do this. We have to do that. No, we want those voters to come and vote for the Democratic Party or to vote for the most progressive politician that's available. We want them to do that. But we don't want them to do that by conceding on these ridiculous lines. We want them to do that because we're offering something to every American unconditionally. Medicare for all is obviously a great example of this, because at the end of the day, racists need health care too. Racists need a roof over their heads too. And if they have that roof over their heads and if they have that health care, maybe it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to act out on their racist desires. So my argument always is, instead of trying to bargain with them and instead of trying to concede on these, culture war narratives, offer them something to vote for the first time ever, instead of taking a defensive position and allowing the Republicans to dominate the conversation.
I think that's
but he's still
perfectly stated.
Yeah, but he's still talking about going after the racists. It's like the triple Trumpers,
Well, he's explaining it to people who spend their lives on CNN and reading The Atlantic or whatever.
Right. I mean, get them on policy was the subtext there. That's what I tell every progressive. Just get people on policy. Because otherwise they're going to want to talk about Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and lump you in with them.
Dude, Hakeem Jeffries.
That's your party. That's your party.
Hakeem Jeffries also connected to Epstein. I just
Really?
found out. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Get him
Fucking,
get him out.
I gotta
man.
find this.
That would be
I gotta
amazing.
find this
Yeah, so I mean, Hassan's very bright, and I like his messaging a lot. I just in that clip, it's get him on policy, but also too I just don't want to waste our time with people who wave the Confederate flag, beat their Bible, or stick their gun in your face and say respect me or I'll fucking kill you. I don't, the Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nuts. That's my whole thesis. Is stop wasting time with those people, because they're gonna find a way back to the GOP. They're gonna find a way back to the GOP. They're gonna find it.
Outweighs their care for physical comforts and just an easier life, then yes. But I think the point that he's trying to make is if people had free housing, free healthcare, free food, free groceries, I'm taking it much further than he's saying, but people had their immediate needs met for you existing, because as soon as you are born, you owe money. And that's a crazy society that humanity has set up, but that's what we've set up. And I think if you lessen the amount of money that you immediately owe for just existing in the world, like food, housing, shelter, healthcare, things like that, you eliminate their desire to blame someone for material conditions, because their material conditions are better. Now, will people get used to that and still have hate in their heart? Sure. People are taught that, are taught hate and taught racism. They're always going to be racist, but you can mitigate how many of them there are, how much power they have, and how many other people are willing to join their cause because they're just angry and don't know what to do. People are joining ICE because they're like, I don't know, I need fucking money. They promised me 50 grand up front. I don't know. I don't think that Trump's a con man, so I'm going to sign up, and they're going to get fucked, just like joining the army too. But yeah, I wanted to show that Hakeem Jeffries is also named in the Epstein files. Democratic Party fundraisers invited Jeffrey Epstein to a private meeting with Jeffries in 2013 to try to raise money from the child sex trafficker.
Wow.
As we've been saying all along, both parties in the entire system are irredeemable. It's all one boat. It's a big party and you ain't in it, right? That's George Carlin. Like,
yes,
it's crazy feeling like Alex Jones or QAnon were right about anything, but like they were to an extent. And it seems like it was like Epstein himself feeding like info to 4chan and like building and whatnot to kind of make it seem like these are crazy conspiracies. But it didn't work because he thought he could. They think they're gods, like you'd say. The narcissistic,
inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement.
Yeah, man. They think they could just control populations, and they can to an extent, as we've seen. But
well, the most important thing to understand,
with Pizzagate and QAnon,
yeah,
like the last thing is that even with Pizzagate and QAnon, we still were like, no, Epstein is crazy, and all this needs to be exposed and arrested. Like it didn't dilute the waters enough. His plan failed. Is the last
ultimately, yeah, but I feel like it was too big to fail. It feels like it got overexposed with way too many high-profile people. I mean, it was just a matter of time. Like it was just a matter of time before Sean Diddy Combs got busted. It was just a matter of time before who's that other guy, the other rapper said I can't remember his name, but the pedophile rapper guy from
Drake
back in the not Drake. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'll think of his name later. But
Russell Simmons?
No. The Epstein. I just can't believe. I have to believe that some of this shit is bullshit, right? Like the cannibalism and the weird.
I mean, dude.
But it's just I have to believe that some of it's bullshit. Like, but it. I mean, what is going to be the when are we going to get to the bottom of this? This is going to drag on for years.
Here's Pam Bondi today answering, so to speak.
Yeah, she was such a bitch. I saw this.
I didn't see any of it. I saw tiny little clips.
She sucks.
To release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over.
Oh, there we go.
Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000, and the Nasdaq smashing records.
Dude, this is why I loved watching C-SPAN and the news back in the day, because it is reality TV. She has no idea why she's there. She's so scared. She's so scared, dude.
Well, she got caught in a lie and was told to resign by the guy from California.
They thought they were just going to roll in, take over the country, take over the world.
Hit play. I want to see the rest of this.
Yeah.
Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Dude.
So she's just basically like distract. I mean, she says nothing. There's nothing. Just like it's a complete non sequitur.
Yeah.
Just a complete non sequitur. Just something
they're
that's completely
doing.
irrelevant.
They're trying to attack
hand.
Donald Trump because he's so successful at being the president. They're scared of that. That's the premise
I don't know, man. I'm starting with how dark this shit is, how evil, how explicitly evil it is, and we're starting to get some female Republicans to kind of cross over. I am optimistic that I'm optimistic we could see impeachment. We could see a conviction. We could see impeachment, and we could see a conviction, and then J.D. Vance is the nominee, the incumbent in 2028, and then somebody takes him out, hopefully Pritzker.
Look,
but
would not.
You don't need that many. With the way these midterms are going to go, you're not going to need that many Republicans to convict him, if you need any.
Yeah.
In the Senate, I think you might. That's the problem, is he's going to get tried in the Senate, and the Senate is a little bit more.
Yeah,
complicated.
but I think, I think you might be right. Like, I've toyed with the idea that they might just cut bait and go, okay, Trump's a pariah, and we'll jail him or prosecute him. Oh, he pulled the wool. Maybe, do you think they could try and turn that and be like, oh, he was the bad guy all along? Oh, no. But the movement that he began, it's okay. It's J.D. Vance and Charlie Kirk in spirit. It's their movement, really. They are trying to lay the foundations of that, because at the end of the day, Trump is old and could go. So they're trying to do that anyway, future-proof their movement. And it's already a weak movement to begin with. It's based on one guy, and just everyone who leached onto him, Steve Bannon, Epstein, who was already, attached to him and whatnot. So it's coming to an end, and they're violent death throes is what we're seeing. That's what that was. That was someone unprepared to be attorney fucking general. That was someone not prepared to have to ask questions. Jim Jordan, there specifically a co-conspirator of all this shit.
Right.
Because I'm blaming all Republicans. You're all co-conspirators of this project, of the Epstein class. Democratic establishment as well, of course. Bill Clinton agreeing to testify before Congress so long that it's public, and I want to fucking see that for sure.
Yeah, me too.
But
there's a rumor that I heard.
It's how you want to control the fall.
There's a rumor that I heard. Maybe Bill Clinton, who's a master lawyer, could make some kind of deal where he comes clean on everything that he knows, and then he's just put on house arrest for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They might do that the Republicans could do that to Trump. I'd be happy if Bill Clinton sacrificed himself and Hillary sacrificed herself, and be like, yeah, we knew, we were there. Here's what we saw. Here's what we did. I doubt it, because they are, Hillary still wants that job. But we'll see. I'd hope maybe if they have
something
better
really quick.
agents.
Can I show you something really quick? So does this work or no, it doesn't. Okay, no, forget it. I was gonna say I can talk about it without showing you, but it's gonna be tough. It's the Cook Political Report, and I'm just looking at solid, likely, lean, toss up, and then it goes the other side. And I mean, it's 53-47 right now in the Senate. So you're going to have a three-way switch. And there's only 4 red seats: Maine, North Carolina, Alaska, and Ohio. And then you've got Iowa and Texas, maybe. That'll be okay. So so this is what's going to determine whether or not Trump gets impeached and convicted. If Cornyn loses re-election. John Cornyn loses re-election, because Iowa's open, and Alaska has got that guy Sullivan. And Ohio's guys too. They're all going to be vulnerable. With these special election results, they just flipped a Texas district by like 30 points.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. That's why they're coming in with ICE. They're trying to make deals like give us your voter records, and then we'll let ICE out of the state. Like it's mob. They're the mob, and they're doing mob tactics. Give us the shit we want. Give us the votes. We're going to Georgia to try this again because I'm Donald Trump and I'm fucking senile, and I still want to prove that I actually won in 2020. So, and they're all they have to follow him because they're scared of him. They're scared of the followers. They got nothing else to do. Pam Bondi looks terrified. And I think something else that can move votes in November is ICE. Because even podcasts, I don't know if you've ever heard of this podcast, Legion of Skanks, trigger warning. I don't know what they'll say, but they are comedians here in New York. Dave Smith, the libertarian, is on this podcast, and they're even starting to turn on ICE a little bit.
And I'll say, I don't want the government to control me, but I would tell my friends, hey, maybe don't go to these protests. The government will.
They seem to be really good at it and getting away with it often.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I've also never believed in anything enough for -10. Like, why the f would you do that? Even Selma was in March.
I do. People in America, we have it kind of nice. So people kind of forget like what the government is, and then they go, "I'm going to go protest the government," and they're like, "Hey!" I remember on January 6th, so they go in there like, "We just farted on Nancy Pelosi's desk," and they're like, "Ha ha!" And then they were like, "You've been declared a terrorist against the United States of America."
You're like, I work at AutoZone. I'm not a terrorist. You'd be like, yeah, you are.
Nah, dude, it's you and Osama bin Laden. And I'll say, I don't want.
Like they took it to a weird place that, of course, Dave Smith would steer it more towards, hey, feel bad for the January 6th people. But
yeah, Dave Smith's a piece of shit.
Yeah, even they are a little nervous. And, Dave Smith, the libertarian, famously, they hate the government. Here's a tyrannical government.
Yeah, the libertarians can shut the fuck up.
I know. They need to shut the fuck up.
The libertarians can shut the fuck up for a while because, a lot of this anti-government streak is just stupid.
And states' rights also being totally disregarded by Trump, going in for asking for their voting records and invading with armies.
Yeah, I'm not a big believer in states' rights anymore. I don't think that.
Yeah,
I think a lot of states are really incompetent when it comes to certain things, like how long did it take gay marriage to get through places, legalizing weed, like. All these problems could have been resolved much quicker if they were done at a federal level.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't have you're going to have politicians everywhere, but at least maybe a third of the people that are playing the political game are legitimate public servants. And I for Pam Bondi to get up there and expect us to be taken seriously, I mean, she's, like you said, she's going crazy because of the fear. Because it's all coming crashing down, and they're realizing they're not invincible, and they thought that they were invincible.
Yeah,
and so
they thought they were invincible.
This has to happen though. We need resolution. Like people need to go to prison.
Yes,
like anybody that was complicit with Epstein.
The world will not hold together without people being. I mean, the UK is doing it pretty quick right now. France is also making moves in Spain. About their rich billionaire creeps that live in their country. So it needs to happen. This is a global problem, and when we get the reins, when more sensible hands can snatch these reins from Trump's feeble, insane grasp. He needs to go to prison. Again, I'm like Ole Olurin when it comes to prison and policing, but people like this need to go to prison. War criminals, fucking international sex traffickers, slavers. It's slavery. Yes. You're doing slavery still. That is one of the highest crimes on earth. Period. Everywhere. It needs to be fucking addressed. But ICE. Here in New York, Zoran, we got Zoran out here making statements, a good public servant, actually trying to help people.
If faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources. Let us create a new expectation of City Hall, where power is wielded to love, to embrace, and to protect. We will stand with the stranger today, tomorrow, and all the days that are still to come.
I mean, again, just that earnestness. I think there's a craving in the country, in the world, for earnesty and trying to do good for the sake of it being the right thing to do. And, you know, this is a speech from a prayer breakfast where he said, we're going to keep ICE out of places, you know, everywhere, actually. Mamdani announced a new executive order protecting New Yorkers from abusive immigration enforcement, including requiring ICE to have a judicial warrant to enter NYC property, which includes everywhere, but specifically also churches, hospitals, you know, places where ICE has been going in Minneapolis and Chicago and all over the country to snatch people. So we need more. We need more people like this, and I think there are more coming out of the woodwork and standing up to fight in this moment, because this is American fascism. This is our cold civil war. It's been cold for a while. Cold War. And our World War III at the same time, ish, with Israel doing what it's doing, China gearing up to do what it's going to do in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and, you know, Russia trying to put the USSR back together piecemeal. Like, this is our World War III. It's happening. It's just different than it's all orchestrated by a fucking pedophile ring trying to carve up the world. I know, man.
Which is crazy that it's pedophile, like pedophilia. I understand the sex part, but
they just think they're gods.
It's pedophiles, but what's the appeal? Like,
they think they're gods. They want to up each other. They want to up themselves. You have billions of dollars. You've done every experience. You want to keep going. And just the next rush. Escalation. I gotta fucking. It's as I feel. I mean, give anybody $1 billion, see what they do with it. You know what I mean?
They're not going to end up diddling kids.
I mean, yeah, but for long enough, you have that money for, I don't know, when he got, you know, ultra rich in his life or started this whole thing. You know, Earthbags Homies says Epstein works for Mossad. You know, there's contacts with Rothschilds, fucking CIA. Like,
Did you hear about this guy who shot his daughter in Texas during an argument over
Yes.
Trump? Oh my God.
Yes, man.
It's only in
horrible
Texas.
Situation.
No, I mean, I think Texas could go blue in 2028, depending on how things swing. Like, it's this bad right now. It's only going to get worse. Like, they're not going to back off. Like, people have been killed on camera. They're not backing off. Like, you know, Trump just posted that racist picture of Obama and his wife, and like, you know, it's just, he's unhinged. He's gone around the bend, and the dementia is going to make it worse. So it should be fun to watch, but it's also kind of scary at the same time.
It's terrifying because he's just lashing out, and he's
the one in power. It's not like he's running for president. Yeah, like we can vote him away.
Like, think about the you know, nutty old person in your life, folks watching at home. What would happen if they had hundreds of people listening to everything they said and acting it out?
Mm-hmm.
Like, or an 8-year-old, same kind of idea. Don't let these people have this much power. It's crazy that Donald Trump is the president. He's the fucking guy from Home Alone. He's in Little Rascals. He's a fucking rich guy from the 80s. It's so stupid. I hate it. I hate it so much.
But he personifies baby boomer conservative capitalism.
He does.
I mean, that's his ethos, and that's what we need to kill in order for our country to evolve. You know, I'm working on a new essay series. By the way, I just posted a new essay if you haven't seen it.
Check it out.
It's all stuff you most of you guys watching already know, but it's a good video to send to friends and be like, hey, just so you know, this is actually how the political landscape in our country works, where there's conservative capitalism, which is the GOP, Then there's neoliberal incrementalism, which is most of the Democratic Party. And then you've got progressive pragmatism, which are people like Bernie and Zoran and AOC and so forth.
Yeah.
So that's the video that just came out. But I'm also working on another one called Evolution Requires Extinction. And that's going to be about how to go after specific parts of MAGA in specific ways. I'm trying to get more creative with that because, you know, you're a pretty nice guy. I think you have maybe a forgiving nature, but you don't believe.
Well, I am the devil's advocate.
You don't believe in forgiveness for all this shit, right? Though, like on a social scale.
On a social scale, hang on.
Like
on a social scale, I'd say
repentance is required, right? You have to say you're sorry.
Repentance is required.
Yes.
And I think we might have talked about this last week, but Ashley St. Clair, who has a baby with Elon Musk, was working at Turning Points for a long time. She is leaving the movement in part because Grok was people could use Grok to make like sexual pictures of her, and she was like, "What the fuck?" She publicly expressed regret for her part. She authored a children's book, anti-trans children's book. She expressed regret about her hand in like helping spread anti-trans hatred around the world, and so Elon Musk decided to sue for custody, saying that she's going to trans their child and he wants to have custody. And, you know, she has admitted, like, yes, I am the cliche of it happened to me, and now the leopards are eating my face, and now I regret it. And I'm out, but I'm literally here using whatever voice I have to try and stop other people from joining, bring other people out, give people an example of what it's like being in that world, and doing whatever she can do. So far, has done, you know, some interviews with Taylor Lorenz and Matt Bernstein, just saying like whatever I need to do for not even forgiveness. She's not asking for forgiveness. She's asking, what can I do to help stop what I've helped? And that's what you need. That's what you need, I think, is the example you're saying.
That's a full 180.
I don't forgive you. I give you credit for bravery of stepping out and being like, hey, I'm publicly going against this, and I was wrong, and I was lying, and I didn't know what I was talking about, and so are all these people, and being genuinely in danger. But also, yes, it happened to you, so now you feel the effects of it, and also go fuck yourself. I don't need to see you. Like, she's also like, I'm not trying to start a YouTube channel. This is not like promotion.
Right.
I'm literally like, I just want to help stop what I've helped, and you know, I think that's that's what they can do. That's what they can do.
Yeah, that's what they can
As
do.
Jake would
give
say.
us a window. That's what they can do, and they can give us a window into that culture and confirm that it is indeed evil. Like, I just don't want to come out of this thing when I'm in the second half of my 40s and people are still talking about conservatism as if it's intellectually valid, with respect to making society better and better generation to generation. It is not.
Yeah.
It is not. There's nothing
it has
good
to be,
about it.
Yeah.
It has to go extinct. Like, this is the common enemy. I mean, you know intuitively, but social psychology tells us as much, that in order to get people who don't get along or who have differences that, you know, make it difficult for them to work together, you give them a problem they can't solve without working together. Well, this is the problem. Is the Confederate flag-waving, Bible-beating gun nuts organized and manipulated by these heartless one-percenters, many of which are playing both sides. That's the thing about Epstein that everybody should be learning about our country, is that the real power players play both sides so that they always have influence no matter who's in power.
Yep. They don't have any loyalty to anything, not even each other, because they see each other as competition. Again, we've talked about Succession a little bit, but like they only see each other as competition. They may respect each other as like, you're so good that I can't kill you right now. You know what I mean? But they would like to. And they view like millionaires as, you know, pawns. The celebrities, they're fun. We'll have them at the parties so everybody can meet, you know, whoever's here and whatever. But they're the ones who truly, I mean, we've seen some of these things like start to get mainstream by people like Tucker Carlson with the like tanning your balls, manosphere type weird like
shit?
health kick. Yeah, the Make America Healthy
but that's
Again
that's a fun one. Okay, so pause right there. I want to give acknowledgement to a fellow creator, Boston Brian.
Word,
check
what's up, Boston?
Check your Discord messages, dude. I want to try to collab. I want to figure out what your New England background is. So hook it
get
up.
all three of us. I-95.
Then the other thing. Oh shoot, what did you have? You had something that you just said that was pretty insightful.
What did I say that was insightful?
No, well, anyway.
No, just that they were like, again, they were playing both sides. They're keeping the Democratic Party impotent and not being able to, we can't override the parliamentarian. Meanwhile, Trump's like, I'm just going to send ICE into communities and tell them to do what I want. We're just going to recruit randos to be in the army. It's just straight up fascism. I thought of a new slogan.
I know I've taught. Oh, go ahead. No, you finish.
It's a take on Smokey the Bear. Only you can prevent fascist fires.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah,
No?
that's decent. I mean, I think my WTF stands for white trash fascism now is pretty good. I think that'll stick at some point. I got a whole arsenal of sayings that I have written down in my Evernote, and I just haven't gotten them into an essay yet. And I'm not popular, so.
Dude,
okay, I'll find you another way, Boston. I'll find your email or something. Good.
I was talking about how like they're mainstreaming this like Maha stuff and this new wave shit because of RFK and his popularity, and also Alex Jones with the supplements. Like they've always been into it. And
that's what I was gonna say.
We like cannibalization shit is real just because they thought they could live forever.
All right, so you know how a lot of MAGA America derives from the whole like the left is looking down on you, and so they want to own the libs type of thing, right? Okay, so all right, guys, you won in 16, you won in 24, and look what you did to the country. Hope you had fun owning the libs. You were dead wrong about everything. Now we're gonna own the younger generation of your people through women. Because if you watch these dating shows, dude, educated, good-looking, like socially competent women will not date anyone that voted for Trump. Usually just once. Definitely not if they voted 3 times, but if they voted for Trump even just once, these women want nothing to do with you. Dude, they don't care how good-looking you are or how much money you have. They're just like, you're disgusting.
You brought it up. The new season of Love is Blind is out today, and me and my wife are going to watch this as soon as this is over. And I've been watching since season 1. I'm addicted. It's our heroine as a couple. I don't know how this happened to us. 90
Yeah,
Day
but don't they always cast good-looking people for that show?
On Love is Blind, yes. On 90 Day Fiance, no. It could be anybody.
Oh, okay.
But on Love is Blind, yeah, they are like all averagely attractive, conventionally attractive people.
Good bodies, that's the most important thing for those shows. Not saying that's what's important to me,
but like
saying that's
there's been some conservatives, even conservative adjacent people matching. Yeah, that happens every time. When it's when the girl keeps asking, like, I have gay friends, are we gonna be allowed, like, at the wedding, you know what I mean? And you see that happen in episode after episode, he's not giving her answers. He's just skating around it because I don't think about those things. I don't know if my church lets if people who watch know what I'm talking about.
Do you think Nick Fuentes is gay, by the way?
Random question, but maybe.
Well, he's isn't he the voice for a lot of the incel groypers? Like, well, he is the voice for the groypers, but aren't the groypers like for the most part incels?
Yeah, but I think he's an incel. I don't know. I don't know if he's gay or he's just
asexual.
Asexual-y, or
Just
or
refuses
so
to engage
angry,
that part of life.
so angry, so leaned in to what he is as like a content creator, hate monger, whatever, edgelord guy, and audience captured. Like, I feel like a lot of people would stop watching him if he had sex. You know what I mean? Like, they'd be like, oh, well, the journey's over. Like, that's their end game.
That's his
I don't know.
He's got.
I feel like they would, or if he got like a girlfriend or a wife, like, I don't know. Sometimes they remember Tim Scott in the primaries? They were like, do you have a wife or what? Here's my girlfriend, and we're getting engaged. You're like,
the closet.
Kyle Rittenhouse, they gave a wife to. I wouldn't be surprised if they really do give wives to some of these right-wing people to consider when we know about their connections to Epstein. And that a lot of these women are like former beauty pageant women and whatnot. I don't think it would work the same for Nick Fuentes. I don't think it would work the same for Nick Fuentes. Unless it was like crazy. If it was a crazy, like, because there's a level of kayfabe with all this, right?
Well, I really enjoy checking in with Fuentes every now and then just to see the insane shit that comes out of his mouth.
Word.
I mean,
I think if
ridiculous.
Like he married Erica Kirk or like Candace Owens,
or
if they created a throuple with each other, that would go crazy. Crazy numbers on the internet, too. I would watch that show if they they're like, we're gonna all start a podcast together, and also we're all in a relationship. Then I could see it kind of boosting their platforms, but otherwise, I don't see him lasting too long. Honestly,
no.
I think I don't know, how old is he?
27.
Because he started when he was like a teenager, and I get
he's
that.
Been around, I know he's young as hell though. I think he's late 20s.
I
he's
get
gonna be around for a
being
while, man.
Like
I don't know. I think he's gonna last. I think he's gonna be the next Ben
in popularity.
Shapiro. Yeah, I think because this extreme. This is what I'm talking about. This culture, this like subculture of extreme conservatism, is only going to get even worse. And like they're not going to multiply, but there are going to be a certain percentage of our society that always falls into that category.
Yeah.
So
there'll always be racists.
They're going to want a voice.
Yeah.
And their voice was always lukewarm about Ben Shapiro. So now I think they liked Charlie Kirk better because he was more explicitly racist and he was dumber. And then you've got now I think Nick Fuentes is the future.
But what about Tucker Carlson?
No, because he's not.
You think
he's been around too long.
Old.
Yeah, he's too establishment. Nick Fuentes, like that's what I'm saying is his ethos is that of an incel.
Yeah.
Who doesn't get laid, who like is super judgy about everyone and everything. Like that's what's hilarious about Fuentes and why I like watching him, because it's like, dude, are you not aware that like you are unattractive, unathletic, unpopular?
No, he's aware. He's very aware.
But that's where it comes from. You realize that. Like it's the Hitler complex. Hitler was a failed artist. Like, and there's nothing wrong with inherently being a failed artist, but I just have to say that Hitler was like a perfectionist and had this obsession with order, and things have to be a certain way. And that's what guys like Fuentes are advocating for too, like white genocide. Like he just says it outright. He just says it outright. That's why he's valuable. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why he's useful, because it's like, yeah, that is like there's a couple other content creators that are very pedestrian who are trying to make it that I follow, and then maybe we'll do some reaction to at some point.
Yeah.
But they say I don't have anything. I'm not. Nick Fuentes isn't part of my team. I'm not on his team. And I'm like, yes, you fucking are.
Yeah, because then what team do you have? Like, what's tiny little slice of this already small movement do you own? The people who are okay with like these, like what tweets do you separate out of Trumps that are okay and not okay? Then you're just like dividing on atoms. It doesn't matter. You are in the same group as Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
I don't know if he lasts long. I think the profitability.
I don't know about this. This is a good comment to react to. Fuentes is just another grifter catering to his followers for profit. I disagree. I think Nick Fuentes is authentic.
I mean, I think he
really
believes
is
it,
that much of a sociopath.
but I also think he's aware of like business moves and whatnot. Like, I think just the profitability of all this will go down, because of just the Earth's repulsion against all the Epstein shit, and like how tied in, like, clearly, because then you can using the Epstein class as a phrase, perfect. From like, who's that? John Ossoff? Like, that is exactly what it is, because it's cross party. It doesn't matter what country, because countries have different political systems and different parties. It's not Republican, Democrat, Tory, Labor. It's just these assholes who think they can control you, can think they can just tell you how to vote, because unfortunately they haven't figured out how to get rid of it yet. Like, those are the people who are the bad guys, and they're all in it together. Chuck Schumer, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, like, it's all of them, and anyone who wants more of that too, because going into the newer candidates and younger people.
So there's two things that we need to kind of hear. One is calling for people to go to prison.
Yes.
And I want someone to call MAGA white trash, but it's not a requirement. It's just something that I would like to see happen, because I'm sick of these people, and I want people to stop like being hesitant to.
I think white trash
what it is
just
it's what it is.
It's classist though. It's not like racist against white people.
So, and then here's the real like value add, and how what makes I'm proposing stick is the generational transfer, where we say it's about the baby boomers. Look who's been in power.
Word. Yes.
Look who's been in power. Like, there is no argument, right? Like, we say we shouldn't be racist. We say we shouldn't be xenophobic. We say we shouldn't be sexist, misogynistic, chauvinist, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I'm telling you that if you want to pick one that's actually useful, an ist that's useful, it is ageism. Okay.
Yeah, word.
in ageism. Anyone over 60 anyone over 60 right now, just go
suspect.
retire.
Yeah.
Just go retire and get out of the way. Your way of thinking is expired. It is no longer valid. It is no longer useful. I hate to be like that big of a generalization, but it's like it's like cutting out cancer, right? Like, you might get some good flesh that comes with it, but you got to make sure you cut that whole fucking tumor out. Yeah. And so I just say anybody over 60, get we can talk, but if we're going to talk politics, you're going to shut up and listen, because everything you think is wrong. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. You're wrong about everything.
It's just so goddamn frustrating. It's been frustrating for me. Again, I mean, it feels recent to me now, but it's been 14 years now since I've been paying attention to politics, and it is frustrating. It is like, oh, you all made the wrong decisions, and you should have done this 10 years ago, and then before that, but you really should have done it before. Like, just seeing the connections of like how this all got so fucked up to where we are now. We need, to lean into the conspiracies to bring it all the way back around. We need a great reset, like Alex Jones has been talking about. A great reset on the world. And that is what they've been talking about, is like their fear is that the world goes no to this ideology, period. That is what they were afraid of. That is the great reset. Like, Joe Biden is going to convince the whole world that never vote for conservatives again, and everyone's transgender, and everyone's like mixed race or whatever. That was their fear, and that is what we need, actually. We need everyone to fucking get on the same page and say we cannot do genocides and allow that to be unprosecuted. We cannot allow child sex trafficking, fucking slavery, and let that go unprosecuted. Or what planet do we have? What civilization do we have? And it breaks into total anarchy. But last thing here, to keep it a little light, is I just wanted to touch base with Erica Kirk, who I brought up earlier.
No, Jesus
Thought it would be
Christ.
very funny.
All right, make it quick.
It's just something people pointed out now that she's doing Charlie Kirk's show, is she removed their wedding photo. So in the background here, you can see their wedding photo, right? This is one of Charlie Kirk's broadcasts. And now it's not there anymore.
Wow.
So I wonder.
She's on the market. She's on the market, dude. She's hunting.
She's hunting. She's on the hunt.
Yep.
And I
She's
still
hunting.
vote that she and Candace get together. And this is, I showed this to you. This is my favorite new account to follow. Candace Owens trying to read this. The word of
These
today.
chips are made with real food. They are.
Hold on. The word of today is satiating. Satiating. I think a relationship with her and Erica Kirk and Nick Fuentes would be very satiating to the culture.
And because these chips are made with real food, they are more satiating. So you won't find
Yeah.
yourself uncontrollably binging. They are more satiating so that you won't find yourself uncontrollably binging. The beef tallow makes the chips much more satiating, so you won't find yourself uncontrollably binging. Flavors of masa chips are their habanero and their original.
All right, we should get out of the way. Lumencast is up next. Thank you for
so
tuning
much.
in to this space and joining me and Alex for the last hour. I am Deter McBizness, America's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant gone West Coastal, reminding you that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. See you next week.
And share this space.
If you can, please spread the word and please hit that subscribe button, folks.
By the end of the year, it should be double digits. Double digit thousands.
We're just getting going.
We got a lot of stories for you today.
Hello, this space. I even went over to try to look at my mic, which isn't there at all because my board has died on me completely. I don't know what happened. It just won't connect. So we're gonna be on a USB mic. That's just how it is. Sorry. I'll get a new board. Maybe this is the time to get something really elaborate. I don't know. I haven't been on here a couple weeks. I look crazy because anybody who doesn't follow me, and why would you at this point? Like, I'm in and out. Sometimes I record, sometimes I stream, sometimes I don't. I've been really going into turtle mode because I don't know if y'all didn't know this. I am not Asmongold. I'm not the number one political streamer on YouTube. So therefore, I don't do this for a living. This is a hobby, and I do it when I can. And so we have to work with what we got, with the conditions that we have. And I don't know if you know this. I live in New Orleans. Right now is the most. I only don't just live in New Orleans. I also work for the city. Will not dox myself and say what department I work in or where I work or whatever. But just say I work for the city. Right now it's a Tuesday, or no, it's Tuesday night for you. For me, you're listening to this on Tuesday because I had to pre-record because I've got work stuff to do tomorrow night that I can't skip it, because the point of this rant is that it's Mardi Gras. That's the point of the rant. I'm going to move this just a bit. Get to see more of my messy office. The point of this rant is, just fix my camera. Look at that mess. Jesus. The point of this rant is that it's almost carnival time. It actually is Mardi Gras right now. Mardi Gras is not one day. Give you a little quick lesson in Mardi Gras. It's not one day. It's 2 weeks of festivities. And I am engaging in those festivities, so I'm pretty much to be here with y'all in the past so you can enjoy this in the future. I have a sinus infection because I've been burning the candle at both ends, and I'm not as sick as I could be because I am kind of taking care of my health. I've been doing a wicked concoction every day at work, twice a day, of a handful of spinach, a little bit of 2% milk, a clove of raw garlic, protein powder, creatine, and also, what am I missing? Fiber. And my poops are crazy, but I do feel a lot better. I am healthier. And my coworkers hate me because it smells like raw garlic. And maybe that they'll just stay away from my area. But got to do it. Got to do it. Got to take care of my health. Got to do it. And so are we? No. Okay, cool. We had a little glitch there. We're back. But yeah, got to do it. Got to take care of my health, especially now when I'm burning the candle at both ends, partying all night, going to work during the day, getting ready for the carnival season. I am in, next week I will be in Costa Rica. Please do a prayer for me that they let me back in the country because you know how they mess with people's passports and whatnot. I have a dead man switch to where I have a certain amount of people that I'm going to call, that I'm like, not going to call, but I have them on a list saying, hey, if I don't report back to you that I made it back on this day, then y'all need to come looking for me and figure out what happened. So with that being said, I'll try to get a show in an hour in Costa Rica. Maybe do a little, not necessarily a live stream. I don't know. I'm sure I could do something to show some Costa Rica off. Get that in there. And yeah, so that's what's pretty much going on with my life. Why I've been absent. This is Lumen of the Lumencast. I've been saying everybody's mantra here in New Orleans. Everybody's mantra is after Carnival, after Mardi Gras, after Mardi Gras, after Mardi Gras. And the thing is, because it seems like Christmas, New Year's happens, and then boom, Mardi Gras, bang. And it just doesn't stop. And Mardi Gras feels like a million years away, like 365 days away from Mardi Gras Day. But man, like you have to literally start planning what you're going to do if you're going to join a crew, if you're going to ride in a float, if you got to get your float, like pretty much the day after Fat Tuesday, you've got to be locking that stuff down and getting it ready to go. But yeah, that's why I've been absent. I did catch I was at a parade for dogs on Sunday. Called Barkus. This is a parade that celebrates the dogs of New Orleans. Correct. It is what it is. It's great. It's fantastic. But just to give you an idea of the variety of things you can attend here in New Orleans. So I was worried about, I wasn't worried about, more my wife was worried about anything, not catching the Super Bowl halftime show. I made a Facebook post, a Boomerbook post that said, I have liberated myself from the NFL and also the Super Bowl. And I don't mean that to sound like I'm better than you guys who, maybe you had a favorite team. Maybe you watched every single play. Maybe you just tuned in for the commercials, which I am better than you if you did that. No, 100%. I'm much better. But maybe you just tuned in to see Bad Bunny. I'm a guy who used to have all the apps. DraftKings, Caesars, all the degenerate gambling apps on their phone. I'm the guy who had 4 fantasy football leagues, who bought every copy of Madden every year. What I'm trying to say is I'm not a fan of the NFL, but what separates me, I wouldn't even call myself a casual fan. I was definitely a fan in the correct use of the term, a fanatic. Fan is short for fanatic, if you didn't know that. So, I could tell you all about professional football, college football, all that. Pretty much all sports. Like, if I can drink beer at it and I can bet on it, I'm in. I don't care what it is. I do not discriminate women's this. I don't know, the Puppy Bowl that. Trying to think of the weirdest thing I've ever taken a bet on. Highlight, probably. If y'all know what highlight is, it's the pelota and the stick. You know, the curved like moon thing, kind of like wall ball or a classier form of pickleball or racquetball. There you go. So that's highlight. I grew up in Tampa. Tampa used to be able to just go see highlight in Tampa. I think the only highlight arenas left in the U.S. I think there's one in Palm Beach, and I think there's one in Miami. But yeah, you should just go bet on highlight, like barely even understanding it. It's just a good time, right? So I'm not one of these guys that's like, oh, y'all into sports ball? Like you're watching sports ball? I could never be caught doing that. I'll be rolling my 20-sided die or moving my Warhammer guys around with measuring tapes. No, I'm not that. I am that guy too. Don't get it twisted. I am that guy, but it's not like I'm better than anybody else. So I guess this is going to be a struggle session for the people who it's been really on my mind. For the people who watch this, this space. And also for the people who aren't going to hear this, but it just makes me feel better. But we'll make you eat your vegetables first, and then we'll get to the dessert. But yeah, this is going to be a struggle session because I saw a lot, and I say y'all know who I'm talking. I'm mostly talking about liberals. If you heard me rant before, you know my hatred for liberals runs deep and wide. That's what they said about your mom. Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But I saw a lot of y'all posting online hearing about Bad Bunny and how great the Super Bowl halftime show was and how much Trump hated it. And y'all really kind of got on my nerves, to be honest with you. It's going to be some hard medicine. Y'all really got on my nerves because y'all are acting like watching, a sexy Puerto Rican man gyrate around on a stage somehow somehow struck a dagger into the conservative movement or, made Trump so mad or somehow did something, had some kind of effect on politics or changed anybody's mind about something or just really stuck it to the man. And I see that's a lot with liberals where they'll latch on to like a capitalist cultural event or touchstone. And, the man is an artist. I'm not knocking him. He's an artist. He makes music. He does the gyration. He does the thing that makes he does the thing that makes the ladies sing, right? And that's great. I wish him the best. I wish anybody who could, I hope that whatever your hobby is, this is a throat clearing. I just want to make it very clear that I don't hate fun. I like fun. But I just hope that like whatever the throat clear, whatever you do is not a hobby, but whatever your artistic, creative passion is, that you can reach the heights of Mr. Baboni. I wish that for you because I wish that for myself. I wish that for all of us. But at the end of the day, man, this was just a dude dancing around on a stage, on a set for capital and capitalism. It didn't affect anything. It didn't change anybody's mind. It didn't make anybody actually upset. Even if you're like getting your rocks off, looking at Pop and Mima's Facebook posts about how like he should have been talking English because I don't understand nothing. He don't speak English good kind of post. Just understand like that's not doing anything. That's not doing anything. But what it can do is we go back to woke 1.0, Obama era, we can use this as a teachable moment to really talk about what's going on in North America and Central America and how, America bad. All roads, America's not even the final boss. Behind the final boss is capitalism, right? America bad, capitalism bad, and we can talk about the exploitation of Central, South, and North America by the 50 states of America in a way that's productive and can really, get you to learn something and teach you something. So I guess let's do that right now. Let's watch a video. Gotta wake my mouse up. Let's watch a video here. Whoop, that's the wrong one. Let us turn myself off. No big deal. All right, cool. Let's watch a video by Johnny Harris. And I think Johnny Harris is about a Fed, to be honest. But that's okay. Stop clocks are right twice a day. Let's watch this video by Johnny Harris called How the U.S. Stole Puerto Rico Mapped. And then we'll come back and we'll discuss it with the class. And don't feel discouraged, liberals. I got plenty of venom for the right wing, and we're going to get to them too. And we're going to talk about their foolishness. But I just don't want you to think that this is slacktivism at its best. This is slacktivism. It doesn't mean anything. It's fun. But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything. So enjoy the things that you enjoy is my point here. I'll get to the point before we watch our little video and have our teach session. Enjoy the things that you like. Don't let anybody, no ethical consumption under capitalism. No, you got to spend your dollar, your hard-earned dollar that's buying less and less every day as the empire collapses around you. You got to have fun. I hope you had fun, but now it's time to learn.
It's easy to forget that the U.S. still has colonies. But we don't actually use the word colony. We prefer words like unincorporated territory or commonwealth. These are places where people are subject to U.S. rule, but don't enjoy the full rights that other Americans do. I want to tell you about one of them, Puerto Rico. When you're in Puerto Rico, you're not just in a vacation paradise. You are in a part of the United States. It feels like the United States, but it also feels distinctly different. This feeling, this limbo state, didn't happen by accident. In fact, it's perhaps the best example of the lengths the United States has gone to hold on to land. So let me show you how the US kept their colony in the Caribbean, using brute force, spying, and the abuse of land and people. This is how the US stole Puerto Rico. Okay, so it's 1898, and the Spanish Empire looks like this. But it's faltering. A lot of its colonies are fighting for independence. The United States gets involved and allies with a lot of these independence fighters. They say they want to liberate these colonies. And so they get into the war and they win. But instead of liberating Spain's colonies, they just take them for themselves. And one of those colonies was Puerto Rico. And so on an ordinary Tuesday in the late 1800s, there was a quiet ceremony that takes place on the governor's balcony in San Juan.
Now, just so you know, the same thing happened to Hawaii. Hawaii is not, at least they're not playing in Puerto Rico's face. Well, that's not true. I was going to say, at least they're not playing in Puerto Rico's face and being like, you're a part of the United States. At least they treat them like a colony. But the thing about that is, my personal opinion about Puerto Rico, it's not Manuel Miranda's position, because he's a imperial bootlicker. I'm sorry, Hamilton stands out there, and he half a Gaisano anyway, Gusano. But I digress. My point is that either the United States needs to make Puerto Rico the 51st state, or let them go. This purgatory in the middle to where like you are subject, but you don't have the full rights of American citizens is crazy. Understand Hawaii is the same way. Hawaii cannot be a 50th state. I think Alaska is anyway. Hawaii cannot be an American state because it's stolen. Like, we just took it. Like, the treaty was bad. That's a whole nother ball of wax that we can get into. But this is something we do this all the time. We do this with so many of our colonies, and it needs to stop. Either bring these people and this land, if you're going to subjugate them, bring them into the bosom of the United States, or let them go.
400 years of Spanish rule, Puerto Rico, this island in the Caribbean, is simply passed from one ruler to the next. And this begins an unprecedented experiment in the Caribbean for the United States, an operation to extract resources, money, labor, and military protection from this small, beautiful island. They start by passing a law that gives the US total political control over the island. They start appointing American leaders to govern the island, men who don't speak Spanish, don't know anything about Puerto Rico or its people. Most of these leaders treat the assignment like a business venture. Like this one guy who, when he was the leader of Puerto Rico, starts to give public Puerto Rican funds to American-owned businesses on the island. Then he stacks the government with American loyalists. And then eventually he resigns, but then he returns to the island to build a sugar kingdom. Now with the help of all of the political officials that he had appointed, this company balloons into the largest global sugar business on earth.
And when it's domino, you're sure it's pure.
At the same time, US banks descend on the island, giving out very predatory loans and then foreclosing on.
I wish he would have focused more on the sugarcane. But as far as the Caribbean, you know, you think about sugarcane, you think about Jamaica, you think about Puerto Rico, you're thinking about Haiti. The immense pain and human misery, this white gold, this sugar, has caused marginalized, exploited indigenous people throughout the world. It's just without measure. I mean, Haiti fought a revolution and kicked out the French. The Haitian people kicked out the French and the Spanish over this. And they didn't want to let this small island go because of the sugarcane. And not only are were people tortured, starved, beaten, worked to death over it, the actual manufacture, the actual harvesting of the sugarcane was so brutal, so dangerous, and so backbreaking. It killed so many people. That's why it was. You want to talk about things that actually did matter? There was symbolism in that halftime show by Baboni of how it started with the sugarcane, because that was such a political statement, alluding to the things I just mentioned in my last sentence. But yeah, the history of sugarcane, it's just bloody and it's crazy. Tea and sugar have caused more immeasurable harm to our species than bringing up the rear, cotton, opium. Yeah, but tea and sugar, the hunt for that, the East India Company. You talk about some cutthroat capitalists. East India Company. Google that sometime. Don't Google it while you're eating. Don't Google it while you're trying to go to sleep. It's disgusting. These are just the output of human misery that these two luxury items have caused the human race. Is immeasurable.
Land, gobbling it up and turning it into, you guessed it, sugar farms. Puerto Rico is slowly turning into a sugar island and becoming more and more dependent on shipments from the mainland. The US enacts a new policy that says that anything going into Puerto Rico has to be transported by American ships with American crews. So of course this skyrockets the prices for locals, which is made worse by the fact that the US government had devalued and then outlawed the local currency. So now every Puerto Rican lost almost half of their wealth overnight. And as a part of this push to lock Puerto Rico in as their colony.
Can y'all imagine that? Just for a sec. just want to see where I am on time while I'm ranting. Can y'all even fathom that? Like, it's like if Canada invaded us tonight and took over, they didn't take the whole country. They took back, I don't know, they took over Seattle, right? Or what if Mexico came across the border and were able to hold San Diego? I think that's the easier one to imagine. Let's say Mexico comes across the border and holds San Diego. And they say, guess what? All you people here in San Diego, US dollars no good. No good. Only Mexican peso. So your job that's not paying you in Mexican pesos, can't use them here. Can't use them here in the Mexican Commonwealth of San Diego. Even though that's not even a good analogy because that was Mexico. Puerto Rico was never the United States until we dominated them militarily and physically. So that's not even a good analogy. But can you imagine that, just waking up and being like, you can't do business in your own sovereign country because some outside country has decided that your currency is no good. So they can dominate you. Brother, the humiliation must stop. Like, this is why, for all oppressed peoples, I'm not Puerto Rican. I have no ties with Puerto Rico. I've never been. But I would die for Puerto Rican independence if that's what they want. This is crazy. Like, the damage this evil empire has done is without measure or conscience. It's absolutely insane. Let's get back to it.
They forbid Spanish in schools and public institutions. And so in this very short amount of time, the US turned Spain's former colony into this giant sugar farm, stripping down local identity and language and culture in the process, and locking the people under their control. And then Congress gives Puerto Ricans US citizenship, which conveniently was just in time for a giant global war. So Puerto Rican men got sent to the front lines to fight for the country that was in the process of pillaging their island. By 1922, a series of Supreme Court cases had solidified Puerto Rico as a, quote, unincorporated territory, which is just like word salad for the US Constitution doesn't fully apply here. I mean, think about it. Unincorporated territory, this intentionally contradictory jargon that came from these men hundreds of miles away. But honestly, the message was very clear. Puerto Ricans did not look or sound enough like Americans to actually...
Does this sound familiar to the youth who are watching this, who are fully involved in the Palestinian resistance and independence movement? Does any of this ring a bell? Does this sound like Gaza? Where, oh, you're a part, this is actually Israel, but you have none of the rights of Israelis. See how as George Lucas said, history, it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Really be a part of the United States. By the 1930s, big banks owned 60% of these sugar farms, 80% of the tobacco farms, and 100% of the railroads and shipping facilities. At the same time, Puerto Ricans were being paid less than 4 cents an hour. If you put that into today's currency by inflation, that's like $1 an hour. Poverty and malnutrition start to grip this island. All the while, the US is turning the island into an essential military outpost. See how Puerto Rico juts out a little bit into the Caribbean? It served as a strategically positioned island to help protect trade routes and a place where you could refuel ships. Over time, more and more military bases and installations start to pop up on this island. The US would go on to test thousands of bombs in Puerto Rico, leaving behind one of the most hazardous waste sites in the United States. And by the middle of the 1900s, Puerto Rico really starts to mirror what the US envisioned. Puerto Rico, the sugar metropolis.
I'm sure Johnny will get to this much better. He's an actual journalist. I still think he's a Fed. But, yep, this is not even something that happened in the past. Diego Garcia, the United States Navy base in our colony of Puerto Rico, is still dumping toxic waste from their bases and still exploding ordnance and destroying that island to this day. even the Puerto Ricans who don't want independence, they just want full citizenship status. This is one of the very, reasonable sticking points. They're saying, look, you want us to be American subjects, we'll be that, then stop shitting on America. Stop shitting on Americans. Treat this island like it's your home. Treat it like treat the kitchen like your mother doesn't work here. Clean up after yourself. That's all they're asking. It seems reasonable. Could you imagine wherever you live in the United States in the Imperial Corps, I'm sure you live next to a military base, if that military base was just dumping waste and blowing up bombs in your backyard, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? You would lose your mind a little bit.
Puerto Rico, the land of low wages and abundant laborers. Puerto Rico, the irreplaceable military outpost. The empire that billed themselves as the liberators from Spain is now an overlord, and the locals start fighting back. The fight is led by this guy, Pedro Albizu Campos. He's this poor kid who ends up going to Harvard. He graduates valedictorian from Harvard Law School. He serves the US in World War I and even helps draft Ireland's independence constitution. Like, the guy's kind of a superstar. Ultimately, he returns to his hometown to attempt the impossible, Puerto Rican independence. But soon, Campos would find himself bouncing in and out of prison for 25 years.
Cuando los adultos de la patria tienen que salir despavoridos de sus lares, no tienen siquiera salida a países extranjeros distintos del poder enemigo que nos ofusca. Tienen que ir a Estados Unidos a ser los esclavos de los poderes económicos de los tiranos de nuestra patria.
Things have.
And people who want to deny other people's independence, they'll be the first ones to say, where's the Palestinian Mandela? Well, you've got him in prison right now. Where's the Puerto Rican Mandela? You've got him in prison. Again, history rhymes. Over and over again, reasonable people make their voices heard and say, look, just don't trample on us. Please stop killing us. And we reject that, and then we wonder why people get violent. All we did was kill them. All we did was stamp on their skulls until they were dust. I don't understand why they're so mad at us. Every time. Ho Chi Minh, another one I can think of. Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh modeled his political movement in the North after the United States Constitution. All he wanted was fair play with the Americans, the Chinese, and the French, and whoever wanted a piece of Vietnam. And they said, nope, that's not good enough. You're subhuman. We must dominate you. And then when they start killing you, when they start shooting back, the indigenous oppressed people, you go, whoa. The Vietnamese have deceitfully broken the tent. Deceitfully how? Deceitfully how? You're in my house telling me what the rules of engagement are? Again, history rhymes.
Haven't quite escalated. This movement is just starting. Campos comes back to Puerto Rico with the goal of total separation from the United States, and people join him. A lot of people, just everyday, ordinary Puerto Ricans who are fed up with being exploited. They join them, they organize, and they call themselves the Nationalists. They run for office, they go on strike, and they fight back against this superpower that has been exploiting them. Momentum begins to pick up. And then the dominoes really start to fall. There was this American doctor. His name is Cornelius Rhodes, and he went to Puerto Rico saying he's gonna do like health research or something. We know what he really was doing and thinking because he wrote this letter. Let me read it to you. He writes that Puerto Ricans are, quote, beyond doubt, the dirtiest, laziest, and most degenerate and thievish.
There it is. That's what they will always peddle. The West will always peddle its savagery behind, is that of dehumanizing people, dehumanizing Black Americans who were brought here in shackles and forced to slave away for generations under, what said the Emancipation Proclamation, the Middle Passage. Palestinians are animals and are all terrorists, and that's why they're the children of Amalek. Puerto Ricans are dirty. Imagine somebody coming into your house, kicking the shit out of you, stealing your goods, squatting in your home, and then having the gall to call you dirty and subhuman.
Race of men ever to have inhabited this sphere. And he goes on to say that it makes him sick to, quote, inhabit the same island with them. But he doesn't stop there. He says that Puerto Ricans need, quote, something to totally exterminate the entire population. And then he admits to a crime. He says, I have done my best to further the process of their extermination by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several more.
We love genocide, don't we, folks?
I mean, this is bad. It's really bad.
Yeah, Johnny, genocide is
for a lot
bad.
of Puerto Ricans, this wasn't surprising. So the staff at the hospital find this letter and they send it around to everyone. And it goes out and it goes viral. And nothing happens to this guy who has admitted to murdering a bunch of Puerto Ricans. Actually, something does happen. He gets on the front cover of Time magazine. To the nationalists, this letter confirms something that they already knew. It actually wasn't that surprising. There was an awareness that, yes, America loves Puerto Rico for their soil and their labor and their strategic location, but hates them as people. So after this letter, the movement explodes. It gets to the point where the US and their puppet government on the island can no longer ignore this movement. Soon, a bunch of new officers are hired and trained and armed with machine guns and tear gas. But the nationalists keep fighting. Then in 1935, police kill 4 nationalists at a university event. The nationalists retaliate by killing the police chief. Then, without trial, the police execute his killer and arrest Campos, the leader of the movement, for plotting to overthrow the government. Campos is given this rigged trial with a jury made up mostly of mainland Americans, and he gets sentenced to prison for 10 years. A few months later, people are out peacefully protesting on Palm Sunday, and the police start shooting into the crowd. Men, women, children, and elders are all clubbed and beaten to death and shot in the back as they run away. 19 are killed, and over 100 are wounded, but it still doesn't put down the movement. The violence only pours fuel on the fire.
And that's what imperialists will not understand, is that without consent of the governed, of the, the exploited worker, whatever, without, I don't know. I don't want to say Cusanos, but I guess I just did. You can't hold a place. So it's like, well, why won't they stop fighting? It's because they have nowhere to go. Like, you're in their house. That's one of the reasons why, the strategy, when somebody, war strategy, whatever, the Vietnamese, Taliban, North Korea, trying to think of countries that really gave us our licks, in actual combat and made us pack it up, is because, look, you're fighting on their home. Their backs are against the wall. There's nowhere to go. It's libertad, or muerte. Muerte or libertad. There's nowhere else. To where we, the United States, with all of our power, we love our fat, colonial, imperial way of life and treats, and we have we have an infinite appetite to do violence. We do not have anywhere near that same appetite to absorb violence. You give us a bloody nose, we'll back off, we'll stop, because we're just not built like that. We quote the Dead Kennedys, Beast compilation album, to give me convenience or give me death. That's what we like. And we can't understand, because of that mindset, how other people across the world are ready to stand on business. We can't, it's something that the colonizer will never understand that mindset, because the colonizer only believes in domination and extracting material value from the dominated. They don't have any real national or civic or just pride in their own culture and humanity. That's why they're always stretching out and trying to take that. That's why in the UK, you can, people will, the EDL, the English Defense League, racist, fascist Nazis, will try to tell you about how all the black, brown people from other countries have ruined England. But instead of but when they're done screaming about that in the street for an hour, instead of going home to eat their mushy peas and their brown goop, they're going to takeaway and they're getting curry because their culture sucks. They don't have a culture. They when you're constantly trying to dominate other people, it doesn't leave a lot of time to create your own culture that attracts people. If you've ever played the game Civilization, there's a couple ways to win that game. One is a cultural victory, to where you can have a dominant culture that people just flock to, and they assimilate to your culture. The colonizer, the person on the war footing, has no time for that. All they want to do is do the cheat code of the game, and the cheat code of the game is genocide, and it doesn't work. And but they know no other way, and that's why these empires, including the imperial core that we live in, must be put down like a rabid dog.
In Washington, D.C., they're starting to get worried that this independence movement is just going to keep building. And they don't want to give up their island in the Caribbean. There's still plenty of money to be made off of Puerto Rican soil and labor, not to mention the military bases that they had there. So they turn to an extreme measure, something that, as I learned about and as we reported on, has been blowing my mind in a way that I study this stuff a lot. I look at the behavior of empires. I look at how they control people. I've never seen this before. It starts with FBI agents who come to the island to work with the police of Puerto Rico. They have one simple mission: to spy on anyone who they deem politically subversive and to sabotage them, and thus sabotage the independence movement. So they spy on everyone. They spy on the nationalists who are part of the movement.
Yeah, and this is a big factor of how the Black Panther Liberation Party, was broken through COINTELPRO. This is what you're seeing here is the beginnings of COINTELPRO, and you're seeing, now we're to a place where you don't even have to worry about feds infiltrating. These people will, the right wingers on Facebook that or right wingers in the street, they will act like feds without getting paid, effectively doing the 3-letter alphabet agency job for them. They love to do it because they think they're on the team. And as they're slowly finding out in current day America, they are not on the team. But what you're seeing here is the roots of COINTELPRO.
Movement, but also their friends, their partners, their sexual partners, their business colleagues, their children. They track down criminal records and mistresses and debtors and creditors and photos and license plate numbers, school transcripts, and even the guest list to weddings. Like, they got really, really detailed. They started listening in on phone calls and intercepting letters. Everything was fair game. The idea was to create panopticon, this idea that they're always watching. They also started to cultivate relationships with a network of informers, often
But that can backfire. The creating that panopticon can backfire, and you're seeing it now again in current events. What I just touched on is that you create that panopticon, and now anybody who wants to side with the colonizers, with the oppressor, with the abuser, now they're being. It's fun. I guess what I'm saying is it's fun to throw out that person's a fed. Don't communicate with them online. They're a fed. They're a fed. They're a fed. Are they a fed? Probably not. But again, they're acting like feds anyway. So that can backfire because it really crystallizes the message of the opposition party. It really puts it into focus to where anybody outside of those lines, it creates a hard fence to be if you're outside of this fence, you can't be trusted. And it's a good way to vet people and to find out who's really about your movement or not, whether the feds or not. It's more like the Matrix. And if you remember that scene in the Matrix where Morpheus said to Neo, look, these are agents. Agents, they hold all the keys, they have all the door, but also anybody who's not been unplugged from the system, they are also your enemy. Not saying you have to go, and Neo doesn't go around punching, holes in every person that's connected to the Matrix, but he does not trust them either, because at any point they could turn into an agent. If they will die to protect the system, and those are the people that we have to kind of suss out and root out if we're going to have any kind of left movement in this country. Which I was drinking a lot of Depressium. I got a lot of Hopium lately, just seeing how this whole thing is falling apart. This whole colonial project, not just Puerto Rico, but just America in general, it's falling apart. And the liberals are now waking up. I got some hopium going on.
Victims' family or friends or neighbors would get sucked into this state spying apparatus. The FBI uses payments and coercion and manipulation, which often forces people to turn on each other, causing divorce and broken friendship and fractured communities. Much of this was done undercover, like these FBI agents would just be dressed in normal clothes, but would be constantly surveilling the people around them. Oh, and we know about this because they documented everything. If you were a person of interest, you probably had a file. All of these files, they're called the carpetas. Our story producer, Rafaela, went to San Juan to see the carpetas firsthand.
So I'm at the General Archive building in San Juan in Puerto Rico to see these secret surveillance documents that were collected on thousands of Puerto Ricans over so many.
If you don't think, if you've been at an ICE protest or just politically active, or you're like me talking online right now, I say a lot of times it's too late for me. Literally, my DNA's in the system. If you think that the Alphabet Boys don't have this on you right now, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind and you're insane. I'm not saying to be terrified of it. I'm not saying don't to lose sleep at night about it. I'm proud. You know, whatever FBI handler I have that has to keep track of my files, I'm proud to be in them. You know, I'm in good hands with MLK and Malcolm X. I don't worry about it, but I'm just saying, just know it is what it is. And if you think they don't have that on you, you're crazy.
Decades.
After weeks of work, I finally got to look at Las Carpetas to see what was actually in these files. And it's kind of creepy, I have to say. You see specific times and dates and details from meetups, detailed descriptions of the locations where people are just meeting, all of the names of people involved, these subgroups that were potentially supporters of the independence movement. You get these highly detailed physical descriptions of the people that they were tracking, their occupation, the model of their car, their license plate number, and all of their moves, all of their activities, what they were doing, who they were supporting. And even for those who moved away from Puerto Rico, they continued to track them, knowing exactly what apartment they lived in the Bronx. They speculated about their nationalistic tendencies. And then you see these interviews that agents were having with people close to the target, where their personal beliefs are revealed, like one who thought that Puerto Rico would be repaired with socialism and independence. You can see a source telling these agents that they're afraid that their friend had become friends with the leaders of the independence movement and had been inducted in because of this friendship. And of course, these informants request that all this information they're spilling to the agents, quote, be kept secret. These agents would even interview family members. Like there's this whole transcript of the agents talking to the mother of someone who was suspected to be a part of the independence movement. Oh yeah, and in all of these documents, you see an obsession with who had guns. It's hard to overstate how exhaustive this spying effort was and how powerful it was. The FBI was able to use all of this information to intimidate and blackmail and punish suspected nationalists. I mean, there are thousands of these examples, from children being like kidnapped and put into a helicopter by the FBI to people being denied government jobs, all because they had a carpeta. At the end of the day, it was psychological war against Puerto Ricans who wanted independence, and it worked horrifically well in dividing these people and making them feel powerless because they were always being watched in their most personal of moments. Oh, and it wasn't just a couple of years, this lasted for decades. Eventually it gets to the point where Campos and the nationalists see no other way other than armed revolution. In the fall of 1950, the nationalists declare Puerto Rico as an independent nation. They attempt to seize towns, to set government buildings on fire, to cut phone lines. They try to assassinate the governor. And let's be honest, it's 1950. Like, the United States is easily the most powerful country to have ever existed. These people had no chance of winning against the newly crowned global superpower. Their goal was to bring attention to the world, to pressure the US to give up its colony. But instead, the United States responded by dropping bombs. The only time in the history of the United States where they bombed their own citizens.
That's not true. If we're talking about the federal government, sure. But the Philadelphia police had a makeshift bomb and bombed the Move building. Google that when you have some fun. Again, not when you're eating, not when you're trying to sleep. As we know, as Alex Peretti and Renee Good can't tell you right now because they're in the by and by. The U.S. has no qualms about executing and murdering their own citizens. Again, this is so Gaza coded. We've been fighting the same battle for generations. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you are the United States. This is ours. Then why aren't we, United States citizens? And why aren't we, a state? Don't worry about that. It's because we don't want full rights to apply to you. And then also we want to kill you indiscriminately and keep detailed files about you. This is a sick, sad place that needs to be, the imperial collapse needs to happen yesterday.
One survivor of the revolution was interviewed 5 years ago and said that it was a David against Goliath situation, and that their leader told them that they might die, but that they might succeed, but that at least they would have let the world know about Puerto Rico. During this revolution, many of the fighters wore their Sunday best, ironed suits and pressed ties, because they knew they would die. They had a cause they were fighting for. In the end, 24 are killed. Puerto Rico really didn't have a chance. President Truman comes out and is sort of like, there was an incident in Puerto Rico, sort of downplays it. And a couple days later, 2 nationalists attempt to assassinate him. The world doesn't come to Puerto Rico's rescue, and instead, the police carry out a mass arrest, throwing 3,000 people in jail. A few years later, 4 nationalists opened fire in the chamber of the US Congress. Campos is arrested again, and this time he's sentenced to 80 years in prison. There's evidence that during this time in prison, Campos was exposed to extreme levels of radiation. The consequences allegedly gave him a stroke and left him paralyzed and unable to speak. And in the end, the US's wish came true. They silenced Campos for good. After the squashing of the revolution, the surveillance program continued for decades. In the end, it was a total of 50 years of state-sanctioned spying on the people of Puerto Rico. When it all came to light, they estimated that around 100,000 people had files. A lot of people in Puerto Rico knew that this was happening, but they just knew it in their gut. They didn't have any real evidence of it. They didn't realize the sheer scale, the methodical approach that the FBI was taking to spy on them and to divide them and to psychologically debase them. In total, it was 1.8 million pages of documentation, and many of the victims of this spying are still alive today. I think the carpetas are a really powerful signal of how the US kept its colony in the Caribbean. They were the cementing of what the US had done from the beginning, which is create a system of reliance and oppression where people lived and died under the thumb of this massive superpower that was exerting very, very aggressive control over these people who were American citizens. It's hard to fully understand and impossible to relate to the psychological impact that this program would have on the people that it affected, but also the generations who came from the people who it affected. Imagine such a pervasive force that was sowing division, mistrust, betrayal, and fear, not just of the government, but of each other. Puerto Rico never got independence, and to this day they remain an unincorporated territory, which means that they don't have the same rights as other American citizens. And the status of the island is a heated debate. Many Puerto Ricans value the modern-day benefits of being connected to the US, but at what cost? This is backlit by the US's lasting control over the island. And even though the people of Puerto Rico served in our armed forces, they still can't vote for the president. They still don't have full representation in our democracy. And yet, Puerto Rico still has this immense impact on American culture and life. The food, the music, the dance, the art from this island, it's a part of what it means to be American. And yet, I think most of us don't really think about the status of this place very often, or its history. It's only when there's like a hurricane on this island, and we see the US kind of barely show up relative to how they show up for their other citizens. Only then are we reminded that Puerto Rico is a colonial possession, one taken in war and exploited through predatory and racist policies, and then held on to through a massive amount of state force, spying, violence, and repression. And what we're left with is yet another example of a place whose vibrant spirit and culture and people are somehow able to shine through the dark fog of colonial abuse that has left deep wounds on this island.
Now, with that being said, how does it feel? How does it feel to know that here in America, we have our own little Palestine, our own little Gaza Strip that we dominate and poison and kill to this day? and now I'm going to talk to you conservatives. Here's the thing. This idea that a man is going to come out and gyrate and sing his songs in Spanish to somehow hurt your feelings. Hurt your feelings in the most toned down. Now, there were very political messages in there, not just the normal boring NFL in racism and love wins, that kind of crap. But they were toned down. The sugarcane fields, the acrobatic yoga on the power poles, that was a direct shot at Trump and a direct shot at America not fulfilling its colonial duties to get the power back on in Puerto Rico after natural disasters. Direct shot. And y'all don't understand it anyway because you're too stupid and you don't know anything about I can't tell you about history. You can't understand current events. I cannot tell you about current events because you're too busy debating your own eyes and ears that the United States didn't execute a man on his knees. I can't do nothing for you. I can't reform that. I can't help you with that. You're sick. You're sick. You're sick and you're defending a pedophile. And if you think for half a second, because the whole idea of this alternative halftime show with pedophile singing, Kid Rock, oh, you say it's statutory, I say it's mandatory out there. The whole idea that it wasn't for anybody who actually watched it. It was for Mima and Pop Pop to think that y'all are still culturally relevant, which you're not. Conservatism will never be culturally relevant because it's a dead on arrival ideology. You cannot lock in culture. It keeps moving. The clock keeps moving. We are progressing past you, whether you like it or not. These kids are going to progress past me. They already have. And I hope when I'm old and somebody has to wipe my behind, that I can say, you know what? I don't understand what the kids are doing, but I hope they're having fun. Instead of you sitting here pining for the good old days that were never good. And if you think for half a second that 5 million people, they're trying to say it's 10, that even 5 million people concurrently were watching that garbage, I'm telling you right now, you do not know how the internet works. Because first of all, if 5 million people, let's split it in half. Let's say it was 2.5 between, I know Rumble had it and TV. Nobody watches that. Let's be real. Nobody. But let's say it's 5 million. Say, let's take 10 million. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt and say it's 10 million people watch that garbage, that trash. Between X, Twitter, and YouTube. You think a strong breeze will take out a Twitter server? Do you think Twitter could handle that? If 5 million people, split in half, were watching a YouTube live stream, don't you think YouTube, Google would be talking about that? Being like, wow, our servers really held up. Wow. Look how many people tuned. This is the place to live stream. Look how many people were here. Silence. Nothing. Do you know why? And don't tell me it's because they're liberal. Well, what's wrong with Twitter then? What's wrong with Elon? Elon's not talking about that. And Google's not liberal. The most dominant voices on YouTube are right-wing. Because it was view-botted. And I know, show this to your mom and dad. I know you don't understand what that means. All you need to know is give me 10 grand and I can get you 1 million views right now on the worst YouTube content you've ever seen. If there were millions of people in that chat and the chat is going by so slow and it's not on slow mode and nobody's chatting in there and it's not zipping. Have you ever seen a Twitch stream with 100 people in it? How fast that chat goes? That thing's not moving. It's view botted. Those two companies aren't talking about this because they know it's view botted and they don't want to talk about how easy it is to get view botted because that makes their advertisers run for the hills because they don't want to be paying for ads that only a bunch of bots are going to be watching. This wasn't for you. This wasn't for me. This is for your parents to think they're still culturally relevant. And they're not. And it's not because they're old. It's because they act old. That's why they're not relevant. It's crazy how they're just, again, Epstein files. Like, reality is no longer reality. They'll just play in your face and tell you the sky is pink when it is obviously blue to everybody else. And here's the thing that's not been talked about with my last couple minutes. Why the NFL ran a halftime show with the most popular music dude in the world who will not sing a song in English is because the American empire is cooked. Why do you think they're just getting ahead of what we already know? Why do you think for the last 20 years they've been playing games in Mexico, Central America, and also Europe? Why do you think they tried so hard to get NFL Europe off the ground? It's because they know it's over. We don't have expendable income anymore. We are not the people that are going to keep the league alive. It's going to be people in other countries. There's been rich Mexicans who've come up every year through Brownsville, Texas, cross the border because borders don't exist. When you have money, they don't mean anything to you. You just pay to get the proper paperwork. Coming to watch Dallas Cowboy games forever, since before I was born. The NFL knows that America is dead and dying. It's last call. Stack the chairs. That's who this was for. The Bad Bunny performance was for capitalism. The alternative halftime show by Turning Point USA was for capitalism. So that crazy bitch who was out here not mourning her beloved, out here laughing and joking, talking about how many TPUSA baby bibs that they've sold can make more money. That's who this is for. Capitalism wins, and capitalism's the end boss. Well, that's all I got. I got like a minute left. Lumencast on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you can find me. Hit me in the DMs. We'll see you next week from Puerto Rico. So sorry. From Costa Rica. Maybe. We'll try. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letter Hack, aka Matt Strackbine, aka the Letter Hack. Tonight, I want to play a music video for you, and then a pre-recorded interview with the music group that made the video. This is the thing. The video has been submitted as an NPR Tiny Desk concert entry. But also, if you download the song from the band's from the group's Bandcamp website, they will donate all of the proceeds to the Central Maryland Immigration Rights Collective, which is a single source of GoFundMe accounts all on one site that for families who have been impacted by ICE in Maryland. This is the Bandcamp. I want you to look for links in the chat while we are playing these the video and the pre-recorded interview. Here's the collection of GoFundMes, the Central Maryland Immigrant Rights Collective. It's good music, good people. You'll see they're relatives of mine. We'll get into it. And it's for a good cause. So thank you for watching. And without further ado, this is Winter Rome by Ginger Witch with Abby and Allie Fitzgibbon.
stay low, warming up at night. Oh, how do you blow all around through the tiny spaces and whole towns? It takes me away. Harder things exist in the space between happenings. Oh, then the crash and the scream and the dream and the dream and the bleak. The crash, the scream, the dream, and the bleak. It takes me away, brings me back home, more ready and renewed. Frozen winter road. Exist. Then the crash and the scream, the dream, the bleak. The crash, the scream, the dream, and the bleak. And the scream, the dream, the bleak. The crash, the scream, the dream, and the bleak. It takes me away, brings me back home, more ready and renewed. A frozen winter road. Harder things exist than the crash and the scream, the dream, the bleak. The crash, the scream, the dream, and the bleak.
I want to thank you both for coming on the show. This is
Yeah,
great.
thank you so much for having us.
I just, let everyone know right away that we're related. We are cousins. We are first cousins. And I would say that we're very close. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh
We
my
are,
gosh.
right?
Yeah, you guys were the brothers that I always wanted growing up because God didn't give me any.
Yeah,
You-
I couldn't give that to Abby.
You were all girls. We were all boys. That totally made sense, right? Not. I always
Yeah.
thought the Fitzgibbons
Even
were
though
like.
growing up they always Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I was gonna
No,
say
you're
growing up they always made me play the boyfriend.
We did.
So I was always Raoul.
That's
and,
awesome.
And I wore like a very specific tattered shawl that felt like for some reason that made me boyfriend material.
Yeah.
What, like?
So in that way, you didn't have a brother, but you did have a boyfriend.
Yeah, we would
Okay,
play
well-
olden days.
I mean, I'm one of 4 boys. There were no tattered shaws in our wardrobes
None to be
ever
had.
at all. But okay, that works fine. That's fine. Well, I was gonna say, I always
We don't have
told
to keep
Michael, I always told my brother Michael that we're keeping everything, just so you know. So be careful. I always told my brother Michael, who people know because he did the theme songs and everything for all my shows.
Oh, that's cool.
I always told him Fitzgibbons were like Shrek Pines with more freckles.
Yeah.
That's how
We got so
I think
many.
it's pretty accurate. I have
Yeah.
them too, but I don't think I could hold them up that close. Yeah, I still don't think you could tell. Look, here's the thing. You're on tonight because you guys are not just sisters and cousins of mine, but in a band. And and you're doing a couple of very cool things, right? With this, you have a new song with a new video. It's for a purpose, and the proceeds go to a good cause. We're going to talk about all of that, but real quick, I wonder if because of our family, and we come from a very musical family, like
We sure do.
ridiculously
Yes.
musical family. Our parents are fantastic singers and guitar players and
Oh, yeah.
just musicians all around. Has that ever influenced you, do you think? Did that lead to you wanting to make music? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
Oh, for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, Allie, I don't want to speak for you, but I'm sure the answer is yes for both of us.
Don't answer
Like,
for me.
just I'm sorry, I spoke for you. Allie's answer is hell no, but mine is yes. Yeah, I think just growing up and at family gatherings, everyone whipping out guitars and singing together, and we learned to harmonize from a really young age because of that. And I think it's just, I think just realizing so young that it was such a joyful thing to sing with other people, and especially with family members where we really have an unfair advantage of what people refer to as blood harmony, where let me tell you, we don't practice a lot.
Really? So hold on. So how much of what you do is just perfectly natural, like without having to rehearse? You just knew you could do it, or what do you mean?
I
Allie,
don't
you wanna
do
take
well.
this one?
Like, because one of you, okay, so let me ask you this. As like a group, right? And you often perform together, but also with other band members. Like, are you composing songs together? Because I know in the case of this new song, like Allie, you have the credit as songwriter, but is that just like a technical thing? Are you writing together, or do you stay in your own lane? Like, how much of a collaboration are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely take turns writing. We privately write the songs out and then share them with each other and collaborate on at least, yeah, for me, and I think this has been the way for Abby too. It's like a song kind of comes out and it feels like it's held in this capsule of a certain emotional landscape, and then we just kind of present the emotional landscape, the vibes, and then sometimes we have ideas for other parts, but for the most part we just kind of make up our own accompaniment for that song in a way that like honors the original emotion.
So what, like, not like you don't make mood boards or anything, but is it kind of like that where you're like, you know what I'm thinking? It's like a cloudy
Emotionally, we
day.
do
It's like midwinter.
spiritually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you motivated by the times that we're living in and current affairs and like what the world is enduring, or is it more personal? How do you, like, how much of what you do is just your personal music, and how much of it is potentially like an activism?
I mean, sorry, can I take a
No,
stab at
please.
this one?
Talk at the same time. Talk right over each other.
So
Let's
Abby,
harmonize
1, 2,
with our
3.
answer.
Well, we would say.
Would say?
So like, yeah, my major ethos is that like the inner work is directly related to how you can like show up in a grounded way externally, collectively. And so it's almost like music for me is, or like writing songs is a way to connect more deeply with myself. And so it then intrinsically leads to like having a wider container for how to meet the abysmal bullshit that is raining down everywhere.
That's like that's like great advice though for people. That's like a great strategy, or I don't know, tactic.
And that's
Yeah,
actually
well-
our next album title, is The Abysmal Shit That Is Raining Down Everywhere.
Yep.
It's
just, I was
I can't wait to see the art.
just flaming turds.
And I think for both of us, like, songwriting has always been a sort of therapy. And sometimes it's I'll sit down with my guitar feeling something, but not necessarily even thinking like, oh, how do I want to create a song, or how do I want to make lyrics out of this? Sometimes it will come to me like fully formed almost, and I will just start playing around with different, chord progressions on the guitar, and it will just fully present itself, and I'll record it and I'll send it to Allie, and we'll start going back and forth, figuring out harmonies and figuring out what instruments do we want on this. Does this need the glockenspiel to make it feel a little light and playful? Does this need the saw to make it feel a little more like it's mournful and emotional? And I think that's kind of how we operate. And yeah, we just present the vibes to each other and then get a little playful and weird from there.
Yeah, I get
Don't
it.
forget the melodica.
I'll never forget the melodica.
How many? I don't know what melodica is, so I was inclined to go right by that, unless you want to explain it. Is that an instrument?
It is. The melodica?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh yeah, it's like a mouth piano.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
It is like a mouth piano.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, and the kazoo. Don't ever forget the kazoo.
Okay, how many? I was listening to one of your songs and I was like, I hear a kazoo.
You sure did, Matthew.
And it was like a jamming song. It was kind of heavy.
So
that came about because we so eagerly wanted a horn section. And we were like, you know what? We can't get that immediately, but what we can do.
So wait, somebody said we need like some horns, and somebody else said I have a kazoo.
Yeah.
And then everyone else said, okay, what? We said horns, but like I don't know. I could see kazoo. That's cool. If look, you pulled it off. I mean, it didn't take me out of the song, but I heard it.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad. I'm glad you clocked it as the kazoo. It was a matter of urgency. It was, we don't have time to assemble a horn section, but we can play the kazoo right now.
So when you played the kazoo in the song, was everyone like, that works? Or were they like, I can't believe we're doing this? Or, I mean,
it had a nice reception.
It did, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've been lucky to be surrounded by other musicians who are pretty silly and playful with
Good.
what we've done. And it was always really fun to see live when we pulled out the kazoo. Because most times at our shows, people hearing the song for the first time and have no idea that a kazoo solo was coming. And so you would just like hear like cheers and laughter erupt in the audience, which was always really fun.
That's badass. Well, okay, just let me back up a little bit. And then I got to ask about the video and why you made it and the submission and all that. But I have told people before that our family was very musical and they would sit around playing guitar and singing. And it was like, not just like, okay, dude, everyone's family does that. No, it was like weird how they did it, because it was like there would come to a point in every holiday gathering, huge family too. And then like all of a sudden it would be nothing but everyone just sitting around like playing and singing songs for hours, right? Like it would
sea of guitars.
It would go on and on.
Yeah.
And so, our mothers are sisters, and they were in a high school band together, the Mark IV. I have a couple of pictures of that, which I thought would be fun. When's the last time you looked at these pictures?
Oh my God, I would love. Oh my God,
not nearly enough. Oh yes,
this
I
is
call-
incredible.
Yeah.
Look at your mom.
I know. I call this intrusive bass guitar.
I love it.
It really is.
But like your mom is also doing like that classic 1960s bewildered kind of look.
Yeah.
Like
a little dazed.
She kind of
Yeah.
looks like David Bowie.
Wow. Oh my God.
the shirts are like the best part.
Yeah, look at this sly guy just laying in front
Yeah.
of all these stringed instruments.
Oh my God.
He's the king of strings.
Cool, right?
Wow.
Isn't that cool? So like, it from there it just went to like less. Well, I don't know. I mean, they did it professionally. I know my mother did soloist stuff professionally for
Right.
Years and years, but like it was very social. It was very chill. So I get that, as creators of music and songwriters yourselves, like it would be kind of, I mean, you're not like holding yourself to like a really strict process, and it's free. It's like free, but it's not, it's still very professional and well done. Like it's not just like, off the cuff, right? I mean, it feels, or are you that good that your off the cuff stuff sounds like totally pro?
There's a good amount of bullshit that's off the cuff, but no, I mean, I think that's actually a really cool point that I've never really thought about, that our upbringing, we had so many talented people in our family, but I don't know how many of them were really like classically trained. Nobody was talking to us about music theory. I think
Right.
growing up in that vibe was just, music is supposed to be fun. It is supposed to be collaborative. It is supposed to be joyful and therapeutic and ease filled. And I think that really, I'm glad that you spoke to it like that, because I think that really did influence how Allie and I see music and how we make music together, because we pick up a lot of stuff by ear. Neither one of us is classically trained. We just love doing it, and we like to be very playful with it. And I think that was very influenced by our family.
Yeah, I don't know anybody playing the saw. I don't think I've heard other bands currently that play the saw, do you have like a favorite saw player that you look up to? Or I mean, this seems very unique to me, right?
Yeah, it's very like Appalachian feeling. I'm sure
Agreed.
we've got ancestors at some point in time that were playing the saw.
Gotta be somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. One of a band that Allie and I do love, Neutral Milk Hotel, did occasionally throw the saw in.
Okay. Are they
But
still together?
I actually don't
I
know.
don't know.
Wow. Takes me back.
Yeah, should I Google it?
I just turned
Yeah, let's look it up.
51. Did you know that?
Oh my God, that's
know.
amazing. How's
That's
it feel
impossible.
to be in your 50s?
I mean, 40 was great. Like when I turned 40, I was like, guess what? I was stressing for no reason. Life is not, I'm not going to harsh my vibe ever again. Fuck
Yeah.
that. I'm going to be chill from now on. And 50s are pretty much the same, except things hurt, and it's weird because you're like, what happened?
Yeah.
Like if I go to the doctor and I'm like, my foot hurts, they're like, what'd you do? I'm like, I literally nothing. I just woke up one day and it's been
God.
hurting ever since. Like I didn't do shit.
Well, I'm feeling that at 40, so I can only
Oh, okay. 40 to 45. Those were the golden years for me. I was like, these are the best years, 40 to 45. I don't care what happens now because I had 5 rock solid years.
I love that. I'm loving 40 so far. You do just really settle into yourself, like in your bones. You're like, this is what you're getting, and you can take it or leave it. But
I spent my 30s trying to make up for flaking in my 20s. And then by 40, I was like, oh no, this is all.
Yeah.
It's like, I know enough I'll be fine now.
It's
Everything is, I don't need to make up for anything. I had a great time in my 20s. Is the Neutral Milk Hotel, are they still around?
They are not still active. And now I'm on a deep dive because I saw something about them being problematic. And now I'm just like, what is that?
Okay, that happens so much.
Oh,
yeah.
It happens all the time. I was talking about Annie recently, Little Orphan Annie.
Sure.
And Harold Gray, the comic strip artist, and how I loved those strips and everything. And then I found out he was like the most anti-New Deal, anti-FDR guy there was, and he was very vocal about how capitalism is the only way forward, and he was like racist about it even. And I was like, it's like I'm just gonna start fresh today. But even then, things are disappointing all the time with all the names coming out now and the files and everything. You're just like, oh my God, you can't trust anybody, right?
Yo, you got to keep an eye out on everyone. This is why, no gods, no kings. We got to stop putting celebrities on pedestals. We can like what they do, but we cannot be putting them up on pedestals because, my God, they're just people and shit's coming out all the time. Like we got to keep an eye on people and be like, prove to us that you're worthy of praise. Prove to us that you are worthy of accolades and you're not just like skating by under the radar because we like the work that you've done, but then you're like kind of quiet when like the world's falling apart and you're not like stating your political, like they don't deserve to be getting away with shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, amen. This is not a time to be quiet. And if you are, I'm just going to assume you're on the wrong side of history at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But also that's the whole issue with celebrity culture period, is that like in the end, like we are all humans and I'm not underplaying any sort of terrible things people are doing, but like I'm not being not all celebrities. I'm just saying that like we all are works in progress in so many ways, and like idolizing anybody is going to get you into some mud because we all have our sucky days. So
that's true. And like a lot of people become celebrity at a young age, and you just do not have shit figured out. Like you want to talk about like going through life and getting older. When I turned 35, I remember thinking like, man, I do not have like this is all still very new to me. Like I do not feel like I'm ever prepared. Yeah, like how people go, wow, thanks for the compliment. If they only knew I'm faking it all the time, like that sort of vibe. That's how I felt at 35. Yeah. And then I was thinking like, holy crap, my mom had 4 kids by the time she was 30. Like
that's so crazy.
I gave them so much credit for like, you're an adult, you should know better. And
no, truly.
No way. Like, I mean, yeah, she was very responsible for having kids and everything.
Right.
Like, believe me, but like, man, the way life comes at you, you're just a baby yourself, you're still very young. And so I think that needs to be taken into account. And when people are like, oh my God, this celebrity, they're great, it like almost automatically becomes they can do no wrong.
Right.
They may already have.
Exactly.
You know what
like
I mean?
So many,
yeah.
So many celebrities like that I just wouldn't have expected coming out as like Zionist, or like I'm just like, yeah, it really is something.
Yeah, it's
It
rough.
really is something.
It's rough everywhere. Okay, so this is like another good reason why you guys make art. This is why I make art. It's like we just got to keep putting stuff out there that's meaningful, but at the same time, it's like makes it more digestible, more accessible. It gives people a chance to kind of escape without fully disengaging, right? Because you have to stay engaged at this point. It's you know, what they say, a marathon, not a sprint.
Right.
I tend to sprint my marathons. I'm
You've
sorry,
always
and
been
I'm
very fast.
yeah, but I
Constantly running.
but like everyone's got to stay involved. So your art is in the form of this new song anyway, is either, okay, tell me, did you have the purpose to submit it to a Tiny Desk concert? Is that what they're called? Explain why, like what the actual submission is, but then also like what came first, the song or the video or the desire to do that?
Yeah, Allie, when did you actually write this song? Because it's funny because this is a kind of new iteration of a song that was written a while ago, right, Al? When did you write it?
I feel like I wrote it back in like 2017, something like that, like a long time. It's one of our oldest songs. We just like went electric and we played with some fantastic musicians, and then we've recently restructured it to be acoustic, so it feels like a new song, but it's really just a new version of a very old song.
And so when did you decide that you were gonna, like, you're fans of Tiny Desk, right? Like, did you always want to
I
get in on that?
love Tiny Desk. I love Tiny Desk concerts, and I had really only ever watched them as, you know, these versions of performances by artists who are already pretty big, who are definitely signed to labels, who are doing very large shows, and you get to watch them do this incredibly intimate, stripped down version of their music, and I love it so much. And so we found out about this contest like about a month and a half before the deadline. I saw an ad for it and I messaged Allie right away and I was like, oh my God, we have to do this. This is so exciting. It's like a dream to even just submit and be on the NPR website as one of the people who submitted. Just already feels so exciting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I think this song just felt, it's such a banger. It's such a good song. It's one of our like crowd favorites, and like Allie should be incredibly proud being the songwriter of this. It's such a bop, and people always want to hear it when we're playing live. And I think
Oh wow, cool.
Oh yeah, it's a definite favorite. And I think that it just right now it felt so deeply ancestral and witchy, and like it was coming up out of the earth, and that just felt so appropriate for this time where we are as communities really connecting with each other and feeling really strong together, unfortunately because we have to, because of the heinous shit that's coming at us. But it's beautiful the way that everyone is responding, and just the strength that we're seeing, just like bonding together with our neighbors. I don't know, this song just felt like very deeply, darkly powerful to me. Yeah, it just felt like the one to do.
What do you mean witchy? Like, because your band name is Ginger Witch. Is that
what you mean,
witchy?
witchy?
No, that's legit, right? People
We
are
are
witches, right? Like,
show.
are you in a coven, or how do you? What's like? Is there a modern version of this, or like how literal is that? I think it's cool.
Yeah, pretty literal. Yeah, like the imagery that was in my mind when I was first writing it was a skeleton kind of reanimating out of this icy pond, and like traipsing through the woods. So just like this vibe of like, you know, the core of the song is about moving through very deep, heavy pain that you thought, like the cycles of going through something really painful, where it's like the initial thing happens, which is very painful, but then the ricochet throughout time of revisiting the pain from a different view, that it's like not all just about the initial like crash, the scream, the dream, and the bleak. It's like this thing that kind of continues going. So like it being like a winter Rome is like resilience, persistence, like the resiliency of the human spirit, and how like what doesn't kill you makes God, this is very cliche, makes you stronger, but just like makes you like more connected to life, and that in itself is very witchy.
No, I dig it. I think people are good with cliches as long as it's not patronizing, you know. I think like if you're describing your own art, it gets the point across, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with that. I think people often we all think we need to be smarter than we need to be. Like let the experts be experts. And we all think we need to sound, I don't know, clever or witty or some shit. Like we don't. Like just be normal. I think
there's other people for that.
yeah. Okay. And so how's the process work when you submit your video? Do you get people to go somewhere and vote, or is it like you fingers crossed?
It's purely fingers crossed. Yeah, there's just a panel of NPR judges who are voting on everyone, and you can go on the NPR Tiny Desk website and you can watch all of the submissions. They post all of the videos of it's something like 6,000 people submitted, so it's an enormous pool of Tiny Desk fans who submitted videos this year. I'm sure every year there's a ton of submissions, but you can go and watch them, and you know they link to everyone's social media and websites, so cool. You can follow the artists that you like, even if they don't, you know, become semi-finalists or win the contest. You can still discover a lot of really cool music.
Yeah, I've actually had a guest on the show, I think more than one, but I don't know if you know my friend Joe Martin. He was my best friend in high school. He actually puts a lot of shows together. He works at PRS Guitars.
Oh, cool.
Be a good contact for you, maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, and he's like a Baltimore guy. But the he submitted one and came on the show to talk about it and play it. And so it's definitely a thing. If two people have been on my show for the same reason, there's a lot of people in it. But I think you have a good chance, if only because of the song.
Oh, thank you.
Is there going to be like, well, that's
that definitely
okay.
was a factor.
Let's say there's a unique instruments category. How deep do you think that category is, right? Like you're at the top of the pile, so to speak.
That was definitely a thought in our minds. We were like, all right, which song can feature heavily either the saw or the kazoo or something that's just gonna strike them as odd.
So you would go there though. You would go there and do it live.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
which would be a dream.
Like,
it would be a dream.
The saw is just always acoustic, right? I mean, you can mic it, but there's no electric saws, right?
I don't think you ever need to mic the saw.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
It simply doesn't need to be electric or even need to be mic'd, really. It is pretty loud.
It carries above everything else.
Yeah. It really does.
Where are they? Where are they based? Which coast? Are they in New York or DC?
Wait, so
Tiny Desk. Like if you had to go to the Tiny Desk. Yeah, where's the office?
Lovely. I imagined like a band of saws. I was like,
that's
where
awesome.
are they?
I was like, where does
you're like
saw hail from?
Home Depot?
Right, the Home Depot parking lot.
Do you not have hardware stores where you are?
Yeah, it's for this contest. The winner would go perform live in DC.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's easy. You
that's
guys.
a stone's throw from us. Yeah.
Proximity,
and then you go on,
that's
hear that
also in your
NPR,
favor.
We're just right down the road.
Right there. Be really easy. No plane tickets. You could probably pay your own gas.
We'd be real affordable to get down there.
I could be there within the hour.
And that is a threat.
And that's a threat.
That's a threat.
That'd be awesome if you won. And then they're like, well, let's email them that they won. And then like 45 minutes later, you're like, ding,
I
ding,
am
ding,
there
ding,
with
ding,
my
ding,
saw.
ding, 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 ding.
You're like,
I brought it. Is that a violin bow or a cello bow? Like, what do you use? Is
It's
there
a
a difference?
violin bow, and I should have some backups because let me tell you, you really go through a playing the saws. I'm sure you can imagine
The old horsehairs.
Yeah, I lose a
Are
lot of horsehairs.
are you a fan of Grinder Man, Nick Cave, Warren Ellis?
I love Nick Cave.
He's got a group called Grinder Man. It's it's different, but the Warren Ellis is like
arrangement.
he's one of these awesome violin players, and his bow gets fucked up, and he just keeps going.
It's cool that I mean it looks cool. There's nothing wrong with it when it's happening live and the horsehairs are going everywhere. It only makes it look more badass. So I don't have a problem with it.
I played violin.
I didn't know that. Do you really?
Yeah, like I did. I played through junior high. I played violin and cello. I played violin in elementary school and junior high school. And then I played the cello in junior high school. And yeah, I couldn't do it now. I don't know how. Yeah, I was like reading music and everything, and then that's gone.
How long has it been since you picked up a bow and tried it?
The 80s? Oh, since I tried it? Yeah, maybe, I don't know, the 90s. But there was one night where I did so much LSD I could play the saxophone perfectly. That was one night that really happened. There were witnesses.
Yeah, I was like, was there a recording of this? Because I believe that you remember having played it perfectly.
People brought it up to me. People are like, dude, I still think you know how to play the saxophone. I'm like, I don't.
Right. One night.
Anyway, we're way off topic now. Like, but when I think you guys have a good chance. I think you have a lot of things working in your favor. I think there's so much personality in the video as well that there's no way people aren't gonna respond to it, right? Like these judges, they would have to be pretty lame to watch it and go, I don't see anything there. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of bands. There's a lot of bands where it's like, okay, I can see you're trying to go for this vibe. Fine. But then when you see somebody like in your case where it's like, well, this is just clearly how they are. You know what I mean? Like, I think we're in that world right now.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I hope you can tell how much fun we had doing it, recording it, especially all the little extras, the little blooper reel at the end.
Everything you guys do is like when you're being funny is hilarious to me. Like there were times where I worked in my office. I worked in my office. I had an office, like a corner office at a corporate job, and there was a lot of activity outside, and people would be like, dude, what are you laughing at? And I'm like, my cousin Abby put some funny shit on Facebook and I'm dying. It's like when you were living as an expat teaching English in China.
Yeah.
Just like some of that stuff, I was like, this is hilarious. And there'd been enough time where I was living in Colorado and you were you guys were like doing college and stuff, and there had been enough time where I was just kind of missing out on your early 20s. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm not getting to, and like you were missing out on my early 30s, which was not like anything to worry about. You didn't miss shit.
Grieve.
No, but like, oh, I bet he has a corner office right now. I bet his job is super stressful.
I just sit and daydream about you in your corner office.
Notice I wasn't putting that stuff on Facebook or social media. But like the stuff you were putting out there was like hilarious and very artful. And then when you guys started making music, I was like, this is so good. This feels so right to me. So I've always personally benefited from it. But I think that would be true of anybody. And that's why I'm anxious to share it with my audience. And you have an open invite to come back on anytime, really. Even if you just want to talk politics, we can do that.
All right. So we'll be back tomorrow.
Well,
I'm free the rest of the week.
I'm going to be on somebody else's show tomorrow. But look, I mean, especially now, it's getting harder and harder for me to do like late night stuff. But
yeah,
that's always an option because like I'm going to be on air tonight from 9 p.m. to like probably 1 a.m.
Whoa.
And then, yeah, and there's a panel show at 10 to like midnight or 1, and that gets like it's pretty off the rails.
Oh my
Um,
God. How do you not get so seepy?
I don't
Yeah,
really have
that
to
could
do
be.
anything the next day. So
Oh, that's fun.
Nice.
I'm sort
Yeah.
of make my own schedule here. So
Yeah, I
kinda
like
easy.
wrecking my next day when I don't have anything to do. That's fun.
Yeah, like I'll get up at 7:30 instead of 6.
Oh,
Like
that's your version. Okay.
Oh,
You know?
I see. Oh,
I'm not gonna shower till like 8 o'clock at night anyway, so it doesn't
I see
matter.
we're talking about different things.
Now
Oh.
I'm understanding this.
Well, look, is there anything that you want to plug? You doing any shows? Is there anything you want to talk about or promote before we wrap?
You know, we've got things.
I don't think so. I mean, just like we'll post about our shows coming up on our Instagram and Abby, is she here? Okay.
She's there.
Am I here?
Now you're not there. That's awesome.
I couldn't tell what was happening. If I'll continue for Allie.
Criticizing other people for freezing and then
Um,
you go and freeze. I love that.
We've
Well,
always
like I think your mic cut out.
Oh,
But no,
is she gone? Oh,
oh, that I thought she was kidding.
I
She
thought
is.
she was kidding too.
Yes,
Wait, Allie, are you
she is.
here with us?
I am kidding.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is awesome.
Oh my God.
We should have planned to just fake freezing throughout at the beginning. So when it really happens, it would be no big deal if
see
you
it.
suddenly froze.
We did.
Okay. Somebody was going to say, no, there are no upcoming shows.
Well, I
Is
mean,
that what it was?
yeah, the biggest thing we definitely want to plug is that our Tiny Desk entry, which is our live fireside acoustic recording of the song Winter Rome, which heavily features the saw. If you go on our Bandcamp and download that track, it's, you know, $2 to ? However much you want to pay. Every single dime of the proceeds go to Allie. You want to talk a little about the organization that it's benefiting?
Oh, sure. The Central Maryland chapter of Immigrant Rights Collective. And basically, it is a collective of people who have compiled all sorts of GoFundMes and donation links that every dollar goes directly to families torn apart by ICE and who are just being completely devastated right now. So it's a way to get money directly in the hands of the people who are being the most impacted.
So people should contribute more than a couple of bucks. Like download the song and put some money in there because it's going not just to a good cause, but directly to the families and the people who need it. That's a big deal. And I don't think, I say people should give as much as they can, but I don't think there's anything too small either because everything counts right now. Like just knowing that people care enough to do whatever they can is a big deal. I mean, this isn't just like we're really worried about you. It's like people are showing up, people are turning out, the numbers are overwhelmingly positive, and you cannot get enough of that. It's like when there's a strike going on and people just drive by and honk the horn, all of a sudden you're like, they see us, we're seen, that's why we're here, let's fucking go. So it's a big deal. And I personally, just thanks for doing that. But I wouldn't expect anything less of you guys. Actually, you could probably, I feel like my politics was always sort of like I always say, I can't be pulled left enough. You know what I mean? When people are like coming at me for not being left enough, I'm like, okay, well, hold on. What should I be doing? You know what I mean? Is there a certain flag or something? What should I do? I'll do it. Because you tell me. And I always thought you guys were kind of a guiding light. You want to talk about a cliche. You're always sort of like my lighthouse in the not in the dark, but I don't know. There was a time where I just sort of was like checked out, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't be. So
Yeah.
and then you guys come around and I'm like, these guys have great politics. And they're
Aw.
like, really open about it. So anyway, I've just sort of like used that model, but I don't know.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all in it together.
We're all in it together, and I think it is just a matter of like we constantly be open-minded, always be open to learning what else is out there that I was not raised knowing. How can I constantly like be humble enough to know when I've made a mistake, when I've been ignorant about something, and that I think that's it, as a real, in a nutshell, statement of what our politics are. It's just you got to be open-minded. We as white cisgender people have a lot of world perspective that we have missed out on, and we have to put our egos aside and be like, what can I learn here? Who is going to benefit from me closing my ears to something and being like, no, I think I know what the world is like. I think I get. It's like we don't. There's so much we don't fucking know. So yeah, that's where we stand, and fuck ICE all day, all night, and yeah, help us support these families who are being just absolutely terrorized right now.
Yeah,
that's great.
And the organization IRC does like a lot of really cool things. Like they do like trainings and like mutual aid. Yeah,
there's like know your rights and stuff like that. What to do if somebody knocks on your door.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And they also what is it called? The butterfly hold on. The butterfly fund.
The butterfly fund. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The butterfly fund. Yeah. If you want to sign up for like a weekly contribution, then it goes to like one fund, and then they evenly disperse that through. So like
nice.
Yeah, like downloading our song is like one, like we will disperse it. But yeah, if you want to like get more involved with IRC and just continually give, that's a really cool option they have.
That's great. Fuck ICE, abolish ICE, all that. I call them a paramilitary death squad, civilian death squad. I mean, let's just cut to the chase. But maybe that's a little too left for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just a little too radical.
No such thing.
Maybe. I also want universal health care, which is a little crazy.
Exactly
I know.
what they are.
Yeah. My only fear is that makes them sound more like strong and powerful than they actually are, because they're actually just the wimpiest little dweebs who have zero fucking training and do not know what they're doing, but they were handed guns, so they feel real tough.
Yep. Anonymity, hiding behind a mask like a bunch of chumps and cowards. Like there's nothing tough about that. So
But you know, like this is the shit that we've been witnessing in Palestine for like the past, well, decades on decades, but more like globally recognized the past couple years. So it's like it's just here now too, and it has been here for a while. So it's just like
in the form of police, like it's been here. Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm sitting here shocked that the last time we hung out last summer, none of this came up. But maybe that's because
when were we together? Oh, at the wedding?
Because we're already like you'd be preaching to the choir. Like we're on the same page, right? Like, plus it was a wedding, so I guess it'd be awkward and out of place.
There's no time like the present,
Right. Okay, hey, thanks for coming on. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us. And hey, if you want us to just run this tomorrow while you're on that other show, we'll be here.
Okay. Just don't go anywhere.
We'll call our moms. Let's get Mark 4 up in here.
Mark 5, here we come.
Mark 5.
How about that? Cool, huh? Those guys are great. Nothing but good times. Abby and Allie Fitzgibbon of Ginger Witch. The song is Winter Rome. You can go to their Bandcamp right now and download the song. Show it to you one more time. The links are in the chat. Once you download the song, you got to give a donation. I think it's like $2 minimum. Give what you can because it's for a good cause. all of the proceeds, 100% of the proceeds will go directly to this collection of GoFundMe, Central Maryland Immigrants' Rights Collective. You can scroll down and see about all the individual families. Their stories are, of course, they've been impacted by ICE. That's the point here. So you can imagine, mom was disappeared, dad was disappeared, the kid is left alone or with other family members and they're struggling. So this GoFundMe is something that you can sign up for weekly and do what they call the butterfly effect, where your weekly or monthly or whatever it was, the donations are dispersed to different families. It goes directly to them, though. And so anyway, when you download Winter Rome by Ginger Witch, all the proceeds will go right to that. This is what we need to be doing. I keep saying on Hey Funny Book and elsewhere that artists are showing up. Well, ain't it the truth? They artists are the ones you can count on when times get tough to volunteer their work. We've been showcasing, and we will continue to showcase artists who are selling stuff. That you put that fuck ice art on Instagram or social media, and it takes off, it blows up. Then they start selling enamel pins, t-shirts, stickers, whatever it is, and the proceeds go to a good cause. Artists already know how to make this stuff. Okay, we have Facebook groups where we share information like, hey, here's the best vendor for pins. Here's the best vendor for whatever it is, banners that you put behind your table at a convention or a festival. Like, so those things, those mechanisms are locked and loaded, ready to go. And as soon as there's a need, they know how to prepare the art. They know how to send it off. The merchandise is out there right away. The proceeds are going to a good cause. This is what we need to be doing. I'll put it this way. We need to be doing everything we can. As artists, this is what we need to be doing. We need to be putting our art out there. It's very easy. It's very easy to do. You put it out there and you say, look, buy it and I'll donate. That's how it goes. I've done it myself. I'll do it as much as I can. It's a big deal. Then you're seeing this everywhere. And I got to tell you, I was like, oh, I'll start showcasing all of the anti-ICE artwork on my show. And then every week I'll have, 3 new ones. I could just be sitting here for days showing you all of this art. It is such a massive volume of fuck ICE art out there. And it's everything you can imagine. From like, what were we looking at a couple of weeks ago? Were they geese with lasers coming out of their eyes, melting ice? Appropriate. I'll take it. That qualifies. We saw Wolverine putting his claws through Ice's face. Okay, we'll take it. The Punisher macing Ice right in the face. Approved. There's tons of shit out there. And as soon as somebody goes viral, boom, they're off doing pins and t-shirts and stickers and stuff. So you love to see it. And there's a lot of, you love to see it going around about half stepping, half measures, not going far enough. I'll tell you what I love to see. Abolish ICE. I'll tell you what else I'd love to see. Abolish the Department of Homeland Security. We don't need those fuckers around anymore. You keep hearing, oh, people are quitting. What the fuck were you doing there anyway? The fuck out of there. Go get a real job. So shit is hitting the fan and then some. Everywhere you look, all the time, every day, every hour. And the very next thing to happen is artists start to show up and try and make the world a better place through their art. So that's what Ginger Witch is doing. So please check out the pinned chats for how to download their song, Winter Rome. Again, all the proceeds go to families directly impacted by ICE in Maryland, because that's where they're based. And speaking of based, Left past 10 starts right now.